Good evening, everyone. Once again, here we are. Barbadians have spoken. It all comes down tonight to this night. Our eyes are on the 30 seats across the country at stake for a place in the Barbados House of Assembly on this historic day, January the 19th, 2022. 266,330 persons were eligible to cast their ballots today for 108 candidates. The big question is, has the Barbados Labour Party convinced Barbadians that it's safe to go with Mia Mottley for another term? Can the Bees withstand the pressure of the Verla de Pisa-led Democratic Labour Party making a big return to Parliament with her platform for democracy? And the new coalition, the Alliance for Change, Solutions Barbados, or any of the 9 independent candidates, can they win over Barbadians? Stay with us for full coverage of the election results. This is Barbados Today Pulse Decision 2022. I'm Vic Fernandes, and I'm joined by an expert panel this evening. And first of all, it's Dr. Tennyson Joseph, Senior Lecturer in Political Science at the University of the West Indies. Good evening and welcome, Dr. Joseph.
Good evening, Vic. I'm happy to be here once again.
Happy to have you once again. Maureen Holder, political analyst.
2 years earlier than planned.
Yes, 2 years ahead of when we expected to be here. Yes,
that's right.
But the world is a fast-moving place, so who knows?
Very true.
Yes. Maureen Holder, political analyst. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Vic. Thanks for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. I look forward to this evening's discussion. I'm sure that as the night unfolds, things will get pretty interesting. As you said, we will know whether Barbadians voted one way or the other. I don't know, but we'll find out.
All the speculation will come down to this. Now the speculation is over. We're dealing with the facts. Tonight is all about
absolutely, Vic, the facts.
And Deveron Bruce, welcome, political scientist. Good evening and welcome to you, sir.
Good evening to you, Vic, and good evening to your audience. A pleasure to be here.
Good to have you, and good to meet you too as well. Well, 3.5 years ago, as Dr. Joseph said, we were here in this very building. And with me is a gentleman who I have not seen since then, but I saw him this evening. I hope it's not going to be another 3.5 years before I see you, Julius Gittins, my co-host for this evening, who will be running those numbers and keeping a keen eye on developments. Good evening, Julius, and good to see you after 3.5 years.
Same here, Vic. A little earlier than advertised, as you said just a moment ago. By my count, 14 months. But here I am at the decision desk. Life in the time of COVID. We are together but apart. You're in one room, I'm in another. But together, along with the team of reporters from across this nation for Barbados Today, we'll be bringing you all the results. They come into a machine. You will see me from time to time looking off to the screen. I am not ignoring you. I'm looking at the results as they come in. And so far, sports fans, everything's zero. So love all. No results in just yet. And the moment they come in, you'll know them. You are, if you want to use a cricket term, you are the umpire. You pull stumps sometime between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Today, this January 19th. The statisticians are the counting officers at the various counting centers across the nation. They'll be feeding that information through our reporters to our big board. Think of me just as the stand announcer telling you what the score is. And hopefully we'll know where the runs will be coming, where the wickets will be gained or lost by the close of play, Vic.
Yes, close of play. Well, I certainly hope that close of play won't be like 2018 when I think we left here around 3 o'clock in the morning. And in my case, I then had to rush home and come back and pull the morning shift on Capital. Not that I would have had it any other way following an election. Every broadcaster wants to be out there the morning after, and tomorrow morning is going to be no different. So today we had the election. There in some areas there were very long lines. In other areas, like in my constituency, there was hardly anyone. I've never seen such an easy path. I was in and out within under 5 minutes. The panelists will analyze all of these characterizations of the long lines that we had in some areas. What do you make of it? Was it a low voter turnout? Is it a big voter turnout? What are the factors that drove people to the polls or caused them to stay at home? How does this compare with 2018? And we've witnessed a lot of campaigns in our lifetime. This is a unique one, having to deal with COVID and all of the other factors that would have entered into play for this 2022 election. Some people would have suggested that this was an unnecessary election, that the Prime Minister took an unnecessary gamble in calling the elections 18 months or so before they were due. So are we going to open up the discussion at this time? I think we are. And Dr. Joseph, perhaps you would kick it off. Lots of things that I've just tossed up into the air there. Bit of spin, a bit of medium pace, and maybe a bit of pace too as well. Who knows?
Well, I can only face one ball at a time, but I think to me, the main thing, I think the overall and main thing that one has to look for in this election, given the fact that in the last parliament we had all 30 seats going to the Barbados Labour Party, the only interesting thing, in my view, coming out of this election will be the extent to which the Democratic Labour Party can come out of that situation of having no representation in Parliament and gain a few seats. So I am really, really interested in this election primarily to see how many seats the DLP can gain from its last position. Beyond that, I think the questions you've raised about the early calling of the election itself is in fact an election issue, especially in the context of COVID, and it did become an election issue. And one has to just say simply that normally an incumbent government doesn't want the election itself to be an electoral issue. And I think in many ways it did become an electoral issue, as we said, in relation to COVID and whether or not it was wise or even responsible to call an election in the middle of COVID when it was not necessary, in that you still had 18 months to go before actually calling it. And also, in my view, especially with the 30 seats, it was also a question of whether it was necessary, because one would ask the question, what more could an incumbent party gain when you already have, let's call it the maximum that you could possibly gain? So that to me is the broad context. I will reserve further comments just to respond to Vic in relation to the turnout. One, I think there are many reasons why it may be low. Of course, we have to wait for the actual numbers to come in for us to speak definitively on that. But there are several factors that may suggest it might be lower. And among them would include, one, of course, the COVID factor we've mentioned. Two, you have an incumbent party that called an election on itself. So it's almost as if a voter, if you're a BLP voter, you would feel like there's nothing ready to defend because the government seems really secure in its position. So there's no urgent motive to go and defend something. And also because it's not, you might feel too that the government is not under threat. I think the DLP would probably be motivated a little more because you really want to come out of this zero situation. So it's almost as if the ruling party gave the DLP an opportunity to come out. The way I've put it, they shortened the cycle of the period of recovery of the Democratic Labour Party. But of course, and therefore, to me, that may mean that in some of the areas where a DLP victory is likely, one might have seen perhaps a little more motivation. And I think Vic, you mentioned the report we were getting all day was that in some areas there seemed to be low turnouts. Like in the places I tried to vote, by the way, I didn't vote. That's another story by itself. I was not on the electoral list, and we can go into that a little later. But the two places I tried going into, I had no problems. I basically walked through. So I'm wondering if we can just speculate and say, based on what I just suggested, if perhaps the areas where we saw long lines were areas where the DLP might be having a chance. But again, all it is just speculation. So my theoretical perspective I'm putting out there is that we will have a low turnout for the reasons I gave, but I'm suspecting that the Democratic Labour Party voters might have been a little more motivated to vote in this election. Not that the BLP voters were not motivated to defend the government, but they have the government was not threatened in any way. And by calling an early election, the Prime Minister is signaling readiness and a sense of security. So you might feel, well, I'm not really, I have nothing to defend. And of course, the last thing I was suggesting, perhaps we can examine whether we see greater turnout in those seats. I might not mention them yet. We can let the discussion go on in those seats where there might be a sniff for the Democratic Labour Party winning a few of the seats. And that's what I would preface my opening remarks with, and I leave it to the rest of us to engage in the discussion.
All right. Maureen, ladies next. I give you the opportunity to. Tennyson has given us a lot of follow-up questions and a lot of food for thought there too as well. But let's get your early perspective.
Yes, thank you, Vic. Thanks, Tennyson. I thought that was very thorough, a thorough bit of analysis there. But I just want to add, for me, it is a race for the people. The people, this election falls squarely in the hands of the people. And I think I'll explain what I mean falls squarely in the hand of the people. In an organic sense, the people emerge as its own opposition toward the administration, because we're not in ordinary circumstances where we have the opposition that we're accustomed to. So the people, in a sense, have these elections in their hand. Before, the election would have ridden on the popularity of the leader and the candidates, but not so much. So the people have to decide. And I guess at the end of the night, we would know how they judge the candidates. We would know which candidates they would have elected to go forward in the governance of this country. However, to add to a point that Tennyson made, if there is a lower than expected voter turnout, it could mean one of three things, or it could mean all three things. Voter apathy. It could also be a sign of protest against the incumbent government. It could also be a sign of protest against the Democratic Labour Party vying to capture some of these seats. Or it could mean that, hey, look, we just not with this thing. We're not sure why you're bothering us. So I think I would wait and see tonight if it's a lower than expected voter turnout, because if it is so, it is very, very telling. When I went out to vote, I noticed that it was unusually low in the area where I went to vote. It's normally not like that around that time, but we'll see as the night progresses. And certainly we would, well, if it is a lower voter turnout than expected, we know that lower voter turnouts usually favors the incumbent government. So let us see how things will unfold. I do support Dr. Joseph's comments, but I dare say that the lower voter turnout is an issue for me, and why that is so we could always discuss.
Okay. Well, we have a political scientist, another political scientist in the grouping, and Devron, what's your take on the opening remarks, and what is your perspective on the evening?
Well, I generally agree with much of what has been said thus far. If we just wrap up the election in general, I would say that Mayor Motley has threatened sure for unsure, pretty much what Tennyson was speaking about. The surety is that she had 29 seats for the next 18 months. And he thought it was very interesting that you would now throw the dice at the table and, in essence, create the possibility of emboldening the Democrat Labour Party and giving them a chance again to be back into Parliament, because we know certainly there have been some economic headwinds that have created political headwinds. And now putting yourself in a position where you call an election early meant now that you're giving the Democratic Labour Party a chance to find itself back into government. And it's interesting that the argument is that she wanted a united society. I found that problematic because the likelihood of the Democratic Labour Party returning to office was very much there. And going forward, then you would have had a very genuine opposition. Then you certainly would have emboldened the Democratic Labour Party in the sense that now they have financing, for instance, that subvention from Parliament. They would certainly have a voice again, greater media coverage. And we may very well see the natural leader of the Democratic Labour Party emerge after the election that will galvanize the party and certainly lead it into the following election. So a person have been saying that it was a masterstroke from the Motley administration to call the election early, but I think, quite frankly, it was a greater risk than anything else. So we'll start there. And then certainly the elephant in the room was the COVID circumstance. So when you've had the Omicron variant, in essence, come into Barbados around the same time that the election was called, you had a circumstance where you expected that the numbers would increase dramatically because we know that Omicron is the most contagious variant we've seen this far. And then you had a circumstance where the Electoral and Bodies Commission from early said that persons with the COVID, uh, who have been infected with COVID, will be unable to vote. And currently, we have about, I would say, 5,000 people today who possibly could not have voted. So that was really one of the downsides in this election as well, too. And certainly, the impact of 5,000 persons missing from, in essence, voting has a dramatic impact, or can have a dramatic impact, because when we look at more competitive elections in 2013, for instance, seats at Bridgetown, St. Michael Central, St. James Central, St. Michael South East. So you have a circumstance where several of these seats are won, sometimes by literally 10 votes and 100 votes and less than 200 votes. So we can see how the tables can be tipped, in essence, by having those 5,000 persons missing from the election. And also, Maureen pointed towards some other instances where there may be voter apathy, and the discussion today regarding low turnout. Now, I'm convinced that turnout is actually quite low, because I remember quite vividly in 2018, you had the circulars of videos going around on WhatsApp, on Facebook, and WhatsApp of persons showing how high turnout was and the long lines for all the entire day. Yet turnout was down 2% from 2018, or 2013 rather. So the fact that we've not seen any videos circulating today, for instance, showing turnout, and is a back and forth and uncertainty regarding whether turnout was actually high or low, points to the fact it was low. Because if turnout was high in a COVID environment of social distancing and those various things, it would have been quite evident. So the mere fact we have to be asking this question in a social distance environment shows that turnout is low. And again, it points to several reasons why. Again, you have an incumbent government, you have the apathy, for instance, and you just have persons who may very well take a step back because of COVID. And the question becomes whether this low turnout works in the favor of the Democrat Labour Party or the current government. More pointing towards the fact that the idea is that low turnout works in the favor of a government. We've seen that before, but ultimately, when we think of it, I think Tennyson pointed towards it. The Democrat Labour Party, in essence, as I said, has been emboldened. So you would assume that a government who is defending 30 seats, and seats that have generally not been won by them, for instance, regularly, is it Phillips, is it Lucy's, is it John, that they would expect or need a high level of support to repeat that kind of victory again. So it's very likely that this low turnout may very well favor the Democrat Labour Party within its traditional seats, because those voters will likely be Dems. If turnout is low in a Dem seat, it will likely be Dems voting in those seats. So we have to see what the numbers actually say, but that will be, in essence, my early analysis on some of the discussion that has been raised thus far.
Well, Devron, you're right out the tracks, but let me just, if I can, Vic, with your permission here, I just want to talk about the fact that the DLP has gained some popular support, to the extent that it has re-energized, to the extent that if they were sufficiently able to call out their base, we might have seen a different flow today. So I'm not convinced that the Democratic Labour Party was able to call out its base in the way that I expected. I felt that they needed to concentrate on just getting their base to come out to vote, reinforce the notion how important their vote is. I'm not so sure that I saw a lot of that on the platform. Nonetheless, we saw a reinvigorated DLP platform. We saw a re-energized party. And I think that will augur well for the party. But again, it is hard to say at this point in time whether they were able to sufficiently call out that mass-based support that would give them a comfortable lead.
Okay. I want to go back to the central theme we've been discussing really here of the calling of the elections this early. Certainly, I didn't expect to be meeting Julius and the panel this soon. But so what exactly, and we've heard rumors have been circulating about internal stuff and so on, and I'm not sure how much one makes of all of that. But what do you think then? What was the threat? do you accept the reasons that were advanced for the calling of the election, or were there underlying reasons that may have forced the hand of the leader?
Okay, so if I may, Vic, I like you. I'm not going to engage in the speculation because I think as observers that we would have something would have crept out to us a little more hard and fast to confirm rumors about internal dissent. I dismiss the internal dissent argument because there's not enough evidence to go along with it. Normally, when a party, an incumbent party, calls an early election, obviously the standard reason is that leader or that party wants to catch the opposition off guard. So obviously, from a purely common sense notion, we have the government, we have 30 seats. Calling it early would have meant we catch the opposition off guard. They would not have had enough time to regroup and to organize themselves, to prepare themselves for an election if it were kept at the normal appointed hour. So that is obvious. That is too obvious a reason to basically engage our attention. The question is, there is early and there is very, very, very early. And also the question is, was it necessary? Given everything that we've said, in my view, and I think I wrote about it, I was trying to make the point that if you recall 2013 to 2018, you had let's call it a very volatile Barbados. You had economic crises, you had the downgrades, and you had mass protests, you had divisions in both political parties. Even the 2013 election, obviously, as Devon just said, the numbers were so close. It was a very divided country, and the parliament itself was very close. It was 16-14. So that is a context of division. But you've won an election in 2018. You rode on this popular wave. But the Vic, you asked about do I accept the reasons that were given for the calling of it? I don't, for the simple reason that the words that the Prime Minister used in calling the election did not square with the reality. So she spoke of a divided country and think back to 2018. That was a context in which you had mass demonstrations. The entire civil society was mobilized against the last government. So obviously, what we do is we have to think what are the reasons. I think, and again, that is mere speculation. I'm going to put it out there. I know it might be a little bit controversial because I cannot prove it. I would say, Vic, that I would suggest very humbly that there's a tendency for political advisors to give that kind of advice, because the political advisors basically they're useful really in an electoral cycle. I think there's a tendency, if you notice how they operate across the region, they basically want elections. So if you go back to the cabinet reshuffle, what was the rationale for the cabinet reshuffle? In that, given what I said about the 2013 to 2018 situation, when one asks seriously, what is the reason for the cabinet reshuffle? We cannot find it. There was no corruption. There was no failure on the part of any of the ministers. The only thing the cabinet reshuffle achieved, and that's why prime ministers do them sometimes, is to flex their muscles and to keep the other members on their toes. But in a context where you have full mastery of your party, full mastery of the country, it is a bit excessive to use that whip when it is not necessary. And so, what the cabinet reshuffle did was to create internal divisions in the ruling party to make some members feel insecure. In fact, if you want to be quite clear, one of the big casualties was Lucille Moore, who happened to move. So, in other words, she was a very close confidant of the prime minister, personal confidant, and it led to and she is just the biggest example of the division. A second example was the by-election in St. George. The by-election in St. George was to replace the long-standing MP Glenn Clark with MP Tony Moore. But I could have waited. It happened 1 year later. The election was called 1 year later. So imagine the people in St. George North being called to the polls 3 times in 3 years when there was no major crisis. So in other words, the way I've read, I've said that the Prime Minister tends to I call it engage in political overreach. But the only explanation I can give is the role of the advisor, because I can sense the hand of political advisors in that. I can't think of it wouldn't come from economists and people engaging in governance. I'm making a decision between a political advisor and somebody who you bring on as somebody who can give you advice on policy, on governance, on economic matters, and so forth. They're two different types of personalities. And that's the only thing, Vic, I can propose. So given all of us are saying the same thing, tell me the advantage that the Barbados Labour Party would have gained in calling the election as early as it did. And if we cannot find the advantage, the only thing that can probably prove all of us wrong is if the BLP wins all 30 seats again, but even that's exactly what we had in 2018. And I would dare say, if the BLP wins all 36 again, there will be it would have less legitimacy in 2022 than it did in 2018 because for all the reasons why we mentioned: a low turnout, a less emphatic endorsement, COVID-19. So either way, in every possible manner that I've examined it, I cannot see what is the advantage the BLP in calling it so early. Now, we heard about hard decisions, and that's what I'm going to make. So a rational question would then be, perhaps there are hard decisions to be made, which the government needs a lot of time to make those hard decisions. That is the neat, rational argument that we've heard. But I want to suggest we didn't hear those hard decisions discussed on the platforms. Also, if there are hard decisions that were to be made to call the election early, could those hard decisions not be made between 2022 and whenever it was due, the next 18 months? So I'm suggesting if those decisions are so hard, it is definitely not going to save a government if it had to call an election early to avoid making those hard decisions without the money that it has. If you follow what I'm trying to say. In other words, if those decisions are so hard, we're going to have a very troubled next 5 years, because whether the election is called early or not, if those decisions are so hard, then the country is going to go through, as we're already seeing now with Franklin and his nurses strike, to a very difficult situation. I'm suggesting that I don't even buy the hard decisions argument, because again, when we ask, so what can they be? The only thing I can think of which is a hard decision is mandatory vaccination. In the previous administration, when we heard talk of hard decisions, we heard clearly what they were. We knew that the DLP had a philosophical problem, and they were advised by their economists to get rid of what they call social entitlements. So when the DLP used to speak of hard decisions, when they were speaking of hard decisions in 2013, we knew they were thinking about reversing the entitlements that Barbadians had been used to. But when the BLP speak of hard decisions, we have not heard any detailed discussion of what those hard decisions are. And I'm left to conclude that the calling of the election had nothing to do with hard decisions. It was just an example of political overreach of the Prime Minister, who I think is being advised too often to muddle with the political environment when that muddling is not at all necessary. If I had won an election and I had defeated the opposition by 30 seats, I would have governed my country. I would have left the opposition to deal with the fact that it was voted against in a very strong way for its performance between 2013, and I would let it slide and let the country go forward. That's what I would have done.
All right. You were breaking up a bit there, the quality of your audio, but I think we got the gist of what you're saying. However, I want to go over to Julius because we have some boxes coming in. So let's go over to Julius Giddens right now.
So just to let you know what the state of play is, this is the scene at one of the counting centers, a bus under police guard bringing the boxes from the individual polling stations to the counting center. Now, so far we've got Christchurch East, St. Michael East, Christchurch South, Christchurch East Central. So let me just go through what we've got so far. There you see the boxes being brought in by the election officers for each polling district. Some of these boxes, it'll be a done and dusted affair. Take, for example, BC1 and BG1 in the city of Bridgetown. That's Harrison College, and that box will be in very quickly. Only about 100, usually about 113 votes all told, 115 votes all told for both sides on a good year coming in from BC1 at Harrison College. With BG1, for example, also in the city of Bridgetown, that's the Emerton Community Center, again, roughly about 115 votes that would come in and be counted. So that's some of the very earliest returns that we should expect to see. But right now, this is showing that the count should be underway in the constituencies so far identified. Let me just go through them. So far, I'll tell you what's coming and what's not yet coming. Nothing yet at Christchurch West, that's the St. Matthias Church Hall. Counting is underway in St. George North. In St. George North, the counting has begun. So in St. George North, where of course Tony Moore will be seeking re-election after winning the by-election there, to be challenged by Herbert Harwood, the human resources professional for the Democratic Labour Party, Ferdinand Nichols for the Alliance for Progress, and independent Melissa Tate. The counting is underway at St. George North. Nothing yet, as I said, for Christchurch West, the St. Matthias Church Hall. Okay. The boxes are coming in at the gymnasium, the Garfield Silvers Gymnasium for Christchurch East Central, the second bus of boxes. They're going to be coming by a series of boxes from the polling stations. And that's where we are just now. But data is still coming in as to where somebody's typing furiously. St. George North, counting begun, yes, at the St. George Secondary School. And we'll get you the very first results the moment we have them from our reporters on the scene. So the counting pretty much underway, not yet underway in most of the constituencies so far as we can tell. But within the hour, counting will have begun in earnest. And if the prediction, guess, forecast, guesstimate holds true of a low voter turnout, it could be an early night for a change. Back to you.
All right, Julius, thank you very much for that. I'm sure that Maureen and Devlon want to weigh in on the role of the advisors and on the essence of what Tennyson has been speaking about. You're very eager, Maureen, so I'm going to let you go.
But you nailed it. I thought that Tennyson, Dr. Joseph articulated those points extremely well. But if we accept absurdities, now I'm quoting Voltaire. He's a French historian and writer in the 18th century. But I add my bit to it. I add a twist to it. If we accept absurdities as truth, we can also be convinced that calling a snap election was prudent for Barbados. Think about that. While I support Tennyson in a lot of things he said, I slightly disagree on the notion of the interference of political advisors, because that's what I thought I heard him say. Now we are dealing with the personality of a very strong leader, a leader that is likely to advise her advisors rather than the other way around. So the whole notion of the political advisors getting in the way and perhaps taking Miss Motley down a wrong direction is a bit of a stretch for me to take in. But I will say this. It was a rash decision. I've always felt it was a rash decision. And like Dr. Joseph said, I don't want to get into speculation what would have caused Miss Motley to make such a rash decision. And I explained to you why I thought it was a rash decision. And I'll look at it from the Electoral and Boundaries Commission perspective. The date of the election obviously gave no time in a COVID crisis for the Electoral and Boundaries Commission to adequately prepare. It also gave the Motley administration very little time to amend the Constitution to facilitate the 5,000 or so who would want to vote that today cannot vote because they are in isolation or they have COVID. Now, a right thing, and I think that Dr. Joseph made the distinction between a snap election and an early election. Now, an early election would have given, I expected Prime Minister Motley to call the election around May, June, or something like that. In my mind, that would have given everybody a good chance to prepare, more particularly the Electoral and Boundaries Commission. things that would normally be not so laborious for the Electoral and Boundaries Commission to undertake in an election period was very taxing. They came under tremendous pressure just to accommodate the January 19th election. Now that begs the question, would right-thinking advisors, with all things being equal, who analyze these things, who look at strategy, advise a leader to call an election for that date? That question is out there for somebody to answer. But I fail to see right-thinking advisors telling a prime minister without considering the implications of the COVID pandemic and the likelihood or the interference that it would cause to a voting public, some of them who have caught COVID through no fault of their own, some of them who are in isolation, perhaps maybe today's their last day to come out, I don't know, maybe they're coming out next week, who would have wanted to vote. So it interferes with their rights to vote. A right thinking prime minister, a rational thinking prime minister, somebody who has sat down with her advisors and discussed this thing, would have looked at a later date. So I am still juggling this thing in my mind. And she hasn't said, which Dr. Joseph pointed out, and I'm sure Devron would say, she hasn't said, what is the real reason for calling this snap election? And by the way, this snap election could have some advantages for the Democratic Labour Party. It could also have some advantages for the Barbados Labour Party, but that's another issue that we could look at down the road. But I saw it as a very rushed decision in calling a snap election. It would have cost, when I say cost, it would have helped curtail the cost that the Democratic Labour Party might have incurred if the election were longer. They would have to look for funding going down the road and so on and so forth. And in this economic climate, it might be difficult to attract funders. But at the same time, it may have a negative repercussive impact on the incumbent government.
Interestingly enough, if I can jump in here.
Yes, I was about to invite you to, but go right ahead. I want to hear you on this. Yeah.
No, Dr. Joseph mentioned the fact that there's no evidence to show that there was any internal divisions within the Barbados Labour Party. That may be so, but there are things that we can point to. For starters, it is not unusual in the Barbadian context for political leaders, whether in opposition or in government, to have challenges. So we know that in 2010, for instance, Mia Mottley was moved as opposition leader. We've seen challenges of the Eager 11 with Randall Stewart. We know the Clyde Maskell situation. We also know the Ursula Sandifer situation. So within the Barbadian context, most political leaders have been challenged. So I'll start there. Secondly, one of the early signs that pointed to me that the Mottley administration or Mottley herself was concerned was the size of her cabinet, because she had 23 of the 30 members of parliament in her cabinet. And that strikes me as an individual who's concerned about a large backbench. We have to ask questions as to why that cabinet was so large. Again, from my understanding, prime ministers want a large cabinet because they don't want large backbenches. So that was another instance that would highlight to us that there were some challenges or possibly challenges emerging out of that. Then there was a cabinet reshuffle that Tennyson spoke to as well too, and some of the divisions that occurred out of that circumstance. And we have to think about the fact that there was divisions within the party from the very first week. We saw Joseph Attlee, in essence, left the party and joined, or rather formed an opposition. And then we know their characters, such as the member from St. Andrew, and there were characters such as the member from St. Michael East, for instance. So you've seen divisions within the party over the time, and it's just difficult to really point to, I would say, cold hard facts, but there were certainly things that happened over time that you could begin to see why that argument can be made. So I have to disagree with Tennyson when it comes to that point. As it relates to the advisors and, in essence, calling the election early because advisors did such. Now, the reality is that she did speak to the fact that there was some economic headwinds setting in Barbados' direction. We know that after the election, rather, there is the fiscal situation that has to be dealt with, and we should anticipate a budget, for instance, coming at the end of the fiscal year, which would have been April, March, for instance. And it will have to readjust significantly because we know the COVID pandemic, the government lost, I believe it was $400 million plus in revenue into last year. And the economy fell by almost 20% in 2020 as well, too. So we know the economy is not heading in the direction that it ought to have been or it would have been without COVID. And certainly we would anticipate that there will be some adjustments coming then. And the thing is, it would not have made sense for her to call an election after what will likely be a very tough budget that we're going to see, given the fact you're going to be counting down the minutes and counting down the hours before the constitutional deadline appears. So I think that it may be a circumstance where the economic wins, in essence, created more issues than the political wins, and maybe some political wins with a combination of economic wins combining themselves led us to a point where the election would have been called early. I would also say there was some indication as well that there was going to be an election within the fiscal year because the last estimate, for instance, granted the Electoral and Boundaries Commission the budget that would look more like an election or a general election like budget. So that would have been, I think, about $5 million was attributed in the last estimates to the Electoral and Boundaries Commission. So those were some early indications that we were having or possibly having an early election. But at this point, it's just all speculation for all of us.
Yeah.
Right.
I,
Before you come in, and I want to touch on this, and this was sent to me by one of your former students, Dr. Joseph, Shalisa Samuels, who posed the question whether the EBC should not have been prepared since the onset of the pandemic, that COVID should not really be an excuse, that they had a responsibility to be prepared because this seemed to be something that would be ongoing. Your response?
well, I'll respond to Shalisa, but I want to just say something just in general about my point about the advisors. Maureen, I understand your argument about a strong prime minister, and as you quite rightfully say, a strong prime minister actually advises advisors and advises economists and so on. There is one thing that we have to understand: the psychology of a leader. It's an amazing thing, Sometimes you see some very powerful people, and they fall for sycophants. I can give you about three features of leaders which baffle me. One of the first things you see is that the real allies, the diehard people that are their real friends, they tend to devalue them and appreciate the newcomers. I've seen it many, many times. I'll give an example. You might laugh when you hear it. I used to be Kenny Anthony's attaché. And I remember one night I was at a meeting at Kenny Anthony's house at about 11 p.m. And a car drove up to Kenny's house. And somebody was bringing a Fenzik, some painkillers for Kenny Anthony. Because that person heard that Kenny Anthony had a headache. That person, you know who that person was? Michael Shastney. Alan Shastney's father. And about a year later, Alan Shastney was running against Kenny Anthony in the election. So, Maureen, there's a kind of way in which, and I was actually describing the advisor, you were making broad points about policy. I said there's a particular type that is a strictly political advisor. So you see what you're raising about COVID, the strict political advisor doesn't take those things into consideration because he or she is a naked Machiavellian politician. So COVID-19 and people can't vote, that would not factor in their advising. It is the role of the person in charge of governance to then temper. I always say, I used to be an advisor too. Before going into my office, Vic, I used to say a little prayer. I used to say, political power is like an electrical current. You can use it to electrify a house, to warm your food, to cool your room, but you can also use it to shock people and, in fact, shock yourself. You have to be a very mature individual to know how to wield power. Again, we're in the personality of the political advisor, and I'm coming to the point now about the cabinet reshuffle, Devron. Their strength is their closeness to their leader. And that's the only strength that they have. They're not close to the MPs. In fact, when you hear they're told, they're very disdainful of the MPs, a young MP who just want to see, let me show them. And they boast about how they can pick this one, and they call themselves kingmakers. I'm actually describing a personality. So Devon, I very much agreed, and I liked your analysis because you gave me some very structural reasons and explanations for the early election. But I would say to you that those structural reasons still do not answer the question of why it is early, and not ordinary early. So that's what I would say in relation to what was discussed before. To our question about the ECB, I certainly think the Electoral and Boundaries Commission did not use its creative juices enough to accommodate COVID-19 infected persons. One could have had one. It's a question of where you place the ballot, the ballot box, and who's administering it. So something as simple as isolating the isolation point itself could be a polling station. The point is you can make it available for people to vote. I've read of drive-through mechanisms in the US and others. So all I'm really saying is that the COVID restrictions by the health people did not negate the possibility of you still conforming to the health regulations and allowing people to vote. And the Electoral and Boundaries Commission did not use its imagination enough to conform both to a person's right to vote and to the health protocols and to the Constitution of Barbados. There were simple things that could have been done. And I don't think it was a question of time, because I agree the time could have put them on the back foot. But what I just proposed here, could not have been affected. You make special arrangements for police vote and for electoral workers to vote. People with COVID-19, people who are carrying the virus, could have been given the option of voting in a particular location in a safe way, in a healthy way as well. And that's my view of what went down. And what they have done now is to create a context where people can speak of a less legitimate mandate. That's one of the things that I was trying to say earlier. So we had a clear and definite mandate in 2018, but enough has gone down in the calling of the election, the COVID-19, to allow people to say afterwards. I saw a very good article by Garth Patterson QC saying that there can be legitimate reasons to claim legitimacy, and not that the election will be illegitimate, but I would certainly say if those things go down the way they have gone down, the legitimacy of 2022 will be a little less real than the legitimacy of 2018, the night of 2018.
Are we? Hello?
Go ahead, Maureen. Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm glad that Dr. Joseph brought home that example in a more detailed manner to help me get a better sense of what he was saying. But even in his analysis and his articulation of what he really meant, if we accept Dr. Joseph's point about the role of political advisors and their egos, it is saying that RPM then would have been advised against her better judgment, and calling a snap election would essentially expose that this Leviathan, and no disrespect, that we see as our champion political leader has a weakness. And that weakness is not sitting down and analyzing and screening all the
information. Every human being has weaknesses. Every human being has weaknesses.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just extrapolating from your argument about the role of the.
But when I was describing it, Mo, just 1 second.
Please,
when I was one small point. Go ahead. When I was describing it,
yes.
I wasn't describing it as a personal weakness. I was saying to you, it is a weakness of leaders. If you look around, you will see that. And it always shocks me when I see it. I'm telling you, strong, brilliant people, very clear, and then you find that they fall for a psychopath.
Okay, and I'm not even teacher. May I speak now, Dr. Joseph? I'm not even examining that one way or the other. I'm just saying, based on your analysis about what you anticipate or you thought might have occurred, it is suggesting to me, and this is what I'm extrapolating from all that you're saying, it's telling me that our leader has a particular personality that she could be so swayed into accepting advice that may not be the best possible advice, but because of who's given it, and because there's this penchant for these new people around her, or for people to be, for lack of a better word, stroking her ego, she's likely to make a decision that otherwise she would not normally have made if she had had chance to sit down and evaluate and analyze. And it's not to pinpoint the weakness of the leader. You said it, everybody has weaknesses. But if I take from what you're saying, you are suggesting that that's where the error occurred, in the weakness. It was a moment of weakness that the prime minister called snap elections for January 19th based on what these egotistical political advisors were saying. And if we accept that argument, because remember, we're trying to unravel what would cause the prime minister to call a January 19th election. I'm no psychologist, but I'm using your explanation, Dr. Joseph, to make an inference about what could have. Maybe it's that moment of weakness. Maybe it's the fact that these sycophants, these egotistical sycophants who endear the prime minister, who like the notion of being so close to her, might have gotten into her head somehow in a moment of weakness and made her make a rash decision and call a surprise election. That I'm just theorizing, and I'm theorizing based on what you've said.
All right, Devron, you've been quiet for quite a while, so I'm going to give you an opportunity. And then I want to switch a part of the discussion over now onto the leadership on the other side. And I want to raise the question as well in relation to some of the candidates who were rejected at the last poll, and whether it was prudent for some of them to come back, given the type of results that you had in 2018. I'd like to put those 2 points on the table too as well. So, but Devron, you've been quiet for a little bit, so let me give you an opportunity to have a say here.
Well, I really wanted to respond to the question that was posed to Tennessee regarding the EBC. Now, certainly we have to understand that the EBC certainly has some responsibility and some fault regarding the inability to accommodate, let's say, the COVID patients, because we've seen several territories and countries have elections thus far. And for instance, Jamaica, for instance, was able to accommodate the COVID patients. And, the argument was made that, well, persons in the hospital and nursing homes aren't allowed to vote and those various things. And even St. Lucia, Tennessee, was able to conquer that hurdle, I think, since 2008. But we also have to recognize that the EBC's hands can also be limited as it relates to its legislative powers. But we can make subsidiary legislation to ensure certain things can happen, but the broader legislative context has to be done by the government. It's not the ABC that wrote ROPA. It was not the ABC that wrote the Representation of People's Act. It is a government that writes these things. So despite COVID and in spite of COVID, I would say that the ROPA is not fitted for a 21st century. The idea that you have to show up at a particular voting space, in a particular voting box, and a particular division to vote, that is written in law, for instance. So there are going to be legal things that will be necessary to ensure, for instance, mail-in, absentee ballots, digitization, because we know this is where our society is going in the future. The digitization and electronic voting, for instance, has to be something that's considered. But it is not the chairman of the EBC that can write that legislation or has that vision to ensure that the EBC is ready for these things. Certainly that the EBC will be part of that discussion, but it has to be government who leads government that can say, but wait a minute, this robot was written since the 60s. It's not appropriate for our 21st century. It's not appropriately drafted in a way that can accommodate the COVID environment we've had for the last 2 years. So it's the fault, or I would say the responsibility, let me not use the word fault. It is the responsibility of both the EBC, yes, when it comes to the administration, but the legal aspect and the vision and the things that will be necessary going forward is the responsibility of the government.
I have to break in now because we have some information coming from the Eastern Corridor. So I'm going to go over to Julius and we'll come back to the discussion and the analysis. Julius, what have you got for us?
Right, the Eastern Corridor next door to you. But for now, I can tell you that the count is underway in that Eastern Corridor. You're looking at scenes from St. Philip North, and right there, the Lord School, where counting is underway for St. John. So the boxes are opened and the counting is underway for St. John. And we'll see by the end of the night whether Charles Griffith, the incumbent of the Barbados Labour Party, will hold on, or it will be again for the DLP, represented by Andre Worrell, or Philippe Amy for the APP. This is the picture for St. Philip North, I believe, and the voting, the boxes are yet to be counted at St. Philip North. I'm waiting for an update on that. So I can tell you that so far at Christchurch West Central, the boxes were open and the voting is underway. The counting is underway. I beg your pardon, the voting ended at 6 p.m. At St. John, you saw the counting pictures there. The first box was open in St. Michael East, and that counting is going on now in earnest. Remaining boxes, we were down to the last three boxes for at the St. Matthias School for Christchurch South, but so far no further update, but we're going to get on that. St. Peter, nothing there just yet in terms of the count. So it's going to look like this for a while yet. That's a blank slate to be filled in with the respective colors of red for the Barbados Labour Party and blue for the Democratic Labour Party and the orange for the Alliance for Progress, or another color for the Independent. We'll have to wait and see. But so far, that's the situation. So no runs being counted just yet, but just to let you know that the ballots are being counted for at least 5 constituencies by my count. The counting is now happening at St. Michael Southeast. That's at the Parkinson Secondary School. And at 9 (5) after a little trouble, the electoral officer at St. George Secondary School for St. George North had a little trouble opening the box. But he got it figured out, got it open, and then 5 minutes past the hour of 9 o'clock, the counting began at St. George North at the St. George Secondary School. That's the counting center. At exact time, St. Michael East at the Barbados Community College, the counting began. So there we are, counting not yet begun in St. Michael Central at the Combermere School. Nothing just yet for St. Philip North or St. James North. Keen contest there in St. James North, Edmund Hinkson versus Charles Worrell. So we're keeping an eye on the very, very latest. You're not missing any results so far. That's now being tallied, and we'll go box by box as this night goes on. But that's the picture so far at Christchurch West Central, at St. John, at St. Michael East. The counting opened up. St. George North, counting opened up. And there we are so far. We'll come back to you as soon as we get more pictures coming in of buses arriving under police guard, of the votes being counted, of the scrutineers making sure that the tallies add up and they accept it, and then the returns will be formally posted. Vic.
All right, Julius, thank you very much for that report. It's now 8 minutes after the hour of 9 o'clock, so we're an hour behind where the counting should have started around 8 o'clock. So it's early days yet. It may be a long night or it may be a short night. We will certainly be here with you throughout the results. It couldn't be any longer than it was in 2018. I certainly hope it doesn't go the way it did in 2018, because we seem to have been here forever. All right, so I did put a couple of points out there for the next round of the discussion. I don't know how to take the lead in this one. Yes, Maureen?
If I may, Vic, Devron was making some important points there just now. I just want to add a couple of things. I mean, we have to accept that some countries have held their elections despite the pandemic. But it's also true to say that they had time to prepare and also to put certain measures in place to accommodate the elections under COVID conditions. And I think that's a fundamental point that was missing from the whole argument about what's the fuss, you know. It's a pandemic. It's not going to go away. We ought to go forward with the elections. But there are lessons to be learned from this exercise. And I think that the lessons will put us in a better position moving forward. Should we ever have a snap elections, or should we ever have to call election in the middle of a national health crisis? And I think that we should start evaluating and re-evaluating the kinds of tools that we have in place that are needed for administering the elections in times of crisis. I think that's one place to start, first of all. And the student that asked the question to Dr. Joseph, she is assuming, she's saying, I mean, she asked the question if the Electoral and Boundaries Commission should not have been prepared, knowing that COVID was in the air and around. And I get that she's saying, well, you know, from since last year, you should know that COVID. But the Electoral and Boundaries Commission could not have known when the Prime Minister was actually going to set the date. And certainly, I believe, and I could be speaking out of turn, nobody expected a snap election. So it might have caught the Electoral and Boundaries Commission not fully prepared. They were getting prepared. They were in the throes of getting prepared. But Davon raised a very important point. The Electoral and Boundaries Commission cannot make change how people vote, like in terms of online voting or whether they do mail-in voting. That has to come from the government. They have to go to Parliament and change the Constitution to facilitate that. So how prepared could you have expected the Electoral and Boundaries Commission to be without the government putting certain measures in place? And it reminds me of not having the Constitution ready to facilitate republicanism. And now you have to go back perhaps and do those constitutional amendments, debate the thing through Parliament and formulate a new constitution that supports the Republican status that we now have. All of these things, and if the decision was not rash, the more we talk, it is telling me that the decision to call the January 19th election was a rash decision, because these things are very, very important to the whole process in the midst of the COVID environment. The legislation that is needed to ensure that people keep their fundamental right to vote, whether or not they have COVID, whether or not they're in isolation. If the legislation was put in place to facilitate online voting, mail-in voting, nobody would be left out that needed to vote. So the more we talk, it tells me that the decision was a rash one.
And I was one of those left out from voting, by the way, because I voted in St. Peter last time, and I was embarrassed, to be quite honest. I went to 2 polling stations in St. Philip, and you know, your name is called out loudly, and then they say, no, you're not on the list. So apparently, because I had moved, remember, I was one of the Commonwealth voters who was allowed to vote in 2018, but I was already living in St. Philip. So after being allowed to vote in 2018, I did all the steps to make myself ready to vote in St. Philip. And I was shocked that I was not allowed to vote in this election. So I think there's a point to the I'm not sure if Maureen is using the word rash or rushed. I'm not hearing it properly. But
Rash.
Okay, yeah. But okay. So I would say though, Maureen, that from, you know, when you take a political decision, it might make political sense, but not the other things. That's why I'm making a decision between governance and, you understand?
Yeah.
Pure political power. It is a smart move, but in terms of governance, because there are other people who are concerned with governance and the legitimacy of actions, as opposed to just the political success. But I think, Vic, you wanted us to talk about
yes. Well, hold that thought. Yes, we want to come back and we'll talk a bit about the DLP and their own strategies and whether and you know, some of the candidates that they brought back. What were the mistakes, if any, that they made? What should they have done differently? That sort of stuff. But we're going to take a break. This is your election coverage of 2022 from Barbados Today. We'll be back with the panel and with the results as soon as Julius receives them from our people in the 30 constituencies and the counting centers across Barbados.
When dehydration strikes, adults and kids can get advanced rehydration from Pedialyte. Pedialyte liters quickly replenish lost fluids, zinc and electrolytes to help prevent dehydration and to help you feel better fast.
never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab a oasis, now why wait? Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab a oasis, now why wait? The greatest, the safest oasis for sure. Oasis, it's purer than pure.
Caribbean Cool is a refreshing juice drink that contains 100% vitamin C that you can enjoy any time of the day. It has a refreshingly awesome range of Caribbean flavors: Morby, orange, fruit punch, pineapple, sorrel, and pineapple coconut. Suitable for any occasion. Caribbean Cool.
It's 9:15 in Barbados as the counting has begun in some of the 30 counting stations for the 30 seats at stake in this general election. So far, St. John counting has begun in earnest, and this happened just at the stroke of 9 o'clock. Also, Christchurch West Central in St. Michael East, the first box was open at 9:03. And at the Parkinson School, St. Michael Southeast, the election they're being contested by the Education Minister, Santia Bradshaw, and the question as to whether she'll hold on to that seat, the question will be answered. It's being answered right now as box by box is being counted there. To begin counting, so far we can tell you at St. James North, at the Gordon Greenwich Primary School, the electoral officer in charge there has assured us that the counting is just about to begin. And the moment that's begun, we'll let you know. All the way to the north we go, and Darrell Jordan Secondary School, that's where the box is from all of the polling districts for St. Lucie. And keen eyes on St. Lucie as Verla de Pisa, the political leader of the Democratic Labour Party, will be trying to get a seat, trying to get a toehold for her party, by at least winning her seat first. That question yet to be answered, though we don't know what the answer is, but that question yet to be answered fully when the vote count begins in earnest at St. Lucie. Not yet begun. I can tell you, however, there's one place where we have found out across the country, getting a feel of what is happening, getting a sense of what the turnout would be like, and then matching that up with the energy and some of the comments of people. And one such place is Queen's College. That is the counting center for the constituency of St. James South. And joining us there is Corinne Smith.
As you rightfully pointed out, we're here at the Queen's College Secondary School in Husband, St. James, where counting has just gotten underway. My colleague Marlon Madden, who is covering here for Barbados today, indicated that the boxes all arrived at about 8:30. The atmosphere here is quite quiet. Not many people around, besides some members as well as some officials from the Electoral and Boundaries Commission and the Royal Barbados Police Force. But of course, they're all embarking on a very important task, which will be to count the ballots in the St. James South constituency, where incumbent Sandra Husband is contesting the seat against Dr. Ronnie Yearwood, who is the candidate for the Democratic Labour Party.
So, Kareem, you've also been looking at that western corridor of St. James South, St. James North, and St. Peter earlier today. What was the mood like? What was your visual grasp of the turnout, and what were people saying to you?
Yeah, well, from very early, it seems that the people in St. James South specifically would have been quite eager to get out to the polls and vote. Obviously, working class, middle class households throughout the majority of the constituency. So they came out early. At the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology, we would have seen massive numbers of people, quite a number of people also at the West Terrace Primary School. Then we moved on to St. James Central, where we would have gone to a Nazarene church there in Cairns Bay. where there were just a few people. Quite a number of people would have been in Spike Song St. Peter, but before we got there, we would have passed the St. James Secondary School. Not many people there. That was also St. James Central. And then we would have passed the St. Albans Anglican Church, where there would have been a small group of people. For the most part, persons across that St. James corridor would have been indicating that, the process was quite smooth. We know this is the first election to be held in the COVID-19 pandemic. And so there were a number of protocols, the EBC officials, the Electoral and Boundary Commission, that they not only have to sanitize and take temperatures, but they would also have to be sanitizing the booths, sanitizing the pencils and the various apparatus that were being used in the process of voting. And when we got to St. Peter, the Alexander School, it was a different situation. And so it appeared, as I said, in St. James, as though quite a number of people would have come out to vote. In St. Peter, it did not appear as though there were many people out to vote, but there were still some very long lines. And when I spoke to people, they would have explained that some of them, just like in St. James, would have come out from as early as 6:30, 6:15 to cast their vote. But for some reason, the process was taking very, very long. And when we spoke to the EDC officials, they were indicating that the problem was, for the most part, the COVID-19 protocols that were in place, but persons really weren't buying it. And what they were also saying is that they were very concerned that as a result of the long wait, that persons would be deterred. And many of them felt as though it was their obligation to come out and vote, but they also said that they were not in any, they didn't really feel much of an urgency to vote for whatever reason, but that they would come out. I'm not sure if that persisted throughout the day, but certainly the feeling is that if persons had to come out and wait for up to 2 hours to cast their ballot, that it would be definitely a deterrent.
Greensmith there at Queen's College. And of course, none of the main characters have shown up yet at the Queen's College for the result for their constituency of St. James South. But I can also tell you, though, that the counting has now begun up north, as we say, at the Darrell Jordan Secondary School for the constituency and parish of St. Lucie. And so we expect that we'll get some details coming in within this hour of the first counts for each boxes. And we split it in Barbados polling district. They count from A to H and then from H to Z and so on. But that will be tallied together and we'll give you one result that goes into our database, and we can tell you who is ahead and who is not this night. That's the situation at this hour, with counting begun in at least a tenth of the constituencies so far. And as soon as we get further word, we'll bring it back to you. As soon as we get any results whatsoever, you'll be the first to know here on Barbados Today Election Pulse.
Thank you very much, Julius. There you have it. And you also had a report from in the field. It is 9:23, and we are still to get the first set of results in this 2022 election campaign. Let's go back. When we went to the break, we had raised the question of the Democratic Labour Party and some of the issues on that side, the leadership question, and their style of campaigning, and what exactly is likely to be the outcome of the leader of the DLP if she wins the seat. What happens if she doesn't win her seat? All of these and more questions to be looked at. Let's look a little bit now at the other side. We've spent a lot of time over on the BLP side and analyzing some of the issues surrounding the reasons for the calling of the election, the COVID situation, whether or not the Prime Minister was influenced by the advisors. And we've had a fairly robust discussion thus far on that aspect of it. So let's go to the panel now as we look a little bit at the Democratic Labour Party. And who's going to go first? Deveron? Give you the first opportunity to bat in this innings.
So as we
I'm
know,
surprised he didn't say me. Anyway, go on.
so as we know, the president of the Democratic Labour Party came to office, or rather became president in 2018, at a time when the party was, in essence, decimated. She became the first female president of the party at the time when we had the first female prime minister, rather. Now, there have been some issues that Veronica Pisa has run into during her leadership. There were concerns regarding whether or not she was really connecting with the society, for instance, and whether or not she was doing as best as the job she could regarding the leadership of the party. Now, we have to consider who Verda Pisa was politically. This is an individual who ran in a seat for the Democratic Labour Party in 2013 and 2018. In the seat the Democratic Labour Party has never won, and she was actually the only person to win a box for the Democratic Labour Party. The only major role she has played within the party as well too was, I think, a senator under the Van Oster administration. So you had an individual with not a wide-ranging set of political experience leading the second largest political party at a time where it was almost completely decimated. And it was a situation whereby, as well, obviously the electorate rather said an extreme no to the Democratic Labour Party, and the party began to move in a direction where they wanted to rebrand, they wanted a new image, they wanted new candidates, and those various things. And persons have been saying she's done a good job consolidating the party. I'm not completely sure that is the case, because we have a circumstance where the reality is that many of the candidates, or rather many of the party leaders and party individuals, those were individuals who were running for that party since 2003, in some instances 1999. So naturally, we could assume that those were the individuals who had the influence in the party. They were obviously ministers, they were MPs for long periods of time, and those various things at a time where someone who was by and large just a senator, in essence, began to lead the party. Now, you've seen some challenges towards her presidency, and that would have been through Guy Hewitt most recently or previously, as well as the former General Secretary in George Pilgrim. And she defeated both of those individuals with about 75% of the vote in both instances. So there certainly seems to be a level of consolidation as it relates to the direction the party wants to go in, a new breath of fresh air, possibly new candidates, a new vision. But certainly it's a party that many can argue is still very much divided between the past and the present. And we can see, as you mentioned, Vic, there are some returning candidates that have come back to the fore, so to speak. So I would say that it would have been a difficult lift for Averna Pisa in the context of what had happened to the party, and in the context of the fact that she's going to be compared now to Mayor Motley, whose political history and political journey has been far more, I would say, impressive and has built far more experience than Averna Pisa. So obviously the two leaders would be matched against each other, and the shortcomings of Averna Pisa, in essence, would be again measured by the successes of Mayor Motley.
All right, Dennison?
Yeah, I wanted to take it a little broader in relation to your question about I think you asked a question about some of those who came back and whether or not it was a wise decision and so forth. My view was that the DLP handled its defeat badly. The DLP basically, and I'm referring to the candidates themselves, disappeared from the political scene. And it was almost as if that defeat shocked them so badly that they couldn't find their political legs to kind of continue standing the day after the election. So there was a long and loud vacuum. It was glaring. What I think is most critical, however, is that there had been no conversation about 2017 to 2018. So the candidates, I don't buy the view that somebody who's defeated can't come back. That is just a lot of that doesn't make political sense to say because you lost an election you shouldn't come back. That is untrue. But there's a particular way in which you come back. So, for example, one of my big questions about the DLP was what happened to them 2015 to 2018, and my view was the ideological and philosophical undermining of Errol Barrow. So let's take the free education issue, which to me, a politician should not dare touch in Barbados. The same way in England, nobody dares touch the National Health Service. Thatcher could not touch the NHS. I felt, and I still feel, the DLP the individual candidates as well as the party ought to have a conversation about 2013 to 2018. What has happened? They've re-emerged without having that conversation. So so the four who lost and have come back their platforms are basically about, I think the discussion has largely been around, look, the unions they were striking every day when we were in government. So they live in civil society and so forth. That is fair game. But I still feel that there's an explanation to be had. And in other words, what is your stance on free education? What is your stance on the social services you wanted to be rolled back and so forth? You could not just enter. So what they have done with the new leader has not, the technique that was used was almost as if the new leader, there's a clear cut between that party then and the party now. So the new leader is not being called upon to discuss it. But I feel the party, in terms of, if it wants to pull back its base, if it wants to, it has to define itself. And part of that defining and redefining of itself includes necessarily an explanation about 2013 to 2018 and a clear statement on we as a party stand for the following. So I think that part of the forgiveness of the party would include that. So that I think is the main problem. Well, it's a major problem that the party has not yet had that discussion. So if you take, for example, Chris Nickler, who has not decided to run, and he basically was silent, a finance minister responsible for the main arguments against the party were economic. He has not said a word about at all. From the steward has come out. He's spoken on platforms and so forth. So in a sense, that I think is a challenge for the DLP, because the 2018 election, the 2022 election, especially since it has been called early, is still a continuation of 2018. And really and truly, if it were handled properly by the BLP, it would have been seen truly as a continuation of 2018. But I think one of the weaknesses of the BLP, it hasn't allowed that to happen. But that's a different story. So all I want to say so far is that I do not have a problem with defeated candidates returning. That is, of course, an experienced candidate, especially in a riding where some of them didn't do as badly as the others. They have a legitimate claim to come back. But in coming back, there ought to be a kind of catharsis, a kind of discussion, a kind of open. If you made a mistake, you say you made a mistake. If you felt that we allowed the economic situation to derail us from our social democratic norms, you were the party that said we are society, not an economy. You could say that. There's nothing wrong with that. What I think is the problem is that discussion has been totally avoided. It's like a man who when the analogy I like to give is, in fact, why that analogy is useful, because many of them were silent. A neighbor of yours who was in prison and he comes back to the community, and you pretend nobody's going to ask about, we see you back. Nobody's having that discussion, and he wants to come back. He's an elephant in the room. You have to have a discussion about 2013. Unless you have that discussion, you'll not be forgiven. So unless the person talks about what happened and so forth, then the neighbors will feel a little more comfortable. But you cannot pretend that it never happened. And I think that is the main challenge facing the DLP. On the good note for them, I think the election, that's why I keep saying, the early election has brought up that discussion. So now, to notice, not ironically, Sinclair spoke in the week before the election. So in other words, what would have taken 5 years, has now taken 3 years. And so by the next election, 2013, 2018 will be forgotten. But I still feel that party has a duty to discuss 2013, 2018. It has not been discussed yet.
What do you make of the absence of some of those candidates and the failure of, say, someone like a Stephen Lashley, certainly somebody that at one point was being touted as one who had an interest in leadership of the party, someone who wasn't necessarily stained by, some of the stuff that was being alleged in the build up to the 2018. But then you don't see that person playing a role or returning as a candidate. Any comments on that? I mean, is he finished politically? Is it that he's just taking a break for a while? What is it?
You want me to comment, or it's open
Sure,
to the?
sure,
Oh, yeah.
sure.
So that's what I said. What I meant when I said the defeated candidates responded badly.
Hmm.
They just disappeared. And so, if you were an MP for 2 terms, there's social issues, political issues, cultural issues that you can engage in. I think Lashley was trying to do that. I remember 1 or 2 occasions when he was responding to some of John King's policies and so forth. But it was not sustained. And so I think they allowed the defeat to crush them completely. And so they left it in the hands of a new cadre of people. I would have if you are a politically engaged person, as long as you feel you have a political future, and it's not necessarily be tied to politics either. You were a public figure, a former member of parliament. You had a life before parliament, and you were engaging in those discussions. Many of them just basically disappeared, and I think they've done the party a disservice because in the many seats, I think, where 1 or 2 of the more experienced hands could have probably had a better chance, or at least a better showing in this election, but they left it to some new, and I think some very green, in some cases, very green candidates. So I do agree. I cannot comment as to whether their careers are over because I've always held the view that as long as a human being is alive, he has a political future. How they engage and the extent to which they engage is up to them. But I would say that they handled the period of the between 2018 and now extremely, extremely badly. And even in terms of their own constituencies and the party leader, many of them took a position almost as if they cannot support the party leader. But there's a creative way in which you do it. I think some of those who have returned are showing it to a certain extent how it can be done. There's a political leader that has won, as Devron said. She's staved off 2 challenges. She's held the party together. You could stay in your constituency and get the backing of your constituency group and run an election again, or at least even if you didn't plan to run this one, signal your intention to be involved and so forth. So I think it was a shocking defeat, 2018 was, but there's a way in which an experienced political personality can respond to that. And they didn't do it. They didn't do it well enough at all.
Devron, your comments on that, and again, another candidate whose name I mentioned, Mr. Reefer from the by-election. Again, I was a little surprised that we did not see him in the running. He seemed to be a candidate with some promise. He didn't do badly in the election. Yes, he got beaten, but we certainly thought that. I certainly thought that he had some potential to return. So your comments, Devron.
Well, I mean, interestingly enough, the situation was one where the Democratic Liberal Party received the lowest votes it has ever received in political history, which would have been 22% of the national vote. And that was a resounding no. And I think that the party began to listen to that no and recognize that no and wanted to move in a different direction with new candidates and those various things. Now, certainly, as Tennyson pointed towards the fact no person's political career is dead, and it's no coincidence that the ones returning, for instance, in the St. Phillips are ones who have ran and won since 2003, so they certainly think that they have political currency going forward. As far as individuals as Refer, I think it's a situation where the timing of the election was problematic given the work that he has as a cricket coach. I think that was the issue at hand that he mentioned, and that's why we're not seeing him at this point. Now, as it relates to other candidates, I can't speak to Stephen Lashley, for instance, but I can certainly tell you that the party, in essence, wanted to head in the direction where it says, okay, you've told us that this is a resounding no, and we want to bring new candidates. For instance, I think the Democratic Party has 24 new candidates. That's the largest turnover of candidates in political history. So 4 returning MPs and 2 individuals that ran before it, which would be Vernon Pisa and Nicholas Ali, and 3 actually Roderick Hines. But all the others are completely new candidates. And they think that the discussion Tennyson is having regarding relooking the 2013 to 2018 period, I don't think many people want to focus on failure. They would rather dust it under the carpet, so to speak, and show you something shiny going forward, which would be your new slate of candidates in essence, because that it's an electoral response as opposed to a philosophical response. I get your point, Tennyson, about the party needing to have that philosophical response. But in a period of austerity where the Barbados Labour Party itself is engaging in similar things as well too, as it relates to taxation, for instance, as it relates to various types of austerity, then the lines begin to blur between those types of things. So I think the Democratic Labour Party may very well not need to have that philosophical discussion, because the realities are is that people too have also faced similar circumstances under this current administration. So I think they were thinking along the lines of an electoral response as opposed to a philosophical response on where the party stands. And I don't think it's completely fair to say that the party has not shown what it stands for. I think the manifesto, for instance, said that the tertiary education situation, for instance, is done and dusted, and the party supports, for instance, returning and continuing the policy of the Motley administration regarding tertiary education. So they've made some inroads and have highlighted where they have gone wrong by stating where they would go without having to state outright that they have made a mistake. I don't think we've ever heard politicians say, for instance, regarding administrations, that they have made a mistake and they apologize. We hardly see it.
Maureen, I'm sure you would like to weigh in on this particular aspect of the discussion.
Thank you, Vic. I support Dr. Joseph's comments and a lot of what Devron said, but I would just like to add my own comments. Yes, the LP lost considerable popular support, and while there's reason to believe that the DLP has regained some populist support, the extent of it is still hard to tell because it has only been 3 years, a short time, and negative memories are still fresh in the minds of some of the electorate. But having said that, I would hasten to say that the DLP as a political machine or a unit has not disintegrated. And I think it's largely due to the concerted efforts of the president and those working internally within the party to fix the fractures and the blows that the party got in 2018. So I think the DLP has done well in keeping itself together. And it was demonstrated in the resurgence of energy that was displayed during the campaign. But there's one important aspect that I felt that the Democratic Labour Party needed to pay greater attention to. And Tennyson alluded to it. In fact, he mentioned it, repairing the image of the party. The DLP needed to do more to repair the image of the party, because in my view, the image of the DLP was more damaged and more fractured than the organization itself. So I think that the image rebuilding is something that they could have concentrated on as part of the sustained efforts to re-engineer the party. And Tennyson mentioned it, and Deborah mentioned it, the many allegations, the accusations that were leveled against the party before and after the elections. So these allegations weren't too long ago, and some of them, as I said, are still fresh in the minds of the electorate. So to me, in order to remove the stains, so to speak, the Democratic Labour Party would have had to rebuff, correct, respond to some of those allegations and offer explanations to the public, So the fact that they demitted office and they didn't do it is one of the weaknesses that I myself perceive in the party. Now, the Democratic Labour Party has fought well, whether we want to admit it or not. They have fought well in this election for a party that was so low down. They've shown they have stamina, and that's all anybody could ask a party that was decimated 30-0 in 2018 to do. I think there's further work to be done in terms of repairing the image, rebuilding the image of the party. That needs to be done. On the issue of new candidates, this narrative was put out there by a person who has a platform. And that narrative consistently criticized the new candidates of the Democratic Labour Party. I want to begin by saying I do not know one politician that has never started out first by being new. You have to start somewhere. However, it is the quality of the candidates. And I've had a chance to see some of them, and there are some strong, promising candidates. So I dare say Madam President Verla de Pisas has selected, well, not selected, but she has attracted, or the Democratic Labour Party, I should say, has managed to attract some very viable political prospects for the future. But how sufficiently well have they resonated with the public? Time will tell. When the boxes come in and the numbers are tallied, we would know. But that's not to say that we should discard of them. That is not to say they have no political futures. And that is not to say that newcomers in either of the political parties should not vie for holding electoral office. We have to stop this disingenuous narrative about new candidates. This was a narrative that was put out there that was so wrong on so many levels. The whole issue of returning candidates, I suppose, and I can't speak for the president of the Democratic Labour Party and who's responsible, who sits on the executive, but I suspect that the amount of new candidates, 24 that we hear about, are as a result of attempts being made to rebrand the party, re-engineer the party to make it more palatable to the public. Has it done what it's supposed to do? It's hard to tell at this stage. But what I see is a future, a promising future for some of those candidates, because their quality, some of them really did impress me with their levels of contribution. They displayed a certain level of maturity. They spoke well on the platform. The younger ones were able to resonate well with more younger audience or more younger electorate, and that spoke well for the Democratic Labour Party. But I think they have to go back, and Dr. Joseph articulated it well, not to revisit past pains per se, but to discuss the accusations and to remove some of the notions that are already embedded in the minds of the electorate about the Democratic Labour Party. They cannot move forward with that kind of image being imprinted in the minds of the electorate. They have to do something to correct it, remove it. We hope with time it will disappear, because a former Prime Minister Barbados said Barbadians got short memories. But I don't think that's necessarily true. We remember what we want to remember. If anything, we have convenient memories. So I think that's one of the areas that the Democratic Labour Party need to work on. And I said earlier, I do not think that they sufficiently appeal to their base. I thought that that could have been made more strident. I thought that they needed to do more to call out a Democratic Labour Party support. If not, perhaps we might have seen a greater flow coming out to the various polling stations throughout the day. I guess the results will tell us if that is so or not. But I was not satisfied that they had stridently called out their support, called them to arms, so that they will have a chance at least regaining a fair amount of seats, if not taking the government.
Well, any one of us who has spoken on any kind of public medium, anyone who has stood up on a stage and had to speak, those of us who've been in public life of one kind or another, not necessarily political, we know that public speaking is something that it just doesn't happen overnight. We know it can be quite a scary kind of event when you have to get up and speak publicly. So if you are a first timer, well, it's perhaps if you haven't had that experience, you are bound to make some mistakes. And I think we all saw some errors being made by candidates who were fairly exuberant and so on. But those can be forgiven on the basis that these are you're still honing your art, your skill as a public speaker. Your comment?
Me? Yes. I don't have a difficulty with what you're saying. but I wasn't necessarily, I don't know if, but you see, the comments about the criticisms being levied at the new candidates was made before these candidates actually hit the platform. Um, Before the once the election was announced and the list of candidates were named, there was a slew of criticisms against these young people. And I wondered how the person making those comments could have lived with himself. They were erroneous, they were misleading and highly inappropriate. As I said, every person who becomes a politician started new. You cannot start out unless you're returning, you're not new. But these young people that I have heard, many of them, as I said, were able to resonate well with their own peers. And when it's time to be serious, oh, let me give an example. Dawn Marie Armstrong. This young lady impressed me. I know there was some confusion and concerning some comments she would have made, and she apologized. And I heard the sincerity in what she said. I don't recall ever hearing of people in this country apologize for making inappropriate comments on political platforms in the manner that she has. So I tip my hat to her. She's certainly a bright spark for the Democratic Labour Party. There's Rashid Belgrave, and that's in I think that's Christchurch Central, West Central. That's the constituency where that the incumbent Ryan Strawn currently, well, contested and won in 2018. Rashid resonates well with the youth in Wotton and in those general areas. But then he comes back and he's serious and he articulates strong policy, how he intends to help these young people. So with that mix, I can see him attracting popular support, not only the youth, but also the more mature people who are in his constituencies. So you cannot get into these discussions about newness of candidates and discourage, because I haven't gone forward. You haven't gone forward. None of us here have gone forward. These new candidates have gone forward. So if they didn't go forward, perhaps we would not have 30 candidates or 24 candidates going forward to represent in this upcoming election. So we have to be mindful as political commentators on the criticisms we levy and the things that we put in the minds of the electorate, because we have a care of duty, a care of responsibility to say the right things.
Apropos what you just said and the campaign, was this a particularly how would you rate this campaign? Was this a nasty campaign? Was it a okay campaign? Was it a what was it? What was the level of debate like in this campaign? How would anybody on the panel rate it? Devron, you, and then perhaps Tennyson.
Well, regarding the quote-unquote nastiness of the campaign, I think this was probably one of the cleanest campaigns we've seen. Now, there are a couple of reasons why that might be the case. The shortness of the campaign, for instance, it was just merely 3 weeks. And you have a circumstance where, let's be honest, everybody was on the back foot. We only really saw the campaign begun, I think, on the 2nd of January or thereabout. So you've had that circumstance. And then you have to consider the energy in the room as well, too. Because previous elections obviously would not have been in COVID, and you would have individuals on platforms who are surrounded by tremendous amount of energy and supporters, and sometimes in that context, certain things may happen and certain things may be said. So you've not had that level of mobilization and people coming together, and that political energy being generated because the campaign was by and large via social media. Not saying there weren't meetings and there weren't spot meetings or what's not, but it wasn't the large picnics and the excursions and these very huge mass meetings that we would have seen in the past. So I think also candidates and political parties in general recognize that going digital and going on social media and having that approach, in essence, means that what you say and what you do follows you, in essence, for the rest of your political life. We know the candidate, for instance, is Christchurch East. How his utterances in 2018, for instance, still continue to haunt him. So moving the campaign to a more digital and social media platform has, in essence, I would say, reduced some of the nastiness and dirtiness from the candidates, less so I would say from the populists, but that's a different discussion. And in essence, I would say that just having that different type of campaign has changed the way the campaign has been done. Regarding the issues coming up the campaign, the level of debate, unfortunate reality is that I don't find that there was a considerable amount of, I would say, quality discussion coming out of the campaign, which is unfortunate because, but which is not surprising because generally we see social media as a tool for entertainment. So it's not surprising that when you put politics on a platform of entertainment, that politics becomes entertainment in itself. So I've not seen very elevated discussions coming out of the campaign. And again, I think by and large it's because of the timing of it. The election was called within 3 years. The campaign was a short period. We didn't have time to digest manifestos. The LP had some difficulties in launching their own. And there were just several other things that contributed to the fact that the discussion was not as elevated as it could have been. So you don't have, for instance, a Democrat Labour Party who has a slew of candidates who've already been in government, who've been in ministries and who've been MPs and what's not, that can really have that insider view of governance and that insider view of politics as you would have had, let's say, in a 2008 campaign or a 2013 campaign, for instance. So there are a host of different things coming together that is said that I would say rather has been a benefit as it relates to the type of campaign regarding the sleuths of intensity on the platform, and then some disadvantages given the fact that the seriousness of the campaign was not there as it relates to policy.
Okay. We're going to get some other views, and perhaps Tennyson and Maureen can weigh in as well. But I want to go over to Julius at 5 minutes before 10 o'clock. It's looking like it's going to be another long night tonight, like 2018. But let's get an update from Julius and see what's happening on the ground at the various counting centers. And then after that, when we come back, we're going to take a break, and we can come back in the next segment and have a look at some of the other issues. I want to talk about the Guy Hewitt factor too as well. So I'd like to introduce that into the discussion at the following the break too as well. Julius, what's the latest update for us?
Can't hear.
Unmute your mic.
I think your mic is...
The vote has begun in half. The count has begun in half of the constituencies, the 30 constituencies being contested in this general election. Those are the pictures from Queen's College, the counting center for St. James South, where earlier our Kareem Smith reported. And you see a bus there pulling up to bring the boxes in, and the count began at St. James South. I believe it should have begun by now. What I can tell you, though, that at the Lord School, that seemed to be pretty much first out of the blocks this evening. At St. John at the Lord School, the counting is underway. At St. Michael East, let's look at the St. Michael corridor. St. Michael East counting began at 9:03. At St. Michael Southeast at the Parkinson School, where the Education Minister, Sandia Bradshaw, will be looking to hold on to her seat, that count has begun. At St. Michael South Central, the contest between a former tourism minister in the person of Richard Seeley and the investment minister in the person of Marsha Cattle for the Barbados Labour Party, that counting has begun at the St. Michael School. In St. Thomas, at the Sharon Moravian Church, the count is underway. Also in St. Thomas, but actually in St. James North, Gordon Greenwich Primary School, where the count has begun for St. James North. In St. George, at 9 the box, they figured out how to open the box, and the count began at the St. George Secondary School for the constituency of St. George North. The count is also underway. The battle of the leader of the Democratic Labour Party seeking to get a foot in Parliament, but that count is underway at the Darrell Jordan Secondary School. Over in Christchurch, let's look at the Christchurch situation. The Christchurch corridor has counting begun in the last 30 minutes or so. The count began in the Wildy Gymnasium for Christchurch East Central. Now, Christchurch East, the boxes were all in, and we were sure that the count would begin at 9:30. So we're hoping to get an update as to whether that has actually happened. the boxes arrived at Christchurch West, and that happened at just short of 10 minutes to 10. So it's going to be a situation of hurry up and wait for a number of these constituencies, and then they'll all come crashing in, we suspect, within the next hour or so, at least the first boxes. And when we get those figures in, they'll be put in live to our decision desk, and you'll get the results. Still 0-all in this match, and we'll get back to you with further updates. The counting underway in St. Michael Northeast now, I can tell you. That's at the St. Matthew's Primary School. And I'm being told that the counting was underway since just past half past, at about 8:35 or so. So we're looking forward to getting some of the early returns from that constituency of St. Michael Northeast. And of course, St. Michael Northeast has a keen interest from our perspective for one of the seats that to watch by as a certain Damien Griffith will be up against someone by the name of Roy Eric Turney. And then there's someone by the name of Mia Amor Motley, who is the incumbent for St. Michael Northeast. I can tell you the count has begun there. Now that Mia Amor Motley is the incumbent and the leader of the Barbados Labour Party. And that's where we go to now at the headquarters at Robert Street and join Manny Joseph.
Julian? Well, the Labour Party supporters have started to camp out here on Robert Street outside the headquarters. They have their chairs, they have their refreshments, and they are all clad in their red. The stage is literally set here at Robert Street because there's a physical stage for the speeches and so on after the results are all in. And so as we speak, the supporters are just waiting for the results to start coming in. And right now they're actually marking the station, the CBC station. And there's a big screen here that everybody can see and listen to. But right now, Barbados Day is letting you know that the atmosphere here at Robert Street is not as exciting rather as in 2018, maybe because of the COVID and the crowds don't want to come out and be infected or affected by the COVID. But I can tell you, as I said before, the supporters are here, are ready for the results. Manuel Joseph here from Robert Street, BLP headquarters, Barbados Today. Back to you.
Back to you. Let's
Managers
take
are
a
there on the
break.
left line
Yeah.
from Robert Street and the Barbados Labour Party headquarters. So with a roughly going on 3/5 of the seats being counted so far, not yet heard from the city of Bridgetown. I should expect that the count must be underway there because that's one of the smaller, tighter constituencies where the boxes aren't terribly large. Talking about Harrison College or also Westbury Primary, maybe one of the larger ones. But when you come down to some of those boxes, just less than 200 votes in all for all the candidates in that particular box. So we should be expecting to get a count from there. And we're now getting some of the very, very earliest figures. We're going to tally those out and come right back to you, Vic.
Very much, Julius. We're going to go to break. When we come back, if Julius has an update on the numbers, we'll take those. If not, we'll try to see if we can reconnect with Emmanuel Joseph at BLP headquarters. But your quality was maybe you need to get closer to a better signal, Emmanuel. But we try to come back to you after the break. So let's go to break, and we'll come back and see what Emmanuel has and get an update then from Julius. See what the numbers are looking like and whether we have any actual numbers as yet. This is the Barbados Today Decision 2022, the elections.
When dehydration strikes, adults and kids can get advanced rehydration from Pedialyte. Pedialyte liters quickly replenish lost fluids, zinc, and electrolytes to help prevent dehydration and to help you feel better fast.
Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab a oasis, now why wait? Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab a oasis, now why wait? The greatest, the safest oasis for sure. Oasis, it's purer than pure.
Caribbean Cool is a refreshing juice drink that contains 100% vitamin C that you can enjoy any time of the day. It has a refreshingly awesome range of Caribbean flavors: Morby, orange, fruit punch, pineapple, sorrel, and pineapple coconut. Suitable for any occasion. Caribbean Cool.
Decision 2022. Well, we don't have any decisions just yet. Let's see if Emmanuel Joseph is in a better position, if the signal is any better, and then we go to Julius. So, Manny, are you there? Emmanuel? Julius, maybe you better take it then.
Okay. All right, we're trying to sort out a little snafu. There's snafus all around. There's snafus of people trying to get boxes open at county centers. So forgive us for a moment. You're not missing any action thus far. We can tell you that the count is underway in the majority, just the majority now, of the constituencies. There's still some outliers. St. Thomas, for example, that has begun. But St. Andrew, across the bay, I'm not getting any report from them yet. St. Peter, we're expecting some information as to whether the count has begun. So far, boxes were still coming in. We hope that by now they should be there, and the count should be underway. So far, St. John, the count is underway. St. Michael East, the count is underway. So too at St. Michael Southeast and St. Michael South Central. In St. Thomas, at the Shem Moravian Church, the count is underway in the Moore Auditorium there. At St. James North at the Gordon Greenwich Primary School, counting is underway. St. George North at the St. George Secondary School, the count began at 9:05. Up to St. Lucie, the Darrell Jordan Secondary School, the count is underway. At Christchurch East Central, the Wilde Gymnasium, at 9:20, the counting began. Now let's look at the St. Philip corridor. So far, I'm getting reports of the count underway at St. Philip North and St. Philip West. Hoping to get some result on St. Philip South. I can tell you St. George South has begun counting at the Allerton Primary School, and at Combermere, St. Michael Central, the count is underway. We're going to hope to hear something from the rest of the Christchurch corridor, St. Michael, Christchurch East and Christchurch West. Nothing heard so far from the city of Bridgetown, but I'm now getting some early returns for St. John. And so far, interesting result for JA1. That's the St. Margaret's Primary School, St. Margaret's Church, I beg your pardon. Charles Griffith for the Barbados Labour Party, 163 votes. Andre Worrell, 112. At JA2, Charles Griffith leads by 2-1 against Andre Worrell, 250 for Charles Griffith, Andre Worrell, 115. A closer run thing at JA3, but Andre Worrell still trails Charles Griffith, roughly by 2-1. 85 votes for Charles Griffith, 49 for Andre Worrell. So again, in 3 boxes for St. John, JA1, JA2, and JA3. St. Margaret's, you may recall in 2018, that really sounded the death knell for the safe seat that was the Democratic Labour Party law for more than a half of a century. And right now, in terms of a challenge to regain that seat, it's not looking good for Andrew Worrell representing the DLP. So Charles Griffith, 163. Andrew Worrell, 112. Really much stronger margin of victory for Charles Griffith. the MP and Minister for Water Resources. 215 votes, 250 votes in JA2, and Andrea were 115. And by half, bettered by half, Charles Griffith by 85 votes to Andrew Rolls 49. Those are the results coming in just for St. John, just 3 of the boxes in. I'll come back to you in a moment with more returns as I get them.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Those are our first numbers for the evening, and I'm sure the panel would want to weigh in on those numbers. Who wants to go first? Deveron, let me give it. Yes, I'm not sure if what I said.
3.
Oh, we're taking a return.
245. Right. Repeat. Damien Griffith 32. Neil Motley 210. Eric Turney 3. Total 245. A to H 245 gas. Going to box KA1 I to Z. KA1 I to Z. Damien Griffith 24. Mia Motley 212. Eric Turney 1. KA1 I to Z. Damien Griffith 24. Mia Motley 212. Eric Turney 1. Total amount of votes cast 237.
Thank you very much indeed, Barry. Well, in fact, the electoral clerk is very much with us, Mr. Adrian Walker, and he actually has been given some results. So what I'm going to do is to join him live, but of course come back because he will get.
All right, we're back, and I didn't hear all of those, but I don't think that the numbers would be unexpected in the constituency being contested by the Prime Minister. But St. John, we have some numbers there now in St. John. So let's go to the panel and hear them weigh in. Deveron, would you like to kick it off? And we may have to butt in from time to time if the results begin to come fast and furious. So over to you, Deveron.
No problem. So what I gather from St. John thus far is that Charles is having a reasonably comfortable lead, which is an early sign that things aren't going well for Andre in St. John. Now, there are a couple of boxes that we're going to have to keep a close eye on. I know the JA1 box is one, I think it's JA2, I believe it is one of those more important boxes for the Democrat Labour Party. But certainly we will have to see how things go within the rest of the boxes. But given the fact that it's a traditionally very strong Dem seat, you would not expect those kinds of leads in a St. John. Now, not prior to the election, but we've seen, for instance, that Charles has had a good run in achieving certain things, I would say, within St. John, and I think that has been to his credit and to the credit of the Barbados Labour Party. So those I would understand would be some of the challenges that the current challenger would have, but the numbers right now, certainly in that context, would be problematic for that individual.
Tennyson?
Yeah. Okay. Well, these are important numbers from St. John, because before the election started, you're looking at St. John, St. Lucie, St. Philip North, St. Philip West, and maybe one or two others where you can say were traditionally DLP seats that they lost in 2018. So the big question was whether or not they can recover and win back their seats. Now, if you take St. John as a safe seat, you can see for now what the results suggest so far that that the BLP is holding on, or appears to be holding on, to the seat that it had won. So the kind of recovery we're hoping to see in terms of a return of the base of the DLP, we're not at this current point, we're not seeing it. So I know that Charles Griffith was a fairly competent and a minister, engaged member of the community, and so obviously we can say he's been doing well so far in retaining the seat that previously belonged to a traditional DLP seat that he won in 2018, and he appears to be holding. So if this pattern continues, then we'll have we can feel that the night will end close to a repeat of 2018.
All right.
I
I want to go back, Tennyson, to Julius for further updates. So, Julius, come in.
Let me just get back to you now on St. John and put it in a more aggregate picture, shall we? Doing away with the boxes JA1, but JA1 is important to St. Margaret's School, covering Newcastle and so on, and those areas right across to Martins Bay. That is going to be a constituency to watch, but it's not looking good in terms of the challenge by the Democratic Labour Party's candidate, Andrew, who is hoping to win back St. John as a sort of pride and joy of the Democratic Labour Party. Right now, in aggregate terms, Charles Griffith of the Barbados Labour Party is leading by 413 votes to Andre Worrell's 227, with Philippe Amy of the Alliance Party for Progress getting 19 votes. So that's the picture of a 2-to-1 margin, looking very comfortable for Charles Griffith at this point, with roughly about 3 of another 7-8 boxes that would really matter, so we could declare it one way or the other for the incumbent or the challengers. So there we are, the first figures in from St. John. Charles Griffith of the Barbados Labour Party leading by 2-to-1, 413 votes for him, Andre Worrell's 227, and Philippe Amy's 19. Now, let's move north to see whether the incumbent is going to be ousted by the challenger. In St. Lucie, joining us is our roving reporter, Kareem Smith. He's journeyed north to the Darrell Jordan Secondary School.
Yes, Julius. So I'm here, yes, at the Darrell Jordan School, and it's a very chilly night here in St. Lucie. The winds are blowing, but it's still unclear whether the winds of change are blowing. I've just spoken to our reporter here at the Darrell Jordan School, and they're still awaiting the first results. Certainly, the press on site, they're waiting the first results. All of the boxes are here. It's a quiet night. A number of people are here, but of course, just persons who are involved in the counting of votes. We haven't seen the Democratic Labour Party president and candidate for St. Lucie, Verla de Pisa, and we also haven't seen Peter Phillips, who is the incumbent, but we know that he would have won the last election by quite a handsome margin. Regardless, the sheer amount of time that this seat has been held by the Democratic Labour Party in the past makes it a seat to watch. And there is some discussion as to whether the gradual shift away from the Democratic Labour Party is a bad indication for them where this seat is concerned, and or whether the DLP message of trying to recapture seats that have traditionally been DLP seats will resonate with voters in this area. What I can tell you is that we did a feature in this constituency, and it did appear from what we were able to cover that many of the younger people are still, tend to gravitate towards Peter Phillips, whereas some of the more traditional Democratic Labour Party faithful supporters, many of them would have told me, I'm voting for the Dems regardless, and because of that, it is unclear whether those are persons who would have voted even in 2018 when the Dems were beaten quite handsomely, and that obviously would be a bad indication for the Dems. But as of this moment, all is speculation. None of the boxes we haven't gotten any of the results from the boxes, and so it continues to be a wait and see game, but quite a lot hinging on this seat because, of course, the president, Verla de Pisa, her success or failure could determine a lot in relation to who continues to be seen as the leader of the Democratic Labour Party, which, as you know, is our second oldest active political organization in the country.
All right. Kareem, thanks for that at the Darrell Jordan Secondary School and the critical constituency of St. Lucie from a Democratic Labour Party perspective. As Peter Phillips, the incumbent, the minister there for the Barbados Labour Party, is up against Verla de Pisa, the party leader of the Democratic Labour Party. Going back to the top line at the moment, St. John looking very good for the Barbados Labour Party, not very good for the Democratic Labour Party. It's 186 odd gap that needs to be filled by Andrew Worrell if he is to dethrone Charles Griffith. But you're getting a sense already that the days of safe seats by generation after generation voting for the same party, that may have changed in this general election, the second general election in which the people born in this century are voting. Vic.
The panel, what does this mean? Is there a possibility, based on this, if these early trends keep up, are we looking at another 30 Love in 2022? Is that even a possibility at this time? Let's open it up.
I think jumping here, I would have to say no, because we have a circumstance where I think the strengths of the Democratic Labour Party will remain, I would say, in the St. Philip seats. Again, you're running candidates in St. Philip like Michael Lashley as well as Dr. Eswick, who have won their constituencies handily quite well before. If you look at the swing analysis as well, too, I think Michael Lashley's constituency in St. Philip North was the second best performing seat for the Democratic Labour Party. And again, he had the seat since 2003. And he's running against a candidate who would have been a first-time candidate and who many would have said obviously came in with the tide, so to speak. And there were issues regarding representation within that constituency, for instance. The difficulty with using St. John right now may very well be a circumstance where persons might have voted for personality as opposed to party in St. John. But I think the opposite might very well occur in a St. Philip, where persons do the opposite and to the benefit rather of the Democratic Labour Party. So I think Andre may be in some trouble right now, but the Democratic Labour Party, as it relates to a 30 Love, I don't see it happening, for instance, because of those two St. Philip seats, for instance.
Dennison?
Yes, I think we have to wait and see. Let's wait and see what happens in St. Philip North and so forth. And then, of course, as the results come in, they'll be a little clearer. I would have liked to have heard, though, I know we're not putting any pressure on Julius, but I'd have liked to have heard some discussions about the turnout and so forth to get a sense as to what we're seeing compared to last election, you know. But we would have had like around 5 seats that we'd have your eye on. Naturally, say, well, these are the seats that were traditionally DLP, and let us see how they're doing. So let us wait until we see the St. Philip ones, St. Philip North in particular, and perhaps St. Philip West, and we can judge. I think we were able to call it very early last year when we had heard certain what appeared at the time to be strange when we heard St. John and so forth. But it's no longer strange. It was it happened last election, and the question this election was whether or not we wanted to test whether or not the DLP would have clawed back enough to win some of the traditional seats back. So far, in this very traditional, or used to be traditional DLP seat, the results don't seem to be pointing to that clawing back so far.
All right, Maureen?
Well, I have to concur with everything that Tennyson and everyone said. But for me, I would like to get a sense of the numbers by polling districts. Once all the boxes come in and they're tallied, that will give you a better sense on who has the edge. So I would prefer to wait for that type of analysis to come in, but certainly from some of the key boxes, you may gauge a sense, but then there's some boxes that may surprise you. So I would want to get the tallies based on the polling districts so that I would know in LA1 it's completed, all the boxes are in, and this is the final tally before I, make further inferences or draw conclusions.
All right. Thank you for that. We still have a long way to go. And as you said, there are only a few boxes thus far. So we have to really wait and see what the trend looks like. But Certainly, one would have expected, as Tennyson said, that St. John would be one of the seats that the DLP would be looking very strongly at. I raised the question before we went to break, and I'm not sure if we have how relevant it would be at this time, but I had raised the question of the Guy Hewitt, what I call the Guy Hewitt factor, where a guy had come back and challenged the leader, and then once he lost the election for the leadership, we essentially didn't hear anything more from him. And I wonder what your view is on Guy Hewitt, and is there a future for him within the Democratic Labour Party? And if so, how do you see that?
That question's for me, Vic.
Anybody on the panel?
All right. But Vic, you had asked about the platform speeches and so on. And Devon got a chance to speak to, and I would like to offer some comments on what I've heard. And let me tell you, Vic, the best bipartisan platform speech I heard was from the Barbados Labour Party platform, and that came from Ralph Torn. I think it was an excellent speech. He brought historical facts. He was able to instill the image of the noble parliamentarian and what they do and the types of policies over the years that both administrations were able to implement on behalf of the people. So his was a very excellent speech to my mind, and he brought it right home to the candidate running in the area. On the Democratic Labour Party side, there were a couple of memorable speeches from some of the young people, Dawn Marie, of course, and of course there was Rashid Belgrave, there was Dr. Ronnie Yewood, and Derek Allen. I thought that Derek Allen had an interesting message to share with the public. But in terms of serious debate, in terms of discussing the issues of leadership, performance, accountability, those are the issues that I thought that that was missing from the entire campaign. You asked the question now about, remind me of the question.
Guy Hewitt.
Guy Hewitt, right. I was one who was not in favor of the approach that Guy Hewitt took to the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party. As I said, he ran a very public and necessary campaign. But the advantage of what he did energized Mr. Pisa. And I thought it gave her a platform from which to build, from which to assert herself and to prove that she's a leader. There was room for Guy if he accepted, if he did not have other duties and responsibilities that he had attended to. But I did not like his approach, and with all good conscience, I could not support the manner in which Mr. Hewitt went to take over the leadership. I felt it was based on false notions about the internal workings of the party. I thought it was based on false notions of his own ability. I'm not saying that he hasn't got abilities that could contribute or lend to the development of the Democratic Labour Party. I'm just saying his style, his approach, reaching out to elitist groups in society, speaking as though it was a presidential campaign he was conducting. He didn't even have a seat that he was duly noted to contest, that he was given the nod for as the candidate. So, constituency that he was given the nod for. And so I could not support, in all fairness, and Verla had worked hard. She was the glue that kept the party together. She was the one who was able to I'm not sure.
I'm not sure myself
what happened.
But
what that is about.
well, hold your thoughts. Let's see.
Sure.
If in fact we are going over to, that looks like Roebuck Street to me. So is it that we're getting a report from Roebuck Street? I'm not sure what the jubilation is about there. Maybe there's some live entertainment or something. All right, so let's continue on, Maureen.
Yes. So I was saying I really couldn't support Guy Hewitt for all those reasons. However, He has some talent, he has some skills that could definitely benefit the party. And if he were interested, I'm sure the party would embrace him um, with a snap of the finger.
All right. So he was like a gravedigger starting from the top and not really working his way up through the corridors of power. Yeah.
There you
All right.
go.
Yeah. All right. Tennyson, any thoughts on
Well, I'm just reflecting on the performance there in St. John. I'm thinking it's linked to that discussion. I mean, we can't ignore it. I think a lot of the decisions that Ms. DePisa made, I heard it being alluded to by Devon when he was speaking about the old and the new. I think a lot of her candidate selection decisions had to do with an eye on the leadership question itself. So when Ms. Holder says that guy, we didn't have a seat, I think part of the leader's strategy would have been to put in people who are not challenging her in seats, and if they are endorsed candidates, then that closes the gap. So perhaps I'm wondering if perhaps in St. John, a more seasoned candidate, I know Devon has this, I know we had a discussion about new candidates and weak candidates, but I'm just thinking that you're looking at seats that you want to win, and then you send this possible person.
I need to break in and to go to Julius because I'm seeing some red beginning to emerge. Julius, update us, please. You're muted.
That's the picture there, Vic, the Barbados Labour Party leading in those constituencies. Charles Griffith in St. John, pulling away now from Andre Worrell. A lot of work there for him to do, and not much time to do it. Charles Griffith, Barbados Labour Party, comfortably ahead with 775 votes against Worrell's 498 for the Barbados Labour Party, and Philippe Amies of the Alliance Party for Progress at 38 votes. So once again, Charles Griffith comfortably in the lead for the Barbados Labour Party. The work that he had done to try to bring water to a water-starved constituency with the water augmentation project, that might have borne fruit. And Charles Griffith could feel that might have poured in for him in the pipeline some votes. 775 so far to Worrell's 498 for the Democratic Labour Party. Philippe Amies of the Alliance Party for Progress, 38. Let's move now to the St. Michael corridor and any jitters that supporters of the Prime Minister might be having might be allayed because she is well ahead of her challenger, Damien Griffith of the Democratic Labour Party. 1,172 votes so far for Mia Mottley of the BLP against 189 votes for Charles Griffith of the Democratic Labour Party. To Christchurch South, and another comfortable lead so far, the Barbados Labour Party in the person of Ralph Thorne, the senior counsel, leading there with 544 votes against Mark Laurent of the DLP, 130 votes, with Pan-Africanist Buddy Larrier, an independent, 23 votes, bested by another independent, Donald Leacock, with 33 votes. So comfortable leads for the Bees in St. John, in St. Michael Northeast, expected, and in Christchurch South. Let's go now to St. James North. Edmund Hickson, formerly the Home Affairs Minister, took a backseat in this Parliament before it was dissolved. The Barbados Labour Party, 635 votes for him. And Charles Worrell of the Democratic Labour Party, the newcomer there, only mustering 79 votes so far in St. James North. Again, it is early, but this kind of pattern we began to see in 2018, where there was a very strong response by the electorate to the Barbados Labour Party in the constituencies. And even in the ones that we would have considered relatively battleground-ish, as in the case of St. John, where all that was needed was roughly an 8% swing away from the Barbados Labour Party for that seat to return to Democratic Labour Party territory. That isn't happening thus far at all. So there we are with the picture in St. John, in St. Michael Northeast, in Christchurch South, and when I get some more returns, I'll bring them back to. But for the moment, the the Barbados Labour Party, is very much in the lead. And the Democratic Labour Party, the DLP, will have some work to do to be able to say that they've created some level of opposition. But this is going to be looking already another runaway night that the Labour Party and the folks in Roebuck Street and the supporters can feel justly proud that this early election, the risk that was taken was a risk that's paying off. Vic.
All right. Thank you very much, Julia. So I interrupted Dr. Joseph. So Tennyson, let me come back to you. You have a bit more of meat there to chew on. Still not enough, but we are seeing some early signs of some kind of trends emerging in some of the constituencies. Let me give it back to you, Tennyson, because you were up when we interrupted you.
Okay. All right. So I'm not quite sure what I was saying at the time. I think we were discussing the Guy Hewitt factor.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was making the point about Villa de Pisa and her candidate choices. So there was a view that she was ready for the election in terms of the slate of candidates, but that readiness for the election, that filling up of the slates of candidates, had more to do with staving off potential leadership challenges than it had to do with actually a slate that was ready to fight the election as a whole and to give credible performances in their respective constituencies. But I think the trend is clear. Now I heard Julius when he said the gamble paid off. I don't think there was really any doubt that the victory of the DLP was assured. The question was really, well, what we getting one answer to one of the questions as to whether or not the DLP would gain any seats, and so far it doesn't look, although we haven't heard the St. Philip numbers coming yet, it doesn't look that way so far. But also I think there would still be questions raised, because one of my arguments is if it were held in a year later, I have a strong feeling that the result would basically be the same in relation to the levels of organization of the DLP, etc. So it will be left in the end. The question will still be left of asking why the election. But so far, it is clear that the electorate has not yet changed their minds, especially in those traditionally strong DLP seats. The electorate is keeping faith with the BLP, and what we saw in 2018 appears to be continuing now in 2022.
All right. Thank you. Devron, you're next, and then Maureen. And then we'll see whether Julius has anything further for us. If I raise my hand, I may have to interrupt you during the course of your comments.
No problem at all. And I would have to agree with Dr. Joseph for the most part, but I'm very curious as well as to what the turnouts are as well. So you will see the results of the two parties and the extension of the parties regarding the individuals and everything else. But I would definitely want to see whether the turnout is above that 50% mark, because we certainly would not want a government that's elected with less than 50% of the national vote. So that is certainly one of the concerns that it would be raising. Regarding the situation of the Guy Hewitt factor, you asked whether, or you point towards the fact that he is no longer a pirate. And clearly it was an all or nothing type of situation for him, where if he did not win the presidency, then in essence he would not be assisting the party going forward. Now, if the party does not do well tonight, is that vindication for him to the extent that he would be able to possibly challenge and lead the party going forward? That is certainly not something that we can answer immediately. But so far, it does seem as though the questions regarding his challenges to leadership and the fact that Vernon may not have been the best person to lead the party into the election, the early results may very well be an indication of that. Although leadership was one of the key considerations, yes, there are other influences as well that would determine an election. And I think Tennyson pointed towards the fact that the candidates, yes, you may have a slew of candidates that fill a slot, but are the candidates able and capable of, in essence, defeating incumbent candidates, even in seats that are relatively comfortable for the Democratic Labour Party? But again, I remain very curious about St. Philip North, St. Philip West, St. Michael North East, no, rather St. Michael North West, sorry, and St. Michael South Central, as well as St. Lucie naturally as well too. So it's still early, and I would definitely want to see the breakdown and the turnouts of these boxes. But so far, it seems as though that the Dems again have stayed home.
All right. There's a view I've heard expressed, Maureen, and I'm sure you have some comments on the previous two speakers, but I've heard a view expressed that Guy Hewitt really energized Verla de Pisa. So in some respects that he really was good for the party, that they sort of, there was this activity and momentum. Your comments?
Definitely, he did bring some energy to the party, and I thought it was useful for Verla. It actually set fire to her feet, so to speak. And not only bringing the energy, I think he has some useful skills. I think under the right circumstances, he's a very good speaker, and he's able to relate well with the audience. And not only that, I would imagine he's an excellent fundraiser based on what I heard in terms of the amount of funds he was able to attract for his presidential campaign, which we know was not. It was just an internal election, a normal election to decide the executive for the party. But if he had not, I think the hubris that he displayed also did him in, so to speak. And if he had come with an olive branch, olive leaf, extend help, and show that he wants to work, I think that more members in the party would have embraced him. And as Devon pointed out, stumps, gone with your ball and back, game over. So, but I think that if he wanted to come back, he should not be deterred from doing so. Certainly, I remember the president's speech, victory speech, and in that speech, an olive branch was extended to him. And for reasons known best to him, he did not accept. But I want to say something about the votes and so on. I look at the tally for the St. John seat, and I looked at the 2018 results. Now, and I'm looking at it, y'all doing it by box. As I said, I like to do it by polling district, because that's when all the boxes come in. You get a final tally, and then, you go according to all the polling districts, and you get a final total. Now, the BLP obviously it was won by Griffith, Charles Griffith. He got 2,983 votes. And at the time, it was George Pilgrim who got 1,598 votes. Now, if Worrell doesn't come close to that 1,598 that George Pilgrim got, and if it gets considerably less, that should tell you that the popular support or the electorate in St. John are not ready to see the Democratic Labour Party holding that seat again. And it shows to some extent that Charles Griffith has done considerable work, that they're impressed with the things that Mr. Griffith was able to have done for the party. And don't forget, the St. John seat has been a seat of discussion, much discussion and debate, considering it's a seat held by two prime ministers of Barbados. And there was the cry that that parish was neglected. If Charles Griffith, if the people believe, I should say, that Charles Griffith is the man and has come and accomplished things that was not done for the past 25, 30 years or so, then they would have spoken to him affirmatively by giving him their vote. But if Andre Worrell doesn't surpass the 1,598 that George Pilgrim got, or doesn't come close to it, it is suggesting to me it's a flat out rejection of the Democratic Labour Party candidate.
All right. Julius, I don't know if you have any, I'm getting some messages from people about St. George North. So I'm not sure if you have anything there, but again, based on information that is being fed to me, it appears as if there's a momentum there with Tony Moore too as well. So I'm just wondering if Julius has anything updated at the moment from any other constituencies. Julius? If not, we'll continue our discussion. Yeah.
I think I'm missing. Sorry.
Yeah, Julius. Yes.
So far, the Barbados Labour Party is very much in the lead in Christchurch South. In St. Michael Northeast, of course, the Prime Minister comfortably ahead uh, against the challenger Damien Griffith there. In St. Michael Southeast, the Education Minister, Santia Bradshaw, for the Barbados Labour Party, very comfortably ahead, 976 votes aggregate for Santia Bradshaw against Pedro Shepherd's 187, and Patrick Tanis for the Alliance Party of Progress, 60 votes. Over in St. George, we've not yet got a response. St. Philip, north or west, north, south, or west. And of course, we've already had the result coming in from St. John as we pretty much reached the threshold there and can declare by my vote. This is the law school, St. John, the returning officer there.
JFZ, Amy 9, Griffith 91, Worrell 57, JB1 88, Amy 4, Griffith 94, Worrell 70, JB1 I to Z, Amy 4, Griffith 72, Worrell 97.
All right, so that's not a declaration. It's just the results coming in for some more boxes. But so far, Charles Griffith of the Barbados Labour Party well in the lead at last report, 775 votes to Andre Worrell of the Democratic Labour Party, the challenger, 498, with Philippe Amy, the third party candidate, getting 38 votes there in St. John. So again, the picture is looking like a very, very good night for Mia Motley and the Bees in St. John, where there was some hope that the Democratic Labour Party could regain what used to be a safe seat. We'll have to say used to be on current form because the vote very much seems with the incumbent in the person of Charles Griffith there in St. John. So there's the picture with the Barbados Labour Party. You can start to fill in, and we can call pretty much St. Michael Northeast, of course. But out of respect, we'll wait at least until the returning officer has his say. But I think we can safely say that that is a comfortable margin of victory that will be impossible now for the challenger, Damien Griffith, to overcome if, again, and has been pointed out already, the turnout is sufficiently low that we're not counting as many seats, as many votes in the boxes as we did in 2018. That's the picture there. Nothing yet so far from St. George. We'll keep our ears and eyes open for results from those rural constituencies. Back now to you for the moment.
I'm told that there's some other media are reporting numbers out of St. George, so we might need to get our person on the ground there to feed that information back in. So let's see what we can find out on the ground there from St. George. But let's go to the panel in the meantime.
Yeah, I was saying I don't think one of the issues I wanted to raise was, I mean, I've been hearing a lot of discussion about the candidates in their constituencies and so forth. But again, we can't discount the larger leadership question. So in the strength of Mia Motley and her leadership stature, the influence it would have had throughout the country, because I was watching a lot of the campaigning, and I saw the BLP looking very comfortable in St. John in the nightly meetings and so forth. So obviously the leadership factor is one of, I guess we can't really measure it in a strict way, but you can certainly feel that the whole country from the 2018 election, at least the 2018 election was one where they were unseating government. But the 2022 election would have meant that the leadership of Mia Mottley would have been under scrutiny. In 2018, the leadership of Frederick Stewart was under scrutiny. But in 2022, after three years or 3.5 years in office, the country is now weighing and making their voice heard. So I certainly think that the results we're seeing in St. John, that's why I am a bit I know we have the um, traditional St. Philip DLP seats, but I'm not sure we can discount and discard the strength of Mia Mottley in the whole country, influencing the direction of those or even those seats. The one difference in St. Philip, I think everyone alluded to it, would be the fact that you have some, in the case of St. Philip West, a very seasoned DLP campaigner running against a first-time BLP candidate, and in St. Philip North, you would have a very seasoned DLP campaigner running against a relatively inexperienced person in the person of Dr. Sonia Brown. But I should say that Dr. Sonia Brown exhibited a particular style, a personality style on the platform. And of course, she has not couched herself as a bulldog politician, but she has couched herself in terms of a family person, and she speaks as a doctor, kind of motherly, caring. And that I found the way she brought it across the platforms was extremely effective. So I'm just saying there that perhaps we might have to weigh that the mere Motley leadership factor in, the way she might have been able to pull up some of her candidates. And in fact, much of the BLP campaign was structured around her, which you see her posters were dominant. In every constituency, there was a big poster of Mia Motley and one alongside the candidate. So it was really a leadership campaign that appears so far to be showing some kind of success in relation to how the country sees Mia Mottley and their willingness to give her a further term in the same affirmative way that they did in the last election, although she has been in office for three years as prime minister.
What I would say here, to understand, I would caution regarding our saying the country, because again, we still don't know what the term. So I would caution regarding saying affirmative from the country. But I would add to that, but in essence, saying that the Barbados Labour Party has long run what I would consider a presidential campaign in a parliamentary democracy. So they've always had this very maximum leader type of approach with Adams, Arthur, and Mayor, and that frontal face and presidential approach. You're not voting for your constituent representative; you're voting for the prime minister slash really president of Barbados. Well, I should say that in the context of a new president, but certainly the leader of the political party. Whereas the Democratic Labour Party has seemingly run, I would say, constituency campaigns where they have used the numbers of constituencies to form government, and they've certainly won, I would say, seats, despite the fact that their government was not in power. So the Democratic Labour Party and the Barbados Labour Party have taken two different approaches towards how campaigns are run. The Barbados Labour Party having that presidential approach, versus the Democratic Labour Party having a more grassroots and constituency approach. But in the age of social media and in the age of imagery and branding and those various things, I think the approach to the Barbados Labour Party has taken is seemingly more effective than the Democratic Labour Party, because particularly in the COVID environment where candidates will not have been able to hit the ground as they would have been before and canvass as they would have been before the short election and what's not. We've had a situation where the Motley factor has been frontal in our face for the last 3.5 years.
All right, we're going to go to Julius because he has some more results. So let's go over to Julius. Your mic is muted, I believe.
My apologies. This is a different kind of live TV than you and I are used to, but we're going to get it. We're going to get the hang of it by the end of the night, I hope. We're journeying north now to St. Lucie and to the Gerald Jordan Secondary School, where our Kareem Smith is standing by to give us the very latest returns, as Verla de Pisa is hoping to unseat Peter Phillips in St. Lucie.
Yes, Julius, well, we've just heard from the returning officer, Dr. Colin Cumberbatch here at the Darrell Jordan Secondary School. He's given us information on the first two boxes, and thus far, he's given us results from polling box LA 1 A to G, where Verla de Pisa has gotten 77 votes, and Peter Phillips 130 votes, and Mr. Griffith 7 votes, for a total of 215 votes in circumstances where one of the votes was spoiled. Box LA 2H to Z, Verla de Pisa captured 79 of the votes. Mr. Griffith, 4 of those votes. Mr. Peter Phillips, 120 of those votes, where there were a total of 203. We move on to LA 2, A to E. Verla de Pisa has captured 68 votes. Mr. Griffith has captured 12 votes. And Peter Phillips, a whopping 186 votes out of a total of 266 votes tabulated. And then we move to LA2 F to H, where Mr. Pisa got 50 votes, Mr. Griffith got 12 votes, and Mr. Peter Phillips, again, a whopping 163 votes. And the final one will have been LA2 I to Z, where Verla captured 68 votes, Mr. Wayne Griffith captured 9 votes, and Mr. Peter Phillips captured 189 votes, where there were 267 votes in total, with 1 spoil. So an interesting picture being painted. We spoke about whether the winds of change perhaps may be blowing across St. Lucie, and it, for the time being, it does not appear that that is the case. And so I'll give you those totals. I've just tabulated them. Verla de Pisa has captured a total of 224 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith has captured 35 votes, and Mr. Peter Phillips capturing 602 votes, with 2 spoiled votes being recorded. So essentially, we see that Mr. Peter Phillips has a fairly commanding lead, where he's leading by well over 300 votes in relation to Verla de Pisa. Of course, there's still quite a number of boxes to be counted, but in the meantime, it is all Peter Phillips and the Barbados Labour Party here in St. Lucie.
So, Kareem, once again, just so for lots of our sports fans who are jotting things down with pen and pad and so on their scorecards, let's go through the votes thus far in aggregate terms. When you add the A to Z and the A to H and the I to Z and so on, what have we got?
Yeah.
Once again, the aggregates for St. Lucie for the candidates. One more time.
Okay. So Verla de Pisa, the Democratic Labour Party president, has captured a total of 224 votes. Mr. Peter Phillips, the incumbent Barbados Labour Party candidate, has captured 602 votes, and Mr. Wayne Griffith has captured 35 votes, with 2 spoiled votes being recorded.
And that's two polling districts so far.
Yes, two polling districts. Not the entire district, but certainly a significant portion of both of those districts.
Indeed. But again, it looks like a day of low turnout across the board so far. We're not seeing, any sort of change from that trend of a low voter turnout across the board thus far tonight. Kareem Smith there at Darrell Jordan Secondary School. Many thanks for reporting to us from St. Lucie. So it's pretty chilly up there, up north, Kareem. Last time I checked, it should be around about 22 degrees centigrade. It's
well, I'll tell you,
colder. I'm sure.
I'll tell you, it feels a lot colder. It's much colder. Persons clearly would rather be in their bed tonight. But of course, the Barbados Labour Party, when it appears thus far, is the wind that's blowing. A very cold breeze in St. Lucie.
All right. Well, no rest for you, young man. You'll be journeying elsewhere before this night is out, getting some more of the cool breeze. A cold wind, a very chill wind thus far for Verla de Pisa of the Democratic Labour Party, the leader there, hoping to create a parliamentary party out of what is so far a one-party parliament in government in Barbados. So that's a picture with 224 votes for de Pisa thus far, but well behind the vote thus far for the incumbent Peter Phillips, 602 and Wayne Griffith of the challenger, the third party candidate, 35 votes and just 2 spoiled votes. We're still waiting to get word, Vic, from St. George, but I can tell you that in St. Thomas, Cynthia Ford, the minister for basically social care and social transformation, youth, elderly empowerment, and so on. She's had so far a very, very good night with 632 votes. The challenger, the physician, Dr. Roderick Hines, 127 votes, with Philip Catlin getting 22 and Samuel Maynard 12. Those are the other candidates for St. Thomas. We expect to get within the next, that should have been around about 10 minutes ago, we should have had the first boxes to be announced for St. Michael Northwest. Lots of anticipation for there. We will get back to you with that. And we're still looking at anything from St. Michael East and the Barbados Community College. I see on the screen not a declaration, but some returns coming in.
On the box, GE188, Airwood 55, Moore 129, Nichols 10, Tate 1, GE1 I to Z, Airwood 56, Moore 115, Nichols 3, Tate 2, for a total of Airwood 111, Moore 244, Nichols 13, Tate 3. Box GE2 A to G, 1 spot, Airwood 44, Moore 214, Nichols 11, Tate 3. GE2 H to Z 2 spot, 74, Airwood 205 more, Nichols 14, Tate 5. For a total in that box of Airwood 118, Moore 419, Nichols 24, Tate 8. Box GF180E, 1 spot, Airwood 53, Moore 120, Nichols 6, Tate 3. GF1F to M, 1 spot, Airwood 82, Moore 151, Nichols 7, Tate 1. GF1 N to Z, 1 spot, Airwood 74, Moore 145, Nichols 9, Tate 3. Bringing total in that box, Airwood, that for the district, Airwood 209, Moore 416, Nichols 22, Tate 7, 6 part. The total at the end of these GE1, GE2, GF1, Airwood 438, Moore 1079, Nichols 60, Tate 18 with 6 part.
Right.
We stay here, mate. We stay here, mate.
The jubilation, not yet a result, but jubilation there at the Law School for Charles Griffith of the Barbados Labour Party. Now, let me just go back to what you saw before the cheerleading squad, and that was the returning officer for St. George North. And the picture, again, very comfortable for the incumbent and the Barbados Labour Party, with Tony Moore getting 783 votes against Herbert Harewood's 282 for the Democratic Labour Party, Ferdinand Nichols of the Alliance Party for Progress with 36 votes, and the independent candidate Melissa Tate getting 14 votes. In St. George South, Dwight Sutherland is looking also very comfortable, well ahead of Dawn Marie Armstrong, with Sutherland getting 792 votes in aggregate thus far against 179 votes for Dawn Marie Armstrong. And with Just Solutions Barbados' candidate Alison Weeks getting 17 votes. So comfortable leads in the St. George North and St. George South constituencies. In St. James North, Edmund Hinkson, well ahead of Charles Worrell. Edmund Hinkson, the incumbent, with 1,034 votes now against just 184 for Charles Worrell. We're pretty close to calling that for the Barbados Labour Party, St. James North. In St. Lucie, you heard Kareem Smith, 788 votes for Peter Phillips, the incumbent, Villa de Pisa, with too great a challenge right now for her to get over. But again, we are still talking about just 2 boxes thus far. So we'll have to see what the picture is there, but it is not looking good for the challenger in the person of Verla de Pisa of the Democratic Labour Party and Wayne Griffith of the Alliance Party for Progress getting 44 votes. Over in St. John, Charles Griffith, no major change there. Charles Griffith well ahead of Andre Worrell with 498 votes as against Griffith's 775, with Philippe Amy of the Alliance Party for Progress with 38 votes. Now, to the St. Michael corridor now. In St. Michael Northeast, the incumbent, Juan Mia Amor Motley, is polling 2,239 votes against Damien Griffith of the Democratic Labour Party with 318 votes, and Roy Turney of the Bajan Free Party getting 27 votes. We can call that for Mia Motley and the Bees in St. Michael Northeast. In St. Michael Southeast, also a very comfortable lead thus far with 1,837 votes. 1,837 votes for Santia Bradshaw, the incumbent, the education minister, up against Pedro Shepherd of the Democratic Labour Party with 451 votes, and Patrick Tannis of the Alliance Party for Progress with 115 votes. The best showing so far that I can see for the Alliance Party for Progress, the amalgam of the People's Party for Democracy and the United Progressive Party. Patrick Tannis, 115 against Shepherd's 451. A lot of work to do if they're going to challenge Sandy Bradshaw's 1,837. Still nothing thus far from St. Michael Central. We hope to get something soon. St. Michael North and Northwest, St. Michael East, St. Michael South Central, where all eyes will be looking on that particular battleground constituency. No returns just yet, but we're keeping our eyes open. Over now to Christchurch. In Christchurch West Central, Adrian Medic Ford, the incumbent, well ahead of Renette Dimmock of the Democratic Labour Party, with 698 votes going so far to Ford and 169 votes going to the DLP challenger, with 47 votes for the Alliance Party for Progress, represented by Belfield Belgrave, and the Solutions Barbados candidate, Kenneth Lewis, getting 24. In Christchurch South, the attorney, Ralph Thorne, the incumbent, well ahead with 544 votes against 130 for Mark Laurent, the closest challenger, with 130 votes for the Democratic Labour Party, 23 votes for Buddy Laurier, the independent, and the other independent, Donald Leacock, getting 33 votes. So that's the picture in Christchurch with 2 constituencies, but the Barbados Labour Party very, very much ahead in all the constituencies. The tightest margin I can see so far is St. John, but again, not close enough if the challenger is going to unseat the incumbent and return St. John to the Democratic Labour Party, and the challenger in St. Lucie hoping to win her seat as the leader of the Democratic Labour Party against the incumbent there, and who is doing very well so far. And there's the map with the red, not a result, but where we are leading so far with the Barbados Labour Party in the red. But that means that they're in the black, electorally speaking, this night.
All right, Julius. I like the analogy about a chilly night up in St. Lucie, but I got the underlying tone in that. We're going to go to break now. We have a lot to talk about when we come back, but a trend seems to be emerging. And the question I pose to the panel now is, does a 30-0 look like a far off possibility, or is that well within a case for repetition? It's early days yet in the night, and as we said, we have some areas. Certainly, we want to see what's happening with Ryan Walters and Neil Rowe. and then South Central. There are a few others that we definitely want to keep our eyes on very closely that may not be as predictable as some of the others. We take a break and we come back. This is the election night coverage decision 2022 on Barbados Today.
When dehydration strikes, adults and kids can get advanced rehydration from Pedialyte. Pedialyte liters quickly replenish lost fluids, zinc and electrolytes to help prevent dehydration and to help you feel better fast.
Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab an oasis, now why wait? Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab an oasis, now why wait? The greatest, the safest oasis for sure. Oasis, it's purer than pure.
Caribbean Cool is a refreshing juice drink that contains 100% vitamin C that you can enjoy any time of the day. It has a refreshingly awesome range of Caribbean flavors: Morby, orange, fruit punch, pineapple, sorrel, and pineapple coconut. Suitable for any occasion. Caribbean Cool.
All right, it's Decision 2022. You've had an update there from Julius. I certainly want to see what's happening too as well in the city with Corey Lane. But let's go to the panel. We've kept you out for a little bit, but we need to hear you now. And again, we might just have to break in as the results come in. All right. So who's leading off?
Let me jump in here really quickly. I really want to take a look at St. Lucie. Now, that LA1 and LA2 boxes, LA1 is in essence BRP City. So that's the Crab Hill box, and the BRP tends to do quite well in there. My concern is that in 2013, for instance, which was a more competitive election, the Democrat Labour Party won about 51% of that vote. Really is nowhere close to that 51% in that box. The LA2, a similar story, the Democrat Labour Party lost that box and only got 39%, I believe, in LA2 in 2013, a more competitive election. The long and short of it is that we would have expected that there would have been some stronger swing. Now, we expect, again, the Barbados Labour Party to do well in those boxes, but you would have thought that the Democrat Labour Party would have been putting together a stronger swing that is necessary to eat away at some of the Barbados Labour Party support, and then definitely with their home territory or their home boxes, for instance, they will pull away. But you're not seeing that level of swing, and I think that that would give a longer term, I would say, idea of what is happening. So if you're not eating away at the strongholds of the Barbados Labour Party and strongholds or traditional strongholds of them, then you're not doing very well going forward in this election.
Okay. Maureen?
Okay, I fully support Devon's perspective. And I was just thinking while he was speaking, in a snap election, especially for the Democratic Labour Party, it was not the time to be focusing necessarily on new support, but to be calling out your base, making that strong appeal to your base, get the Democratic Labour Party supporters to come out to vote. But clearly, I don't think that the Democratic Labour Party has had a significant impact on calling out their base. And again, we need to know if the turnout was low. We need to know the type of turnout there is so that we can make further conclusions and determinations about the results that we're hearing. The boxes, and again, I get confused a little bit when Julius is giving the results. I know that in some instances he's talking about boxes, but then you get the impression he's talking about a polling district that's been completed. So maybe you could be a little clear on that, because it confuses me sometimes. I'm not as brilliant as Dr. Joseph or yourself or Bruce with the numbers. And so it would be useful for the reporters to say the boxes, because in each polling district there's several boxes, you see, and it confuses me at times. But the general trend is showing that the Barbados Labour Party supporters did turn out. I don't know to what extent. It's too early to do the comparative analysis to see if there's a reduction in the turnout support for the Barbados Labour Party compared to 2018. But nonetheless, they're still doing relatively well in the boxes that I've heard called.
Dennison?
Yeah, well, the issue now is the leader. So she is the leader of the party, and one would have been expecting or looking to see whether or not the fact that her leadership stature would have impacted the traditional voters. Because if you have the leader running in a traditional safe seat, one would have looked to see whether that would have translated to a more positive showing on her part. So the fact that it is not happening, we know no one was expecting Ms. Dipiza to have national leadership appeal, but one was expecting at least being leader of the party and running in a relatively historically safe DLP seat would have counted. And so far, the numbers we are seeing suggest that is not happening. So I am inching very close. I know everyone is still waiting for St. Philip. I'm inching very close to because we're basically seeing a repeat of what we saw in the last election. We were sitting in the studio and we saw what was happening in St. John, and so far we have not seen anything different. I'm listening to the boxes again. I think in the last election there were only 2 boxes in the whole country that went to the BL that went to the DLP. And so far, I haven't heard. I might have misheard, but I haven't heard a box counted for the DLP yet. So we're seeing a repeat of it. So it tells us that the BLP has consolidated its position. It has not waned, and the term in government is being affirmed. And so the 2008 was you give the party a chance, but now people are suggesting that they're relatively contented with what they're seeing, or they're not they're not yet ready to give the reins to another party. But the fact is, independent of giving the reins to another party, they're not even willing to vote in a particular constituency yet. So we are looking so far. We wait to see the St. Philip seats, and the St. Michael seat with Ryan versus Neil Rowe. But so far it is looking as if it's an affirmation for the BLP.
And if you have then a repeat of 2018, what are the implications of that, the long-term implications of that for the Democratic Labour Party?
Well, I think it deepens the crisis because one would have expected the crisis to be repaired, and what one was looking at in the current campaign was a semblance of a repairing taking place. So Ms. Dipiza staved off 2 internal challenges, and I said in another place that a third leadership challenge that has been put to her is the election. So if she can't win her seat, and if the party fails to win a seat, it then opens up the leadership question all over again. Of course, it's an entirely different scenario if somebody wins one seat, if somebody wins a seat from the DLP, and that you can begin to build the semblance of an opposition around that person. But if it doesn't happen, there is no seat won, then we are exactly where we were in 2018. In fact, they would have been in a worse position to where they were in 2018 because they would have not yet repaired themselves after 3 years, and they would have failed to win a seat in 2 consecutive elections. So it looks very it will look very, very, very dismal for the DLP if they fail to win a seat. So I think the remaining issue for tonight is who, if any, of the DLP members will win a seat in the next parliament.
All right, Devaron?
So I generally agree with Dr. Joseph on his assessment. And what I would add in essence is that, or the difference I would say is that it may not deepen the leadership crisis, it may not deepen the crisis of the Democratic Labour Party. I think it may solve the ultimate issue it's been having. because you have a circumstance where the president of the party has carried the political leadership of the party as well too, and I don't think the two should go together under the current dispensation for the Pisa. She may very well be good as a president, but as it relates to the national and as it relates to the national appeal and the political leader of the party, she certainly seems not to have the weight to get that job done. So this election and the result may very well determine that that combination is not one that is working. And again, the natural leader and the natural political leader of the Democrat Labour Party will have its time to emerge. And it may very well be a good thing that this has happened in 2022 as opposed to 2024. So you would have had a circum.
I'm going to go over to Julius now for some more results coming in. Julius.
It's looking like a close run thing in St. James South. The very first real challenge of the evening, or the closest indication of a real battleground or real battle taking place on that ground, is in St. James South, where, and I'm talking in aggregate terms, whenever you hear me speak at least, you will be hearing the aggregate so you can keep score there against the overall total. But right now, Sandra Husbands, the incumbent, the foreign trade minister in the last government, 319 votes against Ronnie Yearwood of the Democratic Labour Party with 262 votes. And there you see the picture for the two St. James constituencies, where it's a much tighter margin for Sandra Husbands and Ronnie Yearwood, as while Edmund Hinkson has pulled away quite significantly from Charles Rural over in St. James North. So that's a very tight picture. That's really been the tightest margin so far. That's been in St. James South. Let's just give you some other results that have, returns that have started to come in. For St. Michael North, Davison Ishmael, the newcomer there for the Barbados Labour Party, is comfortably ahead with 421 votes against Burtnell Harrison's 117 votes, all aggregate, for the Democratic Labour Party. Maria Phillips of the Alliance Party for Progress has polled thus far 46 votes. So once again, St. Michael North, 421 for Davison Ishmael for the Bees, Burtnell Harrison, 117, 117 for the Dems, and for the APP, Maria Phillips with 46. So Michael Northeast, we have had no further result from there except that that's a runaway victory for the incumbent, the Prime Minister, Mia Mottley, with 2,239 votes against 318 by Damien Griffith of the Democratic Labour Party and Roy Turney's 27 for the Bajan Free Party. In St. Michael Southeast, another good-looking picture for the Bees, as the Education Minister, Santia Bradshaw, has polled 2,082 votes thus far against Pedro Shepard's 525 votes. I'm speaking in aggregate terms, and 132 votes for Patrick Tanis of the APP. Now, let's look back at Christchurch and the Christchurch corridor. Nothing yet from Christchurch East or from Christchurch West, where William Duguid is up against Andrew Cave, and in Christchurch East, Wilfred Abrams will be hoping to hold on, and Dennis Lowe will be hoping to regain the seat he lost last time around with three other candidates. The prominent surfer Brian Talma as an independent, Victor Knight of the Alliance Party for Progress, a builder challenging the Abrams incumbency, and Solutions Barbados with Pauline Corbett. Nothing there so far. But in Christchurch East Central, Ryan Strawn running away with 1,597 votes in aggregate against Rashid Belgrave's 512 votes. So that's a 3-to-1 margin there for Strawn over Belgrave of the DLP, and the Bajan Free Party, 55 votes for Jeanette Eiffel, and Sean Tudor with 76 votes for the APP. In Christchurch West Central, Adrian Medic Ford still at 698 votes, but very far ahead of Renette Dimmock of the DLP with 169 votes and 47 votes for the APP's Belfield Belgrave and Solutions Barbados Kenneth Lewis with 24 votes. In Christchurch South, Ralph Thorne, the attorney, the incumbent for the Barbados Labour Party, 807 votes so far. Mark Laurent, the challenger for the Democratic Labour Party, 192 votes in aggregate. Don Leacock of the independent candidate with 57 votes now, and just got updated there. And Buddy Larrier, the other independent candidate with 35. There you see the picture now for Christchurch East Central, where Ryan Strong is very comfortably ahead. And so the finance minister will feel that he will be returned comfortably there. Now let's move across to the St. Michael corridor once again. St. Michael North, Burtnell Harrison of the Democratic Labour Party, only polling so far 117 votes against Davidson Ishmael, the battle of the newcomers. Davidson Ishmael, 421 in St. Michael North, and Maria Phillips of the APP with just 46 votes, yes, for the APP and Maria Phillips. In St. James, we've seen Hinkson ahead, almost by 10 to 1, but again, a very tight margin for Sandra Husbands, 319 thus far against Ronnie Yearwood's 262. Over in St. Peter, Colin Jordan, so far with 454 votes against Alwyn Babb, polling 200 votes for the Dems. Lynn Royce Candlebury of the new Barbados Kingdom Alliance, that looks like 19 votes. And the Barbados Sovereign Party with Michael Thompson getting just 2 votes there in St. Peter. So 454 against 200. Colin Jordan, the Labour Minister, against Alwyn Babb, the challenger for the Dems. In St. John, so far 1,308 votes have been tallied for Charles Griffith and 869 votes for Andre Worrell as those boxes start to turn more towards Worrell. But is it enough for him to surpass Griffith at this stage? Looking very tight with about half the total votes that we expect to be counted for that seat to be called. And Philippe Amy of the Alliance Party for Progress, 83 votes. So 1,308 for Griffith, 869 for Worrell, the Dems in St. John. Over in St. George North, 1,079 votes for Tony Moore thus far against Herbert Hearwood's total tally of 438 votes. Ferdinand Nichols of the Alliance Party for Progress, 52 votes. And Melissa Tate, the independent candidate, polling 18 votes. In St. George South, looking very comfortable for Dwight Sutherland and looking very disappointing for Dawn Marie Armstrong of the Democratic Labour Party, who so far has polled in aggregate 179 votes against 792 votes for Dwight Sutherland and 17 votes for the Solutions Barbados candidate. But Everton Holligan, the Alliance Party for Progress candidate in St. George South, so far, no score. No score so far for any of the constituencies in the St. Philip corridor, but we hope to be getting something soon. St. Philip's North, St. Philip's South, and in St. Philip West. Everyone will be looking at the challenge of the Agriculture Minister, the incumbent Indar Ware for the Barbados Labour Party, facing Neil Marshall of the Dems and Ronald Lord of Solutions Barbados, Bruce Hennis of the Alliance Party for Progress. In St. Philip North, we will be looking at whether Michael Lashley will be able to regain that seat which he lost to Sonia Brown, the physician, the incumbent for the Barbados Labour Party, the backbencher, Wayne Beckles, the independent, along with Omar Smith and Nigel Newton for the Alliance Party for Progress. And of course, the other big battleground, the one in St. Philip, would have to be the St. Philip West, where David Estwick of the Democratic Labour Party will be looking to regain the seat with Kay McConney, the newcomer, who was a senator in the last government and will be hoping to win that back for the Bees. Solutions Barbados candidate Karina Goodridge and Lynette Eastman, the former leader of the United Progressive Party, who's joined forces with the People's Party for Democracy to form the APP, the Alliance Party for Progress. She's also challenging. She's back in St. Philip West looking for electoral glory. So that's the picture so far. If there are any further updates, I'll bring them to you. But as I look at it, so far, the very quiet in the St. Michael corridor with just St. Michael Northeast, St. Michael North, St. Michael Southeast returns in. Nothing yet from St. James Central, where Kerry Simmons will be hoping to be the victor. Again, Paul Gibson, the Democratic Labour Party challenger, and Erskine Allen, the independent, along with Joseph Jordan. Nothing there just yet. Nothing yet from St. Thomas, St. Joseph, or St. Andrew. And we hope to get results for St. Philip. But that's the picture thus far, with the red filling up the map yet again in this general election cycle. But will it turn the other way for the challenger as the Democratic Labour Party hopes to regain what it lost for the first time since its founding in 1955, losing all of its seats? Will it get even one tonight? That remains to be seen. At now 11:30.
We're back here with you, and we're looking at the map. Again, I'm getting some unofficial information in relation to both Corey Lane and Kerry Simmons. Somebody sent me a note saying Kerry Simmons is winning 5 on an average of 5-2. So that's not entirely surprising. And I wouldn't think that Corey Lane's city seat would be a surprising position either. But we have a lot that we actually have now got. And we have what looks like a tight race, admittedly, with only one box. It's very early between Sandra Husbands and Dr. Ronnie Yearwood. So some food for thought here for the panel. Let's go to the panel and hear what you think. And again, I may have to break in as Julius gets further updates for us. All right.
If I can finish my thought there really quickly, Vic.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
in essence, I think it may very well be a good thing, to be very blunt, that the Democrat Labour Party is no longer butting around with Verla de Pisa. Again, might be very good for the presidency, but as it relates to the national, and in the context of a national against Mayor Motley, it may very well emerge that has not been a good thing. So the fact that the election has been called early and you may have a very decisive election for the Barbados Labour Party means that the Democrat Labour Party can actually move on a lot faster. Because if we recognize, after the last election of the Democrat Labour Party presidency, they extended the presidency for 2 years. So we would have had a situation when we would have had, rather, if the election was called at its more constitutionally due time within the next 18 months, Verla de Pisa would still have been the president, and you might have ended up with this result a lot later as opposed to sooner. So I think it may very well be a good thing that the Democrat Labour Party can move on to what it will say is its natural leader going forward. As it relates to the seats that we're looking at right now, we are seeing a bit of tightening. For instance, in St. John, I think about a 200 vote margin with half of the votes to come. I think it was 1,000 versus about 800 in St. John. And you're seeing within the first box with Ronnie Yearwood and Sandra Husbands, a relatively tight race there. So there may still be some room for the Democrat Labour Party to emerge with a seat or two possibly. But again, the swing analysis really shows that you're not doing well enough to pull back what was a 28, 30-point swing from 2018. And again, that has to be an indictment regarding the leadership of the Democrat Labour Party.
All right. Other members of the panel, Tennyson?
Yeah. What I would want to say is the St. James seat with Ronnie and Miss Sandra Husbands. This is an example of what I meant when I was talking about the quality of the candidate. So obviously Ronnie Yearwood is a quality candidate, and he's running against Sandra Husbands, who did very, very well in the last election against Donville Innes. But you can see candidate himself. So if you're seeing what is happening across the country, but this particular candidate has closed that particular gap so tightly, it speaks to the person himself. So I still feel that there was some room for this, for looking at the kinds of candidates that were run in some of the seats by the DLP. I felt a lot of it had to do with the leader looking over her shoulder, and a kind of general sense of discarding some of the old guard. I'm not saying all of them should have run, or many or more should have run. Many of them could not and should not run, but the kinds of candidates chosen. That is the only variable I can point to, the Ronnie Yearwood case, compared to when you measure it against what is happening across the island so far. So Ronnie Yearwood's leadership qualities have have been is in fact can be seen, sorry, as the factor that explains his performance there. So the question then becomes a what if. So what if a greater attention was paid to, or better choices were made in relation to the quality of the candidates running against, especially some of the first time BLP candidates? Then you might have already been seeing some, at least a lot closer, a few more closer results than what you are seeing tonight. But I think Ronnie's contest against Miss Husbands is a keen one to watch tonight.
Yeah. Newcomers are always going to find it a bit difficult against incumbents. That's a given. Ronnie seems to be different in this regard in terms of presenting a challenge to the incumbent. Again, Vic had asked the question earlier, if there's a 30 love defeat, what to think? What where do you go, basically? And I really think that it would signal to the Democratic Labour Party, all hands on deck. The more mature, more experienced candidates that would have been part of the Frendel Stewart-led administration, as well as the new candidates, need to regroup, rethink, restructure. And I think the whole concept, the whole notion of repairing the image of the party has to be a priority in order to resonate well with the voting public. But again, Barbadians tend to give. Okay.
Yeah. Hold your thought, Maureen. Sorry, but we're going to Julius.
That we forgot our first Democratic Labour Party lead for this night at 23 minutes to midnight, with Michael Lashley in St. Philip North polling thus far 520 votes against Sonia Brown, the incumbent, the physician, 438. Again, these are aggregates based on the boxes that have been counted thus far. With Nigel Newton, the Alliance Party for Progress candidate, polling 30 votes thus far, and Wayne Beckles, the independent, 15, Omar Smith, the other independent, 15. So that is the very first indication of some measure of electoral leadership in this horse race for the Democratic Labour Party tonight. Not looking very good at all in St. John, but in St. Philip North, that battleground seems to be a happy hunting ground thus far for Michael Lashley. But again, the margin is rather close compared with 2018. Again, at this point in the proceedings, 520 votes there for Lashley against 438 for Dr. Brown, 15 to Beckles, 5 to Smith. That's the picture in St. Philip North. Let's just go around the grounds, as it were. Here is the result. Here's the count as it came in just moments ago.
Officer for St. Michael South Central. In the first box are A1 A to Z, Marsha Cattle 175, David Gill 9, Richard Seeley 80. 2 spoil votes. In the box are A2 A to G, Cattle 68, Gill 11, Seeley 44. No spoil votes. And in the box are A2 H to Z, Marsha Cattle 77, David Gill 64, Richard Seeley 12. 2 spoiled votes. That's it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So that's the returning officer there for St. Michael South Central, Leanne Butcher, speaking there and giving the results for the boxes and breaking it down by in the alphabetized system, A to H and I to Z. But I can tell you that in aggregate terms, Sealy is trailing Cattle so far with 320 votes to Cattle against 136 for Sealy. But Gill doing pretty well for himself for the APP with 84 votes. So that's the picture in St. Michael South Central. 320 votes so far for Marsha Cattle, the investment minister, as opposed to the former tourism minister, who would likely want to return as part of the government in waiting, if there is to be one, at the end of this night for the Democratic Labour Party with 136 votes. David Gill of the APP with 84. That is the picture for the very latest from the St. Michael corridor. We've had returns from St. Michael Northeast, St. Michael Southeast, and also for St. Michael North as we move to the other constituencies. We've already reported to you a very healthy lead for Edmund Hinkson in St. James North, but in St. James South, Sandra Husbands is beginning to pull away from Ronnie Yearwood with 1,011 votes in aggregate thus far for Sandra Husbands and about 643 votes. 643 votes for Ronnie Yearwood of the Democratic Labour Party in St. James South. So that margin opening up for the incumbent foreign trade minister. The picture in St. Lucie, not looking good for the would-be challenger, looking very good for Peter Phillips, the incumbent, with 788 votes thus far for the Barbados Labour Party against the DLP's 342. Over in St. Peter, also looking to be a very good night for Colin Jordan, looking to maintain St. Peter as a Barbados Labour Party stronghold with 454 votes against Alwyn Babb's 200 votes, even for the Dems, with Lynroy Scantlebury getting 19 votes and Michael Thompson 2. In St. John, back to St. John, Charles Griffith well away with 1,883 votes, nearing that threshold against 1,118 votes by Andre Worrell. So the lead being maintained in St. John for the Labour Party there, with Charles Griffith once again 1,883 votes and Worrell 1,118 votes, with Philippe Amy gathering 116 votes for the APP. Let's head back to St. George North. St. George North looking very good for the Labour Party and for Tony Moore to regain the seat that she won in the by-election with 1,079 votes. Herbert Harewood, the human resource specialist and the challenger for the Democratic Labour Party with just 438 votes. Ferdinand Nichols of the APP with 52 votes, and Melissa Tate, the independent candidate, with 18. No further results just yet in St. George South, but again, very comfortable lead for Dwight Sutherland of the Barbados Labour Party with 792 votes, as against Dawn Marie Armstrong, who was a star on the stage, but doesn't seem to be a star in the polling booth, with 179 votes thus far for her and the Dems, and Alison Weeks of Solutions Barbados polling 17 votes. No score for Everton Holligan for the APP. In St. Philip North, 520 to 438, I gave you that result, return thus far. That is the closest margin we have for actually the lead for the Democratic Labour Party, and the closest margin for a challenge, 438 votes. So that's going to be a very interesting night for the Dems if they can hold on. Could that be the very first seat to be declared for the Democratic Labour Party? We'll have to wait and see. That's the picture so far at just short of a quarter of midnight, with no returns just yet for for the city of Bridgetown. I can give you some indication that William Duguid is doing very well and pulling away comfortably for Christchurch West for the Barbados Labour Party. That just coming in just a moment ago, about 3 minutes ago. So we'll have that on the big board in a moment. But William Duguid with looking like 600 votes, as opposed to Andrew Cave polling roughly just short of 200 votes for him in Christchurch West for the Democratic Labour Party. And we expect a final count for St. Michael Southeast in just a moment, and possibly a declaration there. I see Kareem is with me now, looking like still at the Darrell Jordan Secondary School. Kareem, and what's the picture there?
Yeah, no longer at the Dow Jordan Secondary School. We've traveled. My photographer, Timar Holder, and I have traveled across the highway to the Queen's College School, where the votes at St. James South are being tallied, and we have some more results for you. Initially, you would have had the results for SF1, and just for SF1, but we've gotten 2 more boxes in, and at first, of course, there would have been quite a thin margin between Sandra Husbands and Dr. Ronnie Yearwood of the Democratic Labour Party, but that margin has widened just a bit. So the results for FS2 A to G, Sandra Husbands has captured 196 votes, whereas Ronnie Yearwood would have captured 103. FS2 H to Z, Sandra Husbands has captured 238 to Dr. Yearwood 127. Moving on to FS3 A to J, Sandra Husbands has captured 152 votes to Ronnie's 61. And staying with FS3 K to Z, Ronnie Yearwood has captured 90 votes to Sandra Husbands 106. And that is giving us a total for the BLP incumbent candidate Sandra Husbands of 1,011 votes to Ronnie Yearwood 643 votes, with a difference of 368. So there's still quite a few other boxes to be counted, but certainly Sandra Husbands appears to have quite an edge. Not certain if it's an unassailable lead just as yet, but she does have the edge. A few moments ago, just before these votes came in, I spoke to Dr. Yearwood. And he, in his usual fashion, quite calm, quite collected, he said that he is waiting patiently. Of course, he has assured me that he's very excited. He was very excited at that point about how close the race was. But he has assured me that regardless of the outcome, he will be satisfied that the people of St. James South would have spoken.
All right. You see one secondary school in the background. You think you've seen them all. Thank you for that update. You have gathered pace and moved south from St. Lucie to St. James South there. And the picture, as you heard from Kareem at Queen's College, where the count is on at St. James South, with Sandra Husbands pulling away with 1,011 votes against Dr. Ronnie Yearwood, one of the hopefuls for the Democratic Labour Party, with 643. We're getting returns just now coming in from St. Michael Central and the Combermere School, where the Alliance Party for Progress, the incumbent leader of the opposition, if you want to put it that way, Joseph Atherley, very much behind the 8 ball, as it were, polling thus far, and this is just a one box. So let's, hold on to our seats, but just one box in St. Michael Central. My tally puts it at 826 votes for Joseph Atherley in that box, MA1, and Arthur Holder 196 votes there for St. Michael Central. Let me see if we've got a bigger picture just yet for St. Michael Central. Should be coming in a moment. And so, yes, 196 votes in that box so far for Arthur Holder. Corey Cox of the DLP, 68 votes, and Joseph Atherley trailing with 26 votes for the Alliance Party for Progress. The picture in St. Michael, looks like St. Michael, just a moment, let me just get some more figures coming in. They're fast and furious, as it were. So we've got only St. Michael Northwest, St. Michael South, the city of Bridgetown, St. Michael West Central to come. And I'm trying to regain control of my machine, but when I do that, I will be able to get back to you right now. So I can tell you that our first returns from St. Michael East, the former Environment Minister Trevor Prescott, 944 votes against Nicholas Alleyne's 474 votes for the Democratic Labour Party, with Erskine Branch of the APP polling 59 votes. So a very good lead for St. Michael East for the Barbados Labour Party with Trevor Prescott, who has polled 1,112 votes in aggregate, doubling the returns thus far for Nicholas Alleyne of the Democratic Labour Party. Back to St. Michael's Central, the Arthur Holder, 408 votes. So the Speaker of the House is looking very comfortable right now against the challenger Corey Cox, 123, and the erstwhile leader of the opposition, Joseph Atherley of the APP, with 41 votes. We've gone St. James, no change there, but still Sandra Husband's pulling away. So that's a BLP lead for St. James South. In St. George, BLP lead for St. George North, BLP lead for St. George South. For St. Philip, DLP lead with 520 votes against 438 votes, 520 to Michael Lashley, 438 to Sonia Brown of the Dr. Sonia Brown of the Barbados Labour Party. And let's just go back to Christchurch. Again, Ryan Strawn, Wilfred Abrams is now polling and polling very well against Dennis Lowe in Christchurch East. 759 votes thus far for Wilfred Abrams.
Amy, GSC 3.
This is St. John.
Philip Amy, 2. Charles Griffith, 108. Andrea Worrell, 37. A total of 147 votes. JC 4, A to Z. Philip Amy, 11. Charles Griffith, 219. Andrea Worrell, 57. Total of 287 votes. JD1, A to Z. Philip Amy, 14. Charles Griffith, 187. Andrea Worrell, 106. A total of 307 votes. And JD2, A to Z. Philip Amy, 6. Charles Griffith, 61. Andrea Worrell, 49.
All right, so that's the picture in St. John with 1,883 for Charles Griffith, the incumbent for the Labour Party, and 1,118 votes for Andrea Worrell, and 116 votes thus far for Philippe Amy of the APP. We're getting word that the first declaration of the night has just occurred. and that is in St. Michael Northeast, with the incumbent, the leader of the Barbados Labour Party, and the Prime Minister for now. So that's our winner there for the Barbados Labour Party. We can declare that for St. Michael Northeast. She has been speaking to party supporters just now, and we hope to bring that to you in just a moment. Those pictures coming from that constituency, St. Michael Northeast. We will also get returns coming in a moment for St. Michael East, but we just gave you no change there. Trevor Prescott well ahead of Nicholas Allen, the Labour Party candidate, ahead of the Democratic Labour Party challenger there in St. Michael East. And again, the story of the night thus far, the Democratic Labour Party managing to hold a lead, albeit slender right now, the only lead so far, and the only likely turn of events for the Labour Party, as Michael Lashley, the former housing minister, erstwhile Attorney General for the Democratic Labour Party, is seeking to regain the seat he lost to Dr. Sonia Brown in the last general election. 520 votes for Lashley, 438 votes for Dr. Brown. That's the position right now. As soon as we get some more coming in, let me just make sure, refreshing the screen all the time. Nothing yet from the city of Bridgetown, St. Michael Northwest, or St. Michael West, or St. Michael West Central. We hope to get back to you as soon as it comes in.
Julius. So quite a bit of information coming in there. And I'm, again, getting some unofficial information about St. Michael South Central as well, that Marcia Cattle is leading in that constituency. But we'll get those official numbers from Julius. All right, panel. I think Devaron, you were up when we last spoke, but we have a lot to update on now based on these latest numbers.
I certainly don't remember where it was, but I will just jump in from where we left off. And it's really the same story that it's clearly a successful campaign for the Barbados Labour Party, given they have determined that leadership was the main concern for the country, and it certainly hit the nail on the head regarding that matter. And we will see as the day develops, or as the night develops, rather, but it seems as though it's a runaway with the Barbados Labour Party yet again, even in the constituencies such as St. John. I'm very curious as to see the numbers for the race between Nero and, again, Ryan, because but you look at the swing analysis again, it was 3 seats that I thought did relatively well for the Democratic Labour Party last election. That is, again, St. Philip West, St. Philip North, and St. Michael Northwest. Now, in St. Michael Northwest, it's interesting because you've had a finance minister running in that seat who would have had several resources in essence to carry or try to carry that seat. So we have to see whether or not the current challenger has the wherewithal to really match a particular in that seat, given the fact he would not have had the same name recognition, would not have had the same resources, and would not have carried the seat for since 2000 and I think it was 2008, for instance. So that might be very interesting, given where the swing is going, even with weaker candidates from the Barbados Labour Party that we consider to be washed in, so to speak, in the last election. They're still doing quite well, despite being considerably bigger candidates, as we would have said.
Maureen?
Well, I was curious about the results for Joseph Atherley. He would have done considerably well under a Barbados Labour Party, Barbados Labour Party ticket, and it clearly shows me that he's just gone over to do battle with Arthur Holder, and he's not managed to capitalize on the kind of support that he once had. So that's very interesting. And it tells me that the ticket that he won on, the Barbados Labour Party ticket, was really the passport upon which he was able to gain a seat in Parliament. and not necessarily his personality or who he is. So interesting. I didn't think that he could have put up the kind of fight that he would have perhaps wanted to put up, moving to a new constituency. But nonetheless, still a good showing. Last count I heard, I thought it was 60 votes, something like that, to that effect. But it is showing me who the party ticket, in some instances, have more validity than the personality itself.
All right.
Or the influence.
Let me ask you, Tennyson. We haven't talked much. We've skirted around the issue of the third parties, but Solutions Barbados, the Alliance Party, and myriad other assortments of parties. They failed to make an impression in 2018, and once again, we are seeing that they just haven't really been able to make a dent. Even with a weakened Democratic Labour Party, they have not found space to grow. Your comments?
Well, third parties, I think we're using the word very loosely when we call them third parties. People cobble together themselves and offer themselves on an electoral ticket. That's not a party is actually a very organic thing. When you see a new party emerges, I like to ask the question: what is the new political economy that it captures? So if you go through the history, you can actually tell when a party emerges, and that party actually brings within itself a whole new political economy. So you have the BLP in Barbados, and then Barrow, and then come to define an independence project. You had the SLP in St. Lucia and a whole lot of Labour parties all over the Caribbean. Then you have a kind of Compton came into St. Lucia with a kind of banana for a new kind of export model and so forth. Like he negated the ground upon which the old Labour Party would have been existing, and he brings the country into independence and so forth. You have Labour parties in the beginning, then you have national parties and so forth. So when you point to a party emerging, the question I always ask is, what is the new political economy that defines it? What is the new ground that is shifting underneath you that brings a new party into existence? Most of these so-called third parties are just if you take Arcelini's grouping, for example, it's just a disgruntled MP that didn't get a cabinet seat, crossed the floor and joined and became leader of the opposition. And then he joins with Lynette Eastman, another disgruntled element from the old BLP. The old Arthur wing of the BLP was against Mia Motley, and she ran as the UPP. But they call themselves parties, but they're not really. What is the new political economy that the APP was capturing? There is none. When a new party emerges, there is no question about what it represents. You can actually see a qualitative break in the political economy, and a new party emerges to capture that. Unless I see that, I don't call them new. And the results show that they are really nuisance parties. They're not impacting on the political process in any way. And okay, I thought there was some discussion coming through. And if you take Solutions, for example, Solutions pretended to be that, I must admit, because what they were doing, they were claiming a new politics. But when you listen to what the leader of Solutions was presenting, it is really a trite notion about new managerial systems and we're going to use a model of measuring management style, and you create a party and you call it a party, but it is not a party. They have no impact, they have no base. Asadi was political leader, but he didn't carry a base with him. He didn't move out of the BLP with anything behind him. So these are not genuine parties at all. And I think they're really a nuisance factor that are just polluting the political environment.
Okay, we're going back to Julius now. Hold your thoughts there, and we've got some more information, some more results coming in. Julius, please update us.
All right. So victory for the finance minister there in the constituency of Christchurch East Central. Runaway victory for Ryan Strachan of the Barbados Labour Party with 2,252 votes, as opposed to 819 votes for the Democratic Labour Party challenger, 74 votes for the Bajan Free candidate Jeanette Eiffel, and Sean Tudor of the APP with 102 votes. So Barbados Today calls it for Christchurch East Central for the Bees. But the dramatic development now is in St. Michael North, where it is very, very tight and a very, very narrow lead for the Dems in St. Michael North. With the totals thus far, and I'm giving you aggregate totals, 561 votes for Burtnell Harrison of the Democratic Labour Party against Davison Ishmael, who had a very strong showing early in the evening, but now has fallen back to 551. Still very much within the margin of error, if you would like, if you'd like to put it. But Maria Phillips of the APP getting 85 votes. So that's the picture in St. Michael North, a very, very slim lead for the Dems in St. Michael North, as there are two newcomers in Burtnell Harrison and Davison Ishmael for the Barbados Labour Party. Now, let's go back to St. Philip North. Still no change with the situation there. 520 votes for Michael Lashley, 438 votes for Dr. Sonia Brown. The other development, though, in St. Michael is in St. Michael South Central, with Marsha Cattle holding a slender lead, a reasonable lead of 320 votes, as opposed to Richard Seeley's 136. But that's a very large constituency and lots more votes to count, but still encouraging numbers for the incumbent in the person of Marsha Cattle. Not unencouraging or discouraging figures for Richard Seeley thus far. Just got an update, and the picture's looking a lot brighter for Marsha Cattle, with 541 votes for the Labour Party incumbent, as opposed to 286 votes for Richard Seeley. Here's the result coming in so far from St.
Could you call that box number again, please, Frank?
R8382I.
Okay, thank you.
R83J to Z, Cattle 120, Gill 7, Seeley 77. 2 spoiled. Marshall Cattle 120, David Gill 4, Richard Seeley 22, no spoiled votes.
Which box is that?
Sorry, RB1 A to Z.
Which box?
Repeat them. RB1 A to Z, Marshall Cattle 120, David Gill 4, Richard Seeley 22, no spoiled votes. RB2 A to Z, Marshall Cattle 1 A to Z. Marshall Cattle 171, David Gill 7, Richard Seeley 96. 3 spoiled votes. RC1 A to H, Marshall Cattle 111, David Gill 21, Richard Seeley 54, no spoiled votes. You got it? Yeah. RC1 A to Z, Marshall Cattle 101, David Gill 11, Seeley 41, 1 spoiled vote. That's it.
That's it, says Leanne Butcher there for St. Michael South Central, the returning officer there. And the figures in aggregate terms means that Marsha Cattle is leading by a 2-to-1 margin, 1,044 votes thus far for Cattle, and Richard Seeley, 499 for the DLP. David Gill, the Carrington Village hometown boy, getting 139 votes for the APP. So 1,044 for Marsha Cattle, 499 for Richard Seeley, 139 for David Gill, as Marsha Cattle holds her own in St. Michael South Central against a challenge from the former tourism minister, Richard Seeley. St. Philip North, we're keeping an eye on that, no change there, but a lead still for the Dems in St. Philip North. No results yet for St. Philip South or St. Philip West just yet. Over in St. George South, Dwight Sutherland, very far ahead of Dawn Marie Armstrong, Barbados Labour Party leading in the parish of St. George, both in St. George North and St. George South. Tony Moore, the General Secretary of the Barbados Workers Union and a Member of Parliament for St. George North, the incumbent, is likely to be returned there against Herbert Harewood of the Democratic Labour Party. In St. Peter, Colin Jordan, comfortably ahead. Barbados Labour Party looks like a Labour Party hold there in St. Peter. In St. John, picture not yet updated, so 1,883 votes for Charles Griffith of the Barbados Labour Party, 1,118 votes. So we can comfortably say that Charles Griffith has held the St. John seat for the Bees, and this is the second time in recent electoral history that the Barbados Labour Party has held on to St. John, and Andre Worrell being defeated in his challenge against Charles Griffith, the Water Resources Minister and Labour Party incumbent. In St. Lucie, the picture very grim for Verla Pisa, very bright for Peter Phillips to be able to hold on to the seat as a rookie for the Barbados Labour Party, getting 788 votes, not a rookie in this election, rookie in the last one. And he is at 788 as opposed to 342 for Verla Pisa. No change there. We're hoping to get further results from those constituencies, as well as St. James South. Sandra Husband's pulling away with just less than a 2-to-1 margin over Dr. Ronnie Yearwood. In St. James North, I think we can call it for Edmund Hinkson there in St. James North. And Barbados is projected winner there for St. James North with Edmund Hinkson, thus far polled 1,887 votes. That's 1,887. Charles Worrell, 427 for the Democratic Labour Party. Sound victory there we project for St. James North. Not an official declaration by the Electoral and Boundaries Commission, but we're calling it here for Barbados today for St. James North for the BLP. Let's head back over to let's head back over to the St. Michael corridor. And this is the picture thus far, with the Barbados Labour Party leading in all but one of the constituencies thus far. No reports just yet, and strangely so, for the city of Bridgetown. And looking to see if we're getting any early information for the city of Bridgetown. But that's a victory, though, in St. Michael Northeast St. Michael Northeast, yes, that was declared for the Prime Minister, the incumbent. But the big story of the night so far has been in St. Michael North, where Bertnell Harrison, the challenger for the incumbency of the Labour Party, but the newcomer in Davidson Ishmael, 567 to Bertnell Harrison, 551 for Davidson Ishmael, 85 to Maria Phillips of the APP. But just now you saw Sandia Bradshaw comfortably winning, and St. Michael Southeast has been a close run thing for the victor over the many election cycles, but not this time around. With 2,325 votes for the education minister in the last government, 2,325 compared to 575 for the newcomer and challenger Pedro Shepherd for the Democratic Labour Party, 154 votes for the APP's candidate Patrick Tanis. You might have heard earlier that Arthur Holder was the Speaker of the House in the last Parliament, comfortably ahead of the challengers. Corey Cox, the closest challenger, 201 votes. Joseph Atherley, though, the incumbent as leader of the opposition, looking for defeat. And that picture hasn't improved with the just refreshing of this screen. 860 votes now for Arthur Holder, 290 votes aggregate for Corey Cox, 98 votes for Joseph Atherley, with Robert Toussaint of Solutions Barbados getting 6 votes. So that's the picture for Arthur Holder, looking to run away with victory in St. Michael Central. In St. Michael East, Trevor Prescott, a 2-to-1 margin of leadership for him in his votes of 1,112 votes compared to 537 votes for Nicholas Aline Erskine Branch of the APP with 76. St. Michael South Central, we said earlier, Marsha Cattle, 1,044, Richard Seeley, 499. That hasn't changed thus far, as you heard just now from the returning officer, Ms. Butcher, but it's not looking very good for the Dems, hoping to recover St. Michael South Central. But Marsha Cattle should be very happy with the returns thus far in St. Michael South Central, coming up against a smear campaign of whisper campaign in the last 2 or 3 days of the campaign. But so far, that's not seemed to have affected her returns as far as the electorate of St. Michael South Central is concerned. There we have it. Adrian Medic Ford pulling away with 2,673 votes. Renette Dimmitt of the Democratic Labour Party, 695 votes. 184 votes for Belfield Belgrave of the APP. Solutions Barbados candidate Kenneth Lewis, 64. And there were a whopping 27 spot votes in Christchurch West Central. But victory from Barbados today for Adrian Medic Ford. In Christchurch West, the housing minister, William Dugan, 737 votes against Andrew Cave, the challenger for the Democratic Labour Party, 192 votes. Over in Christchurch East, Wilfred Abrams, 759 votes, well ahead of Dennis Lowe of the Democratic Labour Party with 247 votes. 22 votes to Solutions Barbados' candidate Pauline Corbin. Victor Knight of the APP, 24 votes. And the surfer Brian Talma up against quite a bit of a headwind with 10 votes there, but he's polled for that constituency of Christchurch East. In Christchurch South, Ralph Thorne, 1,712 votes. And that's looking for victory there for Ralph Thorne, opposed by Mark Laurent of the Democratic Labour Party with 564 votes, Buddy Laria with 70 votes, and the other independent candidate, Donald Leacock, with 116 votes. Let me just get back to the St. Michael corridor. Again, we're waiting St. Michael Northwest, the keenly watched battle between Ryan Walters and Neil Rowe. We're also looking at St. Michael West with candidates Christopher Gibbs, Ricardo Williams, Victorine Wilson, and Patsy Nurse. In St. Michael South, Irvin Belgrave, Patricia Cox, Kevin Miller, and Alex Mitchell, all seeking to unseat Kirk Humphrey. And in the city of Bridgetown, Corey Lane will be seeking to regain the seat vacated by the outgoing health minister, Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Bostick, with nothing yet we've got so far for the city of Bridgetown, and Kimar Stewart, the head of the Barbados Alliance against homelessness. That's his situation. Nothing there for Kimar Stewart, Marvel Ashley Todd, Fallon Bester, Corey Lane, but again, keenly looking for some results very soon. Not very unusual that the city of Bridgetown is this late at 18 minutes past 12. And I'm not using the 2018 yardstick, but generally speaking, that has been the picture. So the Barbados Labour Party at 18 minutes past midnight, well ahead romping to victory. It was not in dispute given the projections that we've seen so far for anything but a Labour Party return to power. The question is, which seats will they give up as they return to Parliament with an unprecedented 30 love victory in 2018? Which seats would go towards the Democratic Labour Party as the likely closest challenger? And so far, the picture is bright for the Democratic Labour Party in, count them, 2 constituencies. St. Philip North, Michael Lashley is pulling just ahead of Dr. Sonia Brown, and in St. Michael North, Bertnell Harrison still holding on to a slender lead over Davison Ishmael of the Bees. But again, that could change very, very quickly as more boxes come in a constituency that is quite large, covering such areas as Eden Lodge and the like. So there we are with the picture at 12:20.
All right. Thank you very much, Julius. At 12:20 in the morning, it's now the morning after elections. This is taking on a familiar ring at 12:20 on Thursday morning, the 20th of January 2022. As we continue to cover the elections here in Barbados, it's elections 2022, Barbados Today, decision 2022. We take a break and we come back. Don't move.
When dehydration strikes, adults and kids can get advanced rehydration from Pedialyte. Pedialyte liters quickly replenish lost fluids, zinc, and electrolytes to help prevent dehydration and to help you feel better fast.
Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab a oasis, now why wait? Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab a oasis, now why wait? The greatest, the safest oasis for sure. Oasis, it's purer than pure.
Caribbean Cool is a refreshing juice drink that contains 100% vitamin C that you can enjoy any time of the day. It has a refreshingly awesome range of Caribbean flavors: Morby, orange, fruit punch, pineapple, sorrel, and pineapple coconut. Suitable for any occasion. Caribbean Cool.
Northeast.
All right, we are back, and we are covering the elections 2022 results. We're going to try to get some information too as well out of the St. Philip seat with Kay McConney and Dr. Estwick. I have some unofficial information suggesting that she is marginally ahead of Dr. Estwick. So that's a wide open game. And of course, as soon as Julius gets the official numbers, he will be updating us. Let's go quickly to the panel. You ready, Julius?
That have just come in the last few moments. So let's run through those details. With Kay McConney, the IT minister in the last government, her first time out in the hustings, with 751 votes. These are the aggregate totals. 751 votes. Against David Estwick's 645. So a margin of just over 100 votes between Kay McConney ahead of David Estwick. Karina Goodridge, 36 votes for Solutions Barbados, and the Alliance Party for Progress. Lynette Eastman, once again, performing poorly in St. Philip West with just 85 votes. So that's the picture where a lot of attention was being focused on St. Philip West. and whether the former DLP minister and a heavy hitter for the Dems is going to be able to deliver a knockout punch. It's a close run thing thus far, with Kay McConney ahead by about 100 votes, 751 for Kay McConney, 645 for David Estwick, Lynette Eastman with 85, and Solutions Barbados with 36. That's the position there. And in a moment, we'll bring you the formal declarations for the constituencies of St. Michael Northeast and St. John.
Thank you, Julius. And let's go to the panel. As soon as Julius is ready, he will indicate where he will break in for those official results. Okay, so Devaron.
Well, one of the interesting ones that I found, I wouldn't say they were troubling, but just interesting, was the race between Richard Seeley and Marsha Cattle. So Richard Seeley was seen as, I would say, the alternative or the political leader of the Democratic Labour Party. We've heard some rumblings between that leadership between him and Vernon Pisa, and the expectation is that he would have done a lot better in that his constituency, one that he almost won in 1989 and one he carried since 2003. And we know he had about 1,800 votes to overcome from the last election, but given the lower turnout, you would have anticipated he would have been doing better. I mean, we still haven't seen the final result, but again, the swing and the amount that the Democrat Labour Party has to make up for is seemingly not being met. So that's very interesting. He- Again, he sold himself as someone who is familiar with the constituency, someone who's on the ground with the constituency, and Marsha Cattle being a newcomer relatively, as opposed to him being there for almost 20 years. So that is a very interesting one for sure, and given the fact that again he's one of the more accomplished ministers in the last administration, now we have to ask questions as to whether the return of older candidates or previous candidates was actually helpful, because the calculation in essence would have been that these are individuals that can carry their seats despite the fact that they're from the so-called old guard. So Richard Seeley versus Marsha Cattle I find to be quite interesting, and as well as David Espik and Minister Kay McConney. We would have thought that, as mentioned, it would have been a knockout, but quite frankly, we're seeing a very close race, which again is an improvement from the last election, certainly, considering that in that seat, I believe Dr. Espit lost or had about a 28% swing against him. So he's certainly improved, given the fact he's only behind by 100 votes. But under our system, it is either you win or you lose. So we certainly would have anticipated that a hard hitter like David Espit, for instance, would have done a lot better job at a first timer such as Kay McConney. But again, this election is not about Kay McConney, it's not about David Espit, it's not about Marsha Cattle, or not about Richard Seeley. Apparently, this election has all been about Mayor Motley, and it seems as though that swing has been maintained because solely of Mayor Motley.
Okay.
Well, I wasn't sure we got anybody was expecting a knockout punch, because remember these are not incumbents, so they lost badly in the last election. So when one was doing the calculation with Richard Seeley and David Estwick and Michael Lashley, nobody's expecting a knockout punch. To expect a knockout punch is to not read the political theories of the last 3 years properly. One was looking to see to what extent they could claw back. So even if they do succeed, it's not going to be knockout punches. If Michael Lashley wins, it's not going to be a knockout punch. No, if David Estwick wins, it'll be very closely run. They'll be very closely run things. What I find very interesting is the St. Michael North information we are receiving here. We had not the DLP candidate who, according to the latest reports, appears to be leading. His name was not mentioned among those one was expecting to do so well. But the question I have for that seat is the role of what possible spoiler role might the APP play? Because I think in the last count we heard the app was getting 85 votes, and it's a very closely run election. And I think it's the same thing in to a certain extent in St. Philip West as well. To what extent might Lynette Eastman play a spoiler role in relation to David Estwick's um, chances of narrowing the seat? So these are the two. I just dismissed the third parties a little earlier to you, Vic, but it is only in an instance where they can change the result that they really matter. But my larger point about the broad political economy still stands. But in a closely run election, a third party might influence a result. So if you look at to see how many seats the DLP can win, we're seeing 2 seats in which the DLP is either close or has a slight lead, but the numbers being polled by the third party can in fact have an impact on the election from what we can see so far.
The certainly the result of the seat that was held formerly by Ronald Toppin, the incumbent, sorry, the person who, the newcomer, Davidson Ishmael, I was thinking that that was going to be an easy win for him, given the fact that Mr. Toppin had held that seat for 25 years or so. And it's interesting to note that the newcomer for the Democratic Labour Party has gained such ground. So, excuse me, as was reported by Julius, more boxes are still to come in, and it's too soon to say whether the Democratic Labour Party candidate would keep that slight lead. But it's interesting. I would have expected that that would have been an easy win for Mr. Ishmael.
So I'm wondering what factors, those of you with DLP inside information, what if you can tell us anything about the candidate that might explain. I don't know. I must admit I don't know. I can't say much about him. So I'm looking to you guys to tell us something.
It comes these surprises occur in elections. There are anomalies. People who you least expect would sometimes it happens. It's a very rare thing. But again, I don't want to talk too much about the candidate because it's a slight lead at this moment, and there's still other boxes to come in. Who knows if the Barbados Labour Party candidate, Mr. Ishmael, would just sweep the thing away. But so far, if he has a slight lead, that's the Democratic Labour Party candidate. That's a good showing for a newcomer, somebody who's potentially, virtually, kind of unknown. I guess he's known more in his circles and in the charitable work that he does. I don't know that he would have done much charitable work within that constituency that he's contesting in, but he's known to be a service member of the Defense Force, would have served lawyer. Yeah, I think that's his training, right, Deborah? I think he's a lawyer. And he would have served on several boards and so on and so forth. But that one is a bit surprising to me. He would not have gone down in my book as one of the stronger Democratic Labour Party supporters. So we wait and see how that plays out. But that slight lead is a bit surprising, given the reputation of Mr. Toppin, given the fact that he held the seat for more than 25 years, yes. And he would have been grooming Mr. Davidson, Ishmael or Davidson? Davidson Ishmael, right? He would have been grooming him all along. And so therefore, it is a bit surprising, given reports about how good an MP Mr. Toppin was. So we'll see how that goes as the night turns over. Not night, we're already in morning. We don't even have any coffee, Vic. Anyway.
Well, I'm wondering whether the mode of the transition might have had an impact, because in the case of St. Andrew, the incoming candidate sorry, he's dear to my heart actually. Mr. Romel Springer would have been groomed for a much longer period. He had a chance in the public eye. But I think we heard of Mr. Ishmael on the very surprising announcement of the when it was announced on that very night that Mr. Toppin wasn't going to run again, and there was a sense that it was just handed over without much fanfare, like a backroom deal. So I'm not sure whether that might have had an impact in terms of his own grounding in the community. But certainly, it is something to watch. Like you say, Maureen, it may very well change as the morning proceeds. But it is something to watch, and we need to find some explanation for it as the night goes through.
I don't think it's going to be anything to watch. I think when that in a large box comes in for the BLP, that it will be a takeaway for them. I think what you may have is a situation where maybe a stronger box for the Democrat Labour Party has been called before the BLP boxes, but certainly where the swing is, given St. John, given St. Lucie, given the closest is Philip, given Richard C's seat, for instance, I think it's very, very, very unlikely that it will remain close. So I don't think that there's going to be much to look for in that constituency. I think it still remains St. Philip North and St. Philip West that we have to take a keen look at. I'm starting to doubt the wherewithal now of St. Michael North West, given again how this swing has been going. Again, Ryan is a personality that's not as grandiose as Chris Sickler, for instance, and I think that we will very well have a very similar impact and result in that constituency. But as it relates to the third parties, I think there have been some spoilers, as Dr. Joseph said, for instance, a possible spoiler, which is not unusual, not the first time it has happened. And ultimately, the longevity of political power, or rather third parties, I think have really come to an end. I think the 2018 election was an experiment. The 2022 one was really just a pointless continuation. And I think that after this election, we'll probably see the end of the third parties. And there's very practical reasons why. To be fair to them, elections cost money to run, and no one is going to put money behind third parties to the extent that they're going to put into the two main political parties, because the idea is that it will never win. So it's just throwing money into a drain. So unfortunately, there are some very practical and real realities that third parties cannot overcome, and this is clearly one of them. So if the Democrat Labour Party, an almost 70-year-old institution, is having such a drumming tonight, imagine the realities of a third party going forward.
All right, we're going to take a break and come back. Thank you, Devaron, for those comments. And the panel continues. It's 24 minutes before 1 o'clock in the morning, and we still don't have an absolute result yet. And we still don't have results from some constituencies. But if the swing continues the way it has gone the entire evening, it seems likely that we would be dealing in, at best, single-digit numbers for the opposition Democratic Labour Party, and perhaps would have heard the last of some of the third parties, although Dr. Joseph disputes whether they are really and truly parties. We're going to take a break and come back. If you can stay awake, grab some coffee. Unfortunately, Maureen doesn't have any. Right here at the moment, but I'm wide awake. I'm running on pure adrenaline at the moment with the excitement of these things, which is what we in media live for and love to participate in. And as you can see, Julius is in his element over in the command center there. So we're coming back after this break.
When dehydration strikes, adults and kids can get advanced rehydration from Pedialyte. Pedialyte liters quickly replenish lost fluids, zinc, and electrolytes to help prevent dehydration and to help you feel better fast.
Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab an oasis, now why wait? Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab an oasis, now why wait? The greatest, the safest oasis for sure. Oasis, it's purer than pure.
Caribbean Cool is a refreshing juice drink that contains 100% vitamin C that you can enjoy any time of the day. It has a refreshingly awesome range of Caribbean flavors: Morbi, orange, fruit punch, pineapple, sorrel, and pineapple coconut. Suitable for any occasion. Caribbean Cool.
right, so we are back with you. And Julius, have you got anything further for us before we go back to the panel?
I've got a very closely watched contest in the nation's largest parish in St. Philip. But for the moment, let's look back at what's happened this night thus far, the declaration of victory in the constituency of St. Michael Northeast.
I therefore declare Ms. Mayor Amor Mortley to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Michael Northeast to serve in the House of Assembly in this island. Thank you.
And she won in 1994. And
in this moment, I expected to win. I expected to get support, and it's a really good feeling to see the entire St. Michael Southeast constituency rally around me. I have my brother Rodney Grant as well, who's joined us. All of the blocks, all of the communities have come together in this election in a way that has been unprecedented. And I'm just grateful to my entire team, the management team, and the wider team for giving me the support that has been necessary to be able to bring home the seat for the Barbados Labour Party. I think that it is now clear that St. Michael Southeast now belongs to the Barbados Labour Party, and that I intend to keep and to preserve as long as I possibly can. But I really want to thank all of these wonderful people and all the people who voted for me today for giving me another opportunity to continue the work that I've started and to continue to serve in the capacities that I have so far. I also want to thank my political leader, Prime Minister Mortley, who has really been, so helpful, such a mentor to me over the course of the last couple of years. I really could not be where I am without her and the trust that she has given to me to be able to represent and certainly to even act on her behalf on various occasions, and for that I will be forever indebted to her as well. But it has certainly taken me away from my constituents at times, but I think that they all understand that beyond the constituency representation, there's also a bigger responsibility to the entire electorate and to the national duty as well. And so I thank them as well for being patient with me and understanding that I could actually be away from the position but still be on the ground as well and representing them through the last 3.5 years. So I would have loved my dad to be here tonight, but he's at home watching. Again, COVID has changed the way in which we would interact and interface. But all of these people are a part of my family, my extended family, and I know Brady is here in spirit, and so is my mom, and I just want to say I love St. Michael Southeast, and I will continue to represent you to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Is really, really good because it means that the people in the constituency of St. John saw something in terms of what was being done in the constituency for the last 3.5 years. This now provides me with an opportunity to build on what happened in those 3.5 years, to ensure that things like the infrastructure in St. John, we continue to fix that we continue to run projects in the constituency that are of an entrepreneurial basis. Young people in St. John need to get involved in a whole range of activities. Sports is now totally dead in St. John, and my push is to get sports up and running again. Agriculture is one of those areas that I think is very viable for young people. So these are some of the particular projects that will be coming on stream. In addition to that, we have the old polyclinic, and plans are in place to repurpose that particular location. So these are things that I believe immediately can benefit persons within the constituency. Long term, we will plan together in terms of how we treat the different projects within the constituency. But right now, some of the primary projects are the agriculture project, road infrastructure, and that location at the old polyclinic, where we will look to transform that into a vendor's mall.
Julius, I'm not hearing you, Julius. Are you muted?
All right, I think I'm back. You should be able to hear me now. My apologies about that, but here we are. We're back at just short of 1:15. And just now, you heard from Charles Griffith, the incumbent for St. John, holding on for the Barbados Labour Party there in the east, along with St. Michael Northeast, the education minister, who has battled breast cancer, tried to run an education system against a deadly virus, against the challenges of that, and trying to hold on to her seat and being able to do so in St. Michael Northeast, in St. Michael Southeast, and in St. Michael Northeast, the declaration of victory for the incumbent, the leader of the Labour Party, and the Prime Minister Mia Mottley, set to hold the reins of government again. But the attention now turns to St. Philip, which has really emerged as a battleground all told. Not yet results from St. Philip South. And we're trying to figure out what's happening there. But it's been a seesaw in St. Philip North, with Michael Ashley striking out the first lead for the Democratic Labour Party in any constituency tonight. But that lead has now been erased, with Dr. Sonia Brown holding on strongly, for a close run thing, of 1,130 votes and 888 votes for Michael Ashley for the Dems in St. Philip North. Graham Beckles, the independent candidate, 25, Nigel Newton of the APP, 66 now, and Omar Smith, independent. And just as I spoke, more figures came in, but the lead is still a strong one for Dr. Sonia Brown, making a big comeback there, 1,519 votes, compared to Lashley's just one short of 1,200, 1,199. So 1,599 to Dr. Brown, 1,199 to Michael Lashley there in St. Philip North. And it's a really, talk about clawing back. If you had a problem with the knockout punch analogy, well, let's talk about clawing back box by box to lost for St. Philip West. In a moment, we'll come to Kareem Smith, but I can tell you that he is at St. Michael Northwest. And in a moment, I'll tell you about what's happening in St. Philip West, where there's a 22 vote margin between David Estwick and Kay McConney. But first, Kareem.
Hello?
Okay.
I'm not here.
Kareem, you can hear me from Michael Northwest. Go right ahead. Kareem Smith battling there against the throng, but Neil Marshall, I see some T-shirts there, so we're trying to find out what's going on in St. Michael Northwest. When last we were there, we were hoping to hear the result in terms of any sort of result in terms of Neil Rowe versus Ryan Walters. Let's try once more to get to Kareem Smith and see if he can shed any light on what's happening there. I have no information thus far in St. Michael Northwest, but I can tell you that in St. Philip West, David Estwick has polled thus far 867 votes, but 22 votes behind Kay McConney, 889 for St. Philip West. And Lynette Eastman proving to be, as earlier alluded to by Professor Joseph, to be perhaps a bit of a spoiler with 104 votes. And that could very well make the difference in the outcome of the election for David Estwick if he thinks he is going to retain or regain a seat he lost there in St. Philip West. But right now, it's a 22 vote difference between David Estwick, 867, Kay McConney, 889, Lynette Eastman, 104, Karina Goodrich of Solutions Barbados, 49 votes. The picture in St. Philip North, Sonia Brown, 1519. Michael Lashley now 1199. So he's back trailing Sonia Brown. Could be end up in a situation with just one seat thus far for the Democratic Labour Party. We'll have to wait and see. So far in St. Michael North, the picture is still very tight. 567 votes for Burton Harrison and 551 votes for the Barbados Labour Party candidate, Davison Ishmael. Will the Dems hold on to that lead? It's too close to call at this stage. But what we can tell you is, standing by in St. Michael Northwest is Kareem Smith.
Hi, Julius. I am here at the Ellerslie Secondary School where there are a number of supporters of Mr. New Rule voting. Can I ask you guys, how do you guys feel about the result this evening? Yes, Julius. So shouts of jubilation from the Barbados Labour Party supporters. That should give you an indication of the result here. But the returning officer a few moments ago would have read the final results. I can't break it down for you box by box, but I do have the final totals. Ryan Walters of the Democratic Labour Party with a total of 1,072 votes, and Neil Rowe with a resounding victory with 1,914 votes. We just spoke with Mr. Rowe a few moments ago, and coming into this election, there were a lot of questions about Mr. Rowe as a politician in terms of his pedigree as a politician. Many persons would have considered St. Michael Northwest to be a constituency to watch, and I asked him whether he believes as though this result would put to bed much of that speculation. And he told me yes. He said that his record in the constituency speaks for itself. He would not have been a minister of government under the last administration, but he was very confident coming into this contest that the constituents of St. Michael Northwest were familiar with his record, and I suppose the result tonight supports that.
All right. So once again, Kareem, I know it's you're battling against a very jubilant crowd there, but once again, give me the vote tallies for the candidates, Walters and Rowe.
Yes. So Ryan Walters, the Democratic Labour Party candidate in St. Michael Northwest, 1,072 votes. To Neil Rowe's 1,914 votes. So a resounding victory for Mr. Rowe.
All right. So Walters 1,072, Rowe 1,914.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. We were wondering what was happening in St. Michael Northwest. Well, now the waiting is over and the declaration has been made. Victory to Neil Rowe, 1,914 votes for the Barbados Labour Party against Ryan Walters' challenge with 1,072 votes. And in a moment, another declaration, another victory for the Labour Party this night. All right, while we're getting that ready, I can tell you that it's looking for a victory for the Barbados Labour Party in the constituency of St. Michael South Central, as Marsha Cattle seems to have beaten off a challenge from Richard Seeley of the Democratic Labour Party. Already a 2-1 margin of lead there. And so that was not overcome by Seeley and David Gill polling 139 votes, the Carnon Village lad for the APP, 1,044 for Marsha Cattle. In a moment, we should be bringing Marsha Cattle to you as she spoke to our microphones a few moments ago. Let me just bring you up to speed on some of the other returns so far. We're keeping an eye on the situation in St. Michael West, City of Bridgetown, and St. Michael West Central. So we hope to have information on that. We should expect that in some cases we're getting that returning officers prefer to give the whole thing at the end, and that's proving to be a bit of a difficulty for our reporters in being able to report the boxes and then come up with the aggregates. But that's the situation in some of those constituencies. But I can tell you that would have explained the St. Michael Northwest, where there wasn't a box by box, blow by blow count until the very, very end. In St. Philip West, the situation very tight. Estwick versus McConney. McConney of the Barbados Labour Party, 889 votes. Estwick of the Democratic Labour Party, 867 votes. 104 votes going so far to the Alliance Party for Progress candidate Lynette Eastman, and Karina Gurridge of Solutions Barbados polling 49 votes. A close run thing in St. Philip West. Over in St. Philip North, the situation again, a lead which Michael Lashley held at first blush early in the evening has now evaporated, and the Barbados Labour Party incumbent is holding steady with 1,519 votes so far to just under 1,200 votes, 1,199 for Michael Lashley of the Dems. I'm still awaiting word on the situation in St. Philip South, where Indar Ware is trying to hold on against Neil Marshall of the Democratic Labour Party, Ronald Lord of Solutions Barbados, and Bruce Hennis of the Alliance Party for Progress. So it's now just on 5 minutes from 1. That's the picture right now, the picture of victory for the Barbados Labour Party. Pretty secure, it would appear, in the Christchurch corridor: Christchurch East, Christchurch West Central, Christchurch South, Christchurch West Central, and Christchurch West. And so candidates, the incumbents, being returned there. Barbados Today is projecting for Wilfred Abrams against Dennis Lowe, for Ryan Strawn declared against Rashid Belgrave, 5,324 votes against 2,331 for the Dems candidate. For Ralph Thorne, 1,712 votes against 564 votes. Poor showing for the DLP first-timer in Christchurch South. In Christchurch West, similar situation with William Duguid, the housing minister, polling 1,497 votes aggregate against 410 votes for Andrew Cave of the Democratic Labour Party. And in Christchurch West Central, victory for Adrian of Medic Ford with 2,673, a runaway victory over Renette Dimmock of the DLP, and Belfield Belgrave's 184 votes for the APP, with Kenneth Lewis of Solutions Barbados getting 67 votes. And they also ran 27 spoiled votes over in Christchurch West Central. That's the picture right now. So victory for Marsha Cattle there. We are calling it. We expect to get a declaration at some point. But again, would appear to be low voter turnout all told in St. Michael's South Central. Nonetheless, enough to put Marsha Cattle over the top and over Richard Seeley of the Democratic Labour Party and David Gill of the APP. Those figures thus far: 1,044 votes for Marsha Cattle, 499 for Richard Seeley, and the APP getting 139 votes with David Gill. All right, so that's the situation right now. Still no more returns for you from St. Philip West. We're keeping an eye there and on St. Philip North, and we hope to have some returns coming in on St. Philip South with the time at 2 minutes to 1.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Julius, for that comprehensive update. We see that what looked like in the early evening, or was thought to be the Eastern Wall, came down for the Democratic Labour Party. We're just waiting now to see what happens in that tight race between Dr. Estwick and the new candidate, Kay McConney. And of course, we are also expecting to hear from Indar Ware. But given the trend during the evening, I suspect that we would probably be seeing Indar Ware holding his seat. But it's a tight race still between Kay McConney and Dr. Estwick. At Julius's last count, it was about 20 to 22 votes separating them. But Dr. Brown has held on and has pushed back the challenge from Michael Lashley returning. So he has been defeated. St. John has held strong for the Barbados Labour Party. And then St. Michael's South Central, where perhaps it was thought that Mr. Seeley might be able to make a comeback. That wall came down too as well. And no wall went up apparently in St. Lucie either. So we're left with, at the moment, what looks like, well, there's the fight between Ishmael Ruitt and the new candidate. So two new candidates in that constituency. So word is still out on that one. And then Dr. Estwick's. And we haven't heard from the city officially, but unofficially, we had heard that that the candidate for the Barbados Labour Party was doing extremely well there. We haven't heard about the constituency with Chris Gibbs either. But if the swing and the trend continues, I would suspect that that would be firmly in the Labour Party's a tally for the night too as well, which leaves the possibility of 1 or 2 seats for the Democratic Labour Party. Let's go to the panel and get your comments.
Well, I was just going to say very quickly, as an aside, it's 1 a.m. now, and I'm wondering why the count in Barbados always takes so long. I think if the polls closed at 6 and we started hearing the first boxes counted at 9 o'clock, I have not, after every election, we always ask the question, what about the Barbados situation that causes that long delay between the last ballot being cast and the votes being counted? In other Caribbean territories, some of them equally as larger than Barbados, you would have heard a result by now. I mean, or at least you made further progress. But I think the night is looking to me like we may have a repeat of the 30 Love. I'm feeling like we are in the same place as we were in a couple of years ago. Of course, the seats are close. We can still go one way, but the general feeling and the general trend we're seeing is that as you were saying, Vic, the expected challenges from some of the DLP candidates have not materialized, and so it's looking like another 30. It's looking very much like we might be getting another 30 Love tonight.
To add to what Dr. Joseph said, the interesting thing is that we're here at 1 o'clock in the morning, and from what I've been calculating thus far, the turnout is in the low 40s. For instance, in St. Michael Northwest, who had less than 3,000 votes in a constituency that has over 7,000. So we're looking at a turnout in the lower 40s. So you would have assumed that the counting in that aspect would have been faster, but the larger issue now becomes, do we have a government that is elected by a minority of the population? And that is something that we would certainly want to avoid. I think the COVID circumstance is not surprising. Jamaica had the same issue. A couple other persons had the same issue, but it hovers over a government and its mandate when, in essence, less than 50% of the eligible population has elected it. So that's one of the things that we're going to have to discuss going forward after the election. But certainly we should continue focus on the election. That we've not seen any result from St. Andrew, 2 newcomers as well. St. Joseph, we haven't seen anything coming of those as well too. Also very close elections. But given the swing again, and given the fact that St. Michael Northwest was poorly represented in essence, the Democrat Labour Party lost that seat by 800 votes, and that is something something to discuss, because quite frankly we thought it was in the running. So I would agree with Tennyson and say that it is a 30 Love. Possibly David Estwick may speak out by a couple of votes. We will definitely end up with a recount, so we will never know. But the long and short of it is that the Democrat Labour Party has done a very poor job this toss, and again, it has to be attributed to the very top, I would say.
Okay. I just want to add, though, that since 2003, when we moved to 30 constituencies, we've had pretty good showing of the electorate at the polls. I think there was some decline, and Devron could help me here with the year that we began to see a decrease in persons turning out at the poll. And I'm wondering if the Democratic Labour Party's base is still sufficiently large, and to what extent have persons died, to what extent persons have shifted their support to the Barbados Labour Party. But here you see a Barbados Labour Party which seems to have a more youthful sort of support, if you want to call it that. So while the Barbados Labour Party is the older party, the Democratic Labour Party would have had significant popularity over the years under Arrow Barrow. It would have had the Barbados Labour Party would have had significant popularity under Tom Adams, and we would have seen shifts coming in the Owen Arthur era, Erskine Sandiford era, and you would have seen ebbs and flows and that kind of thing. So I am wondering to what extent the Democratic Labour Party has lost a lot of its base in terms of deaths and so on. And I'm wondering to what extent the Barbados Labour Party would have passed that phase to attract a new kind of support that will last for some time. And perhaps Devron and the pollsters and even Dr. Joseph could perhaps look at that. I don't have an answer for it, but I'm just wondering if the Democratic Labour Party base is still as sufficiently large as it was in former years.
I'm glad you raised that because, interestingly enough, the Barbados Labour Party was able to grow its party three times the rate of the Democrat Labour Party. And I think it comes down to a philosophical understanding of what these two political parties are. The Democrat Labour Party has sold itself and continues to sell itself as, I would say, a constituency or a grassroots party. But that then does not come into the realities of a 21st century where you have a growing middle class, where you have divisions as it relates. So let me not use the word divisions, where you have different types of demographics in various society, young, middle class, the LGBT, and just a more varying array of individuals that have, in essence, joined themselves to the Barbados Labour Party because the appeal is broader. The intent of the Barbados Labour Party is broader. For instance, I remembered how the Clyde Maskell situation unearthed and how Dems in essence said that Clyde Maskell did not sound like a Dem. What does a Dem sound like? You have to have a appeal that goes beyond just the grassroots and goes just beyond the working class because we're living in a society now that's extremely diverse and more diverse than it was before. The Democratic Labour Party's base, as Maureen mentioned, would have been older individuals who would have passed on. Certainly, they attract new individuals as well too, but not to the same extent as the Barbados Labour Party. And I think that that's a philosophical weakness of the Democratic Labour Party, given where it's come from and its inability to really transition from that grassroots approach to a more modern approach, and women in particular as well too, because they recognize that the Barbados Labour Party does an excellent job at attracting women because the women that come to politics tend to be more professional women, whereas grassroots politicians, for instance, that used to run against I forgot her name. She was an educator.
Undine Whitaker. You're talking about Hamilton Ashley?
Precisely, they ran against Hamilton last year. So Undine Whitaker, that's one of the very few grassroots type women that came out of the political system and the political parties that have done quite well. But all the rest have really been professional women, and I think the Democratic Party has not done a good job at attracting those individuals because, again, the party is a more grassroots working class type of party as opposed to being able to attract those middle class and professional women to run in politics. So it's a philosophical problem that has to be addressed.
Well, I define a philosophical problem differently from you. Don't forget, you're talking about a party that won in two terms from 2008 to 2018. And if you look at the result of the 2013 election, it was a closely fought thing, and the base people came out and voted for the DLP still. The issue, I think, you call it a philosophical one, but I want to go in another direction. Devron's recommendation is that you abandon a social democratic ethos and go towards the more technocratic type. I have a different view on that. I had always argued that what Owen Arthur did is to take the Errol Barrow project from the BLP for a long
from the DLP.
Yes, for a long time. Even if you recall, when Owen Arthur was in office, Owen Arthur came to craft a kind of policy taking into consideration economic development as well as balancing the global challenges with some measure of some social democratic ethos. He took on the Barrow mantle, and for several years the DLP. But I remember once I saw it clearly with the education thing when Owen Arthur was articulating a policy for the University of the West Indies. He was actually saying it has gone up to this point so far, and we can now look to move it in another direction. And the DLP was out there cursing the University of the West Indies, but I was saying to myself, but isn't that the party that gave Barbados free education and built the University of the West Indies? They can't even articulate a policy for the 21st century that makes the university relevant. So that was part of the major crisis when they were in government. Bit by bit, they allowed neoliberal economists to take away the very philosophical foundation, and the BLP assumed the cloak. So Mayor Motley came into office and did the very social democratic things that the DLP said were impossible to do, at the same time maintaining some kind of balance in the economy. And yet everyone is saying it's a problem with a grassroots politician, but it's a social democratic ethos that the BLP has developed. That's how you appeal to the middle class and the grassroots. We are largely working class communities. We came out of slavery and the trade union movement. So a party that is looking to move into the future, because you suffered 2 defeats in a row, you're now looking to abandon that as a response to what you suffered. Let's face the facts. You are facing a unique leader. I tell the people that the type of leader that Mia Motley is once in a lifetime. You don't see that very often. What you're seeing in terms of her global standing, that Michael Manley-esque thing, where you have a Caribbean leader traversing the global stage, you can't pull by that. That's a real thing. Now, to say to begin to throw everything out of the window because of those 2 defeats, but those 2 defeats can be easily explained. If I were advising the DLP, I wouldn't advise the DLP to start to go neoliberal, or to start thinking that there's something wrong with a social democratic orientation. I would say what you do, you develop a social democratic orientation suited to the times. So how you can tell me, that's why I was saying to you earlier, Vic, that the DLP parliamentarians couldn't come and speak, because what can you say about education today to sound better than the BLP when you sat through the denudation of the University of the West Indies? And so, in other words, if I were looking philosophical, I wouldn't go in the direction of thinking that you have to be ashamed of your social democratic past. You have to develop a social democratic discourse that is relevant to the 21st century, and that's why I think the challenge is not its abandonment, and that's the challenge facing the DLP in the present moment. Your mic.
I know that you are very much interested in the results, and we have some more results coming in. So let's go over to Julius before we come back to the panel.
All right, it's now 12 minutes past 1, and we can tell you that the struggle, the battle between Dr. Sonia Brown, and Michael Lashley is over, with Dr. Sonia Brown, the physician incumbent for the Barbados Labour Party, returned formally, as opposed to Michael Lashley of the Democratic Labour Party in St. Philip North. That challenge by Lashley has been repelled, and Dr. Brown moments ago declared the victor in St. Philip North. We are still awaiting further results for St. Philip West, where David Estwick and Kay McConney are in a tight race, a 22 vote split between McConney and Estwick in McConney's favor for the Labour Party in St. Philip West. So we hope to get some result there. But the news just in from St. Philip North, Dr. Sonia Brown has been returned as the Member of Parliament for that constituency, defeating a challenge by Michael Lashley of the Democratic Labour Party. 1,519 votes we've got in our database, 1,199. That never changed. Hopefully, we'll be able to bring you video in a few short moments of that declaration as the returning officer made the official announcement just a short while ago. We're trying to get that turned around and fed to you so you can get the final result there. Now, we're also looking for further word as Burton Ricardo Harrison of the Democrat Labor Party at last report was just ahead by Davidson Ishmael, but not by much. And we're hoping to get some kind of response of the situation in St. Michael North, the only other bright spot for the Democratic Labour Party's hope to recapture at least one seat in this general election. Already tonight, the leader of the DLP, Verla de Pisa, has lost in her bid to gain a seat as over in St. Lucie, if I can bring those figures up for you in just a moment. And really a whopping 2-1 victory there for Peter Phillips, the incumbent for the Labour Party, 2,038, opposed to Verla de Pisa's 1,095. Similar hopes dashed for the Dems in St. John, with Charles Griffith holding on to a very handsome victory over the challenger Andrea Worrell in St. John, Philippe Amy of the APP getting 144 votes. Victory for Colin Jordan in St. Peter, no doubt of that. Victory for Cynthia Ford in St. Thomas with 2,167 votes against Roderick Hines 448. Simon Maynard, the independent candidate, getting 87. And the Barbados Sovereignty Party, Philip Catlin, the representative there, getting 79 votes. Still no word, and strangely so, from St. Andrew and St. John, but I expect we should be hearing results momentarily from those two rural constituencies. In Christchurch, so not just projected winner now, 60 minutes past 1, but an actual declared winner. And again, the video we just had come into us of the declaration by the returning officer there in that constituency. We hope to bring that to you in a moment. But as I was saying, victory for the Barbados Labour Party, a very good night in the Christchurch corridor, long considered to be an important bellwether, along with the St. Michael corridor of which way the wind is blowing. Not that we were expecting to see a night of a seesaw between who will retain the government. No, we were looking at what kind of margin of victory for this gamble that the Prime Minister, Mia Mottley, made to see if that would pay off or whether this affection would be sufficient to swing it towards the Democratic Labour Party, if not in terms of victory, of course, but in terms of the margin of loss, if you will, to the Labour Party candidate. Nothing doing in Christchurch. In Christchurch East, Wilfred Abrams, well ahead of Dennis Lowe, polling 1,652 votes. Dennis Lowe mustering only 506. In Christchurch East Central, Ryan Ricardo Strachan, the finance minister, 5,631 votes. Rashid Belriff polling 2,459 votes. Better showing for the Dems in Christchurch East Central. Over in Christchurch South, Ralph Thorne running away with victory there with 1,712 votes. Mark Laurent, a new face entirely for the DLP, polling just 564 votes. In the constituency of Christchurch West, the housing minister in the last government is going back to Parliament. The person of William Fauntleroy Duguid of the Barbados Labour Party, 1,497 votes against Andrew Cave of the Democratic Labour Party, who polled 410 votes. Over in Christchurch West Central, another solid victory for the Bees as Adrian Ford, medic as he's known, was able to give himself sufficient boost, and what a boost over Renette Dimmock. Strongest challenge so far in the constituency, in the Christchurch constituencies, by Renette Dimmock when all is, when the dust settles from what I can see, with the exception of Christchurch East Central. Second best showing by the Democratic Labour Party in Christchurch was in Christchurch West Central, but then only 695 votes for the DLP's Renette Dimmock, as opposed to 2,673 for Adrian Medic Ford. Now, let's see what's happening in the St. Michael battleground, as it were. We've had a victory for the Speaker of the House, Arthur Holder, over Corey Cox, the challenger for the DLP, and Joseph Atherley will be out of Parliament when it is next convened. We are still keeping an eye on St. Michael North. I'm not getting any change in those figures, where there's the thinnest of margins between Burton and Harrison for the Dems as opposed to Davis and Ishmael. It's a large constituency, so we'd expect some more seesaw, if not a complete result, for St. Michael North by now. We had a victory declared, but I'm not seeing any figures entered in. We're going to try and fix that for the benefit of posterity. But in St. Michael Northwest, there was a victory for Neil Rowe over Ryan Walters of the DLP. In St. Michael South Central, Marsha Cattle was able to beat off a challenge by Richard Seeley comfortably, 1,044 votes to Cattle against Seeley's 499. If that's the final tally, has to be said that was a very, very, very quiet election in St. Michael South Central. I do not think those are the final figures, but we hope to have them sent to you soon. In St. Michael Southeast, more like the kind of turnout that you might expect in a constituency, and a runaway victory. Sandia Bradshaw, the education minister, making the point in her, after she was declared the winner in St. Michael Southeast, saying that St. Michael Southeast has been now formally declared BLP territory, a BLP stronghold. And she has very good claim to that, very strong claim to that assertion. 2,325 votes for Santia Bradshaw, 575 votes for Pedro Shepherd, the DLP, Patrick Tannis of the APP getting 154 votes. Again, no result or no returns yet, but we suspect that there might be some delay. Some returning officers are holding on to everything and then releasing it as opposed to box by box, which is unusual in many cases, but nothing really out of the ordinary. But so in that case, we are yet to get figures for St. Michael West Central, St. Michael South, and the city of Bridgetown, but I suspect those contests should be pretty much over, as also we expect in the case of St. James Central, where Kerry Simmons is being challenged by Paul Gibson of the DLP, independent candidate Erskine Alley, and Joseph Jordan. In St. James North, we heard earlier, Edmund Hinkson, comfortable victory there over Charles Worrell for the Labour Party. St. James South, Sandra Husbands, 1,623 votes against Dr. Ronnie Yearwood, and another big night for the Labour Party, big loss for the Dems in St. James South. In St. Thomas, in the So we can say to you now that the projected winner, Barbados Today, is calling it for the city of Bridgetown, as the social activist talk show host Corey Ford is able to retain for the Labour Party the seat vacated by the Health Minister, Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Bostic, who was thrown in the towel after 4 decades in public life. And Kimar Stewart would have been his challenger. We're going to hope to get some figures for that, but we've got victory for the city of Bridgetown. Hopefully I'll get some figures coming in that I can report to you on what that kind of victory for the Labour Party looked like in the city, with Solutions Barbados candidate Fallon Best, the other candidate, along with Marva Lashley Todd. Also, St. Michael West Central, hoping to get a result there in the contest between Ian Gooding Edgell, Veronica Price, David J. Roberts, Angela Eady, and Curtis Cave, the Democrat Labour Party challenger. It's now 23 minutes past 1.
Thanks for that. Thanks for the update, Julius. I'm hearing too as well that Dr. Brown's has been declared as the winner in St. Philip North too as well. So we'll await the official word on that. But when the returning officers wait to give all of the results one time, it doesn't help the media a lot, because we're trying to do projections based on the boxes that we get. Unfortunately, when they wait and hold it back until the very end, then you don't really get to see the trends as such. But there you have it. We're still waiting on a few areas to come in, one or two that we haven't heard anything about, but we don't expect surprises there. However, there's still that part of the Eastern Corridor for the DLP with two constituencies, I believe, that are still outstanding there. So let's bring up the panel now. And I want to ask the question now. All right, there you have it. Another one. The sea of red begins to take over even further. Dr. Duguid, no surprises there. That would have been expected. That's been pretty much a fortress seat for the Barbados Labour Party for decades now. So no change there. What now of the future of the political leader of the Democratic Labour Party? One, panel. And two, we haven't touched on this one all evening yet, but the hint from Prime Minister Motley that this would be her final term. That was viewed with some skepticism by some of the political opponents. And what does that really hold for the future, if in fact she holds to that? And then what now of Verla de Pisa and her own political future and the future of the Democratic Labour Party leadership?
Well, I feel as though that question is almost rhetorical regarding Verla de Pisa. I mean, this is her third loss in a strong, constituency that she really should have won. Interestingly enough, she did quite a bit of work up there. So the fact that as a president of a political party in a constituency that is relatively fertile ground, in addition to you doing work on the ground and still not being able to come even close to winning the seat, is an indictment on you as that individual and leader of that political party. So I don't think there's anything left for Verla de Pisa other than to step aside from the head of the Democratic Party as the president and a political leader, quite frankly. So it's a resounding defeat on her and the party, and quite frankly, the Democratic Party will need to see the back of Verla de Pisa. To your second question, could you repeat the second one? I can't remember right now.
Yes, well, related to the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party itself, but then also Prime Minister Motley's hint that perhaps she would not be going beyond a second term.
Well, Prime Minister Motley was running in her constituency since 1981, I believe it was. So it's well over 30 years that she has served in her constituency, served in several capacities in various ministries as Prime Minister. And I think that we have gotten a hint as to where Prime Minister Motley's mind is, and it's really the international forum. I think that she thinks she can bring some value to Barbados beyond the shores of Barbados, and I think that there's nothing to doubt that it might very well be her last running, and she may very well again take the reins somewhere else to benefit Barbados how she sees fit. So I mean, politicians say that it's going to be the last all the time. We have an MP that just ran and he's 72 years old and he'll be heading out at what, about 75, 76. So the politicians say this all the time. And we never know until they actually leave. So we will see how things actually pan out regarding Motley's tenureship going forward.
All right.
Let me just say quickly, I'm officially an old man tonight because my student, an actual student of mine, Corey Lane, has become the first student of mine in the Barbadian Parliament. I'm very, very proud of that. So I feel like an old person now. I want to say though that in response, I agree with Devron that the leadership crisis, the defeat would not probably, it should mean that tonight we should be having Verla de Pisa's resignation. I think a lot of her when she became the leader of the DLP, from the blessings of Frenda Stewart, that was always a very questionable thing, and it was almost as if he was passing the baton to her directly. And I think that probably explained a number of the challenges she got along the way. On Prime Minister Motley's declaration, I think the fact that she has been repeating it and saying it so often is obviously something she feels now. and she has explained why she's saying so. But I think in political questions of political leadership, a lot would depend on what happens to the country. So you might very well feel something today, and then 3 years down the road, based on what you see happening, especially since she's not an old person as yet. I mean, she's an old hand in the politics, but not necessarily an old person. I think that if you look at American politics, even Jamaican politics, they have 70 something years is a normal age for a political personality. Biden, you can see as an example of what I'm talking about. So I do think that it is genuine. I don't read anything, and perhaps sometimes too, when you feel something at the time, you articulate it. So she probably obviously has her own timeline for withdrawing from Barbadian politics. But I also would suggest that that timeline would be determined a lot by what actually happens in the concrete sense. Because something may very well happen, and you might hear, well, the country might need me for a while longer. So I think that's what Devon is alluding to when he says a lot of them declare that and then they don't actually do it because real events take place. But it's left to be seen. But I think it's a clear cut thing inside the DLP. It means that the current leadership will be open, and I think Devon was using the language earlier about an organic leader. When I heard the returns coming from from St. James South, I was thinking if Ronnie Yearwood had won, that's an example of an organic leader. But if there is no seat in the parliament, I'm not sure what you mean by what you would understand by an organic leader. It has to be tested in an election, and you win your seat, and on that basis you emerge. So the DLP will be experiencing a situation where if the night holds as it appears to be holding, without a leader in the parliament, and that would certainly mean we can't really test the leadership. Unless you win a seat, then the real value, your real truth, the real truthfulness of your leadership is doubted. So that's the situation they'll be facing for. So that I think is the situation with the DLP going forward.
Yeah, are we gonna get okay? The outcome certainly the outcome certainly tells me that the LP strategy was certainly not impactful. And don't forget, it's only three in a few years, and a lot of the accusations leveled against the party under the Stewart administration is still fresh in the minds of the people, I would imagine. And I thought, as I said earlier, I didn't think they did sufficient enough to dispel or to court the endearment of the public, sorry, the voting public to take home a victory tonight. It was always a case for me where the Barbados Labour Party was going to seal the victory, but somehow I expected that the Democratic Labour Party would have been able to capture some seats. And so far, it doesn't appear to be trending that way. And if they do, it may be two, it may be three, who knows? But getting back to the specific leadership style of Verla, I felt there were times when she could have been more visible, more energetic, respond and punch at the issues of the day. I felt that she was too internally focused. And I suppose, again, I make this point, Verla was suited for the time in terms of holding the party together. But in terms of the other dynamics where you project outward, where you win the public's confidence, where you show that you're a strong leader, where you show you have what it takes, I didn't think that she did well in that area. Now she's taken the party into the election. She has a lot to think about. And let me just say something to Dr. Joseph. From what I understand, Frondell Stewart did not pass the baton to Verla. There was an election. I think that Eswick was supposed to take the reins. I think there were some challengers who were supposed to come forward and present themselves for election. And when at the end of the day, they didn't show, and Verla had no choice but to take over the leadership of the party. And as we all admitted here tonight, she survived 2 challenges, which says a lot. But I think those challenges were because she was steadfast, Now, Verla was not a member of the cabinet or a member of parliament under the Fred Nostro administration, but yet she bore the brunt of the criticisms, the brunt of the accusations, and to some extent that disadvantaged her. But rather than come out and rather than punch back to the issues of the day, I felt that when she spoke, it was too speechy. I felt that when she spoke, she did not drive home the points so that people would listen and take note. This is a powerful leader, this is a strong leader. So she does have her weaknesses, like we all accept, but I did not think she played to her strengths because she has the ability to demonstrate leadership and strong leadership. In some regards, I felt that she brooded over the young candidates and hovered over them and was only comfortable when she was speaking to her own, speaking within the party. And that's what I meant when I said her focus was mainly internal. In terms of the leadership question, how that will be settled, that's a matter entirely up to the party. And I hope coming out of this defeat, they can find a way to unite and to unite even stronger so that going into another election, I mean, the work is no doubt cut out for them. They have a lot of work to do, I'll admit that. But going into another election, we should see a re-engineered Democratic Labour Party. We should see a rebranded Labour Party. Tennyson was making a point about not getting away from the social democratic philosophy. But I asked the question, why not? Because both Barbados Labour Party, Democratic Labour Party, are based on the foundation of labor. Back then it was King Sugar. Back then it was the primary export industries, bauxite and so on. Hence you have all these labor parties emerging, strong trade unionism. We don't have that again. So I like the notion. Sorry?
All right. I have to break in. We have two results coming up. So we'll come back, Maureen, and for a further update. Let's go to the command center where the results are coming in.
All right, it's 23 minutes from 2, and apologies for that, but we'll never mind the whiz bangs. We can tell you straight off the bat that it is still going to be a very, very tall order for the Democratic Labour Party to claim at least a seat and in Parliament in opposition to the Barbados Labour Party. Right now, we're expecting an update momentarily from Kareem Smith, standing by at St. Philip West. When last we were with the valiant warriors in St. Philip West, it was Kay McConney, 22 vote lead over David Estwick. I suspect we've come away from there with something closer to a result one way or the other. But Kareem Smith has journeyed from north to south, from St. Lucie through the St. James South, and now he's found himself at St. Philip West for an update there. And we're just for a moment there we had him, and just for a moment we lost him, and I hope we'll get him back before too long. So last we were there, 889 votes for Kay McConney, 867 votes for David Estwick. A close run thing, 104 votes for Lynette Eastman. Now, you may say, well, Lynette Eastman has failed to impress, but it could make a difference in the overall margin. Is it possible that any attraction that David Estwick might have picked up would have been lost to that third-party candidate? That's the picture that we're looking at right now, as the best hope in St. Philip now is very much on the line for the Democratic Labour Party. And it's been a night of hopes dashed for the DLP, a party which was formed just 4 years after adult suffrage came to this country in 1951. with the general election of December the 13th, 1951, and victory for the Labour Party then. But 10 years later, it was the DLP that was claiming the reins of government, and with the Premier leading the country to independence 5 years after that, 1966. It's a very different picture tonight, as it was a very different picture 3.5 years ago. As I seem to recall, you might have been up at that hour waiting to hear it, but all hopes were being held by a losing government for even St. John. That was lost at the last turn of the post for the Democratic Labour Party. Well, at this time around, no hope for them in St. John. They lost their challenge against Charles Griffith, the incumbent for the Barbados Labour Party. And again, this notion of a Democratic Labour Party stronghold in St. John has been, again, put to the sword. Let's look now at the situation, as I think we're trying to get Kareem Smith, and there he is, right outside what looks like the Princess Margaret Secondary School and St. Philip West.
You've called it right this time around, Julius. I am just outside the auditorium here at Princess Margaret at 6 Road St. Philip, where persons are waiting with bated breath for what we believe will be the final announcement from the officer here. Now, I know that initially we heard that Senator Kay McConney was leading Dr. David Estwick by about 22 votes, but I'm told since then, I don't have official numbers or an official tally, but I'm told that a few more boxes were counted, and now Senator Kay McConney has started to distance herself by a margin of around 300 votes. So that's just the update right now, and I'll bring you more as it comes to hand.
All right. So when that declaration comes, Kareem, we want to go to you live. So beg the returning officer to hold strength until we are ready to go live with that declaration, because I think that will be really a very important story of the night, which captures the overall story of a challenge by the Democratic Labour Party to get back in Parliament, and that hope being dashed over in St. Philip West. It would appear with a 300 vote lead unofficially between that Kay McConney now holds over David Estwick. Over in St. Thomas, victory for the minister and the incumbent, Cynthia Ford, in St. Thomas, looking at a very, very commanding victory. The Labour Party cementing its position as the party of majority in St. Thomas, and by a big number. What a majority. 2,167 votes polled by Cynthia Ford, over 448 by Dr. Roderick Hines. The independent candidate, Samuel Maynard, 87 votes. Philip Catlin, 79. So St. Thomas, victory there for Cynthia Ford for the Barbados Labour Party. Now, let's move further inland. Again, we want to get back to St. Michael and see what's happening in the St. Michael West and St. Michael West Central. We've had a declaration in the city of Bridgetown, victory for Corey Lane for the Barbados Labour Party in the city of Bridgetown. That had the highest threshold for any challenger to overcome a BLP victory, something in the order of 23% swing. So it was always doubtful that that would go any other way but to the Barbados Labour Party. But the margins we wanted to get from the city of Bridgetown, we hope to be able to bring those to you. So Michael South, Kirk Humphrey looking to win there over the challenger Kevin Miller of the Democratic Labour Party in St. Michael South. And we're getting some more details coming in on my other feed, which I will bring to you just as I get them. But for the moment, that's the picture. Here, look for a result very, very soon in St. Philip West in the battle between the Messrs. McConney and Estwick. In this case, Kay McConney, the senator in the last parliament, the minister for new technology, as it were, who was introducing on her ministerial patch a new identification card, not yet used for this election, but we expect that will be used for the next election as the Barbados Labour Party returns to power. But David Estwick, who was hoping to bring victory there and claw back some measure of respect for himself and for the Democratic Labour Party, it's looking like a tough fight, even tougher as we move from a 22 vote margin in McConney's favor to a 300 odd vote margin unofficially in favor of the would-be BLP candidate there, MP in St. Philip West. So as soon as we get more results, we'll come right back to you, and especially hopefully a live report of a declaration in that constituency where the Democratic Labour Party is pinning its hopes on that particular seat, and also in the constituency of St. Michael North. If we can get an update from St. Michael North, I'd like that very much, because it was really in the balance there between Harrison of the DLP and Ishmael of the BLP, but I suspect that too might have changed considerably in the intervening moments. Again, the issue has been that some returning officers have been holding on to the tallies, and they might do 5 boxes at once or do every 5 boxes, and in 1 or 2 or 3 particular cases, not saying anything at all until they've got all the boxes counted and then giving the final tally of the declaration. So it's that kind of seesaw back and forth where the tension has been building for some, and it's hurry up and wait for others. Now, just gone 30 minutes short of 2 o'clock. It's looking like another long night, Vic, even though with a lower voter turnout and with clearly another resounding result in which the people of this country have spoken, we're still here. It's still rather late.
Thank you, Julius. That wall, which the DLP had been hoping to build along the eastern corridor, and then hopefully trying to bring it into other parts of the country, that wall did not stand up. That wall appears to have collapsed, and with a 300 vote lead at the moment for Kay McConney over Dr. Estwick, that would be a resounding victory for the Barbados Labour Party. And even though we haven't heard from the constituency of Indarweir, I suspect that is game, set, and match in that regard too as well. So we just have then we're coming down to the one seat in St. Michael. And again, it opens up the question about the 30 Love, but we were discussing leadership and the future. But you may want to comment on some of these more recent results. Panel, okay, we're going to take a break. I've got a signal. We're going to break. When we come back to the panel. I know it's late in the night. It's 13 minutes to 2 o'clock on the morning of the 20th. We started this broadcast hours ago on the 19th. Something really needs to be done to ensure that the returning officers can give us the information on a little more timely basis. Having worked on every election over the last, from the era of Tom Adams in 76, coming all the way through to the present one, I don't understand why we are taking longer and longer to get results. It's a repeat in more ways than one of the 2018 election. In days gone by 11 o'clock in the night, we were pretty much wrapped up and we knew what the results were going to be. So I'm not sure what is leading to this unusually slow period of counting of the ballots. That is a story, of course, for the future. For the moment, we will hang in there and we take a break and then we come back.
dehydration strikes, adults and kids can get advanced rehydration from Pedialyte. Pedialyte liters quickly replenish lost fluids, zinc, and electrolytes to help prevent dehydration and to help you feel better fast.
Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab a oasis now, why wait? Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab a oasis now, why wait? The greatest, the safest oasis for sure. Oasis, it's purer than pure.
Caribbean Cool is a refreshing juice drink that contains 100% vitamin C that you can enjoy any time of the day. It has a refreshingly awesome range of Caribbean flavors: Morby, orange, fruit punch, pineapple, sorrel, and pineapple coconut. Suitable for any occasion. Caribbean Cool.
All right. My unofficial sources are telling me, Julius, that that Kay McConney has taken the seat over Dr. Estwick. We'll await the official result of that. Anything further before we go back to the panel? And I'm also getting some projections that Chris Gibbs has taken the seat. I don't think that would come as a surprise in St. Michael West. This is some unofficial information coming to me from my sources. Anything further from your end, Julius?
All right. Well, you are just about to get some final official result for St. Philip West. The tally looks like this: Kay McConney, 1,198 votes. David Estwick, 1,135 votes. So with 160 votes going to Lynette Eastman and 54 votes to the Solutions Barbados candidate, Karina Goodridge. Once again, very tight victory, but a victory nonetheless. If these are the final figures, that would be it. In St. Philip West, Kay McConney, 1,198 over David Estwick's 1,135, with Lynette Eastman polling 160 votes for the APP and Karina Goodridge 54 for Solutions Barbados. So we're expecting to get a final report and a live declaration, but that's victory for Kay McConney and a close one victory for her, but nonetheless able to beat off a strong challenge from the Democratic Labour Party candidate, David Estwick, seeking to return to St. Philip West, the former minister there. And we hope to get some final word on the situation in St. Michael North, where the last report we had was, again, very, very narrow. 567 for Burton Ricardo Harrison for the Democratic Labour Party, 551 for Davison Ishmael, and 85 votes for the APP candidate, Maria Phillips. In the last... And that's more than a projection, that's the declaration of victory in the parish of and constituency of St. Lucie, as Peter Phillips has fended off a challenge by Verla de Pisa, the political leader pro tempore, it would appear, for the Democratic Labour Party, who has not succeeded in her bid to gain a parliamentary foothold for the DLP. 2,560 votes polled by Phillips compared to 1,616 votes for De Pisa, with 121 votes for Wayne Griffith of the APP. And that's the story right now, with, again, searching, the Democratic Labour Party must be searching for some positives to take from this night. But so far, it's looking very close to, with barring again some critical results in St. Michael North now. It's all up to that constituency to bring the Democratic Labour Party into Parliament after being put into the wilderness in the last election. It's not looking very positive for the Democratic Labour Party at this time. We could be back to a 30-seat one-party parliament come the opening of the next session of Parliament, the next Parliament. That's the story right now at just 5 minutes short of 2.
Thank you, Julius. Yes, as we said, St. Philip, the return of the stalwarts, the return of Messrs. Lowe, Lashley, Estwick, has not really been beneficial to the former Democratic Labour Party government trying to come back and to regain some seats in 2022. All of them have now been rejected. And we go now to the panel to pick up and make some comments on where we are at 5 minutes to 2 o'clock in the morning.
I just did a tally on those numbers in St. Philip West. You have less than 2,600 persons voting in a constituency of 10,000. That is scary. Less than 2,600 persons voting in a constituency of 10,000 plus. That is a first in Barbadian history. So when I heard the final tally in the thousands in the second largest constituency in Barbados, only after St. Philip South, I was very concerned. And me for St. Thomas, when I heard St. Ford winning by 2,000 votes and are having 2,000 votes in a constituency again of almost 10,000, these projections are just showing that voter turnout in the 30s and the 40s in some constituencies, which is very, very unfortunate.
Go ahead, Denison.
In reflecting on the results, I was just thinking now is the time to play Monday morning quarterback now. We can look at things tactically. I was just wondering whether or not it would have been tactically useful for the DLP to boycott the election in relation, because given the result of the 30 Love. So the argument could simply have been all of the debate about COVID and the country not being ready and so forth. But you see, I think it happened once before. Well, not the PNP did it in Jamaica when they had an issue with the way in which there was an issue over the electoral, some electoral issue that they were not happy with, and they boycotted. Of course, what happens if the government wins all the seats? Then you carry the argument about lack of legitimacy and so forth. So all of the debates about political overreach and lack of legitimacy and despotism and so forth, then you could tactically decide you're not running the election. Now, but you could say to a certain extent, Villa Pisa was hamstrung by her lack of leadership. Okay, it would have to take a very, very secure leader to make that kind of decision with a whole party behind her. But if you imagine if Villa Pisa deciding that the DLP is not contesting the election, there would be a whole faction calling her, saying it is wrong and so forth. So her own weakness as a leader, in terms of her standing within the party in relation to other members, could have limited her in making kind of some of those tactical decisions. But looking with hindsight, certainly the same 30 Love result you had in 2018, you get it now. And as we have all been saying, the only thing that has happened so far is that it has deepened to a certain extent the crisis of the DLP. So had the DLP not run the election on the basis that the country was being put through an unnecessary election in COVID and people were being disenfranchised, if that had been the language, then the BLP would have gone into an election. We would be sitting here tonight numbers for BLP votes only. And then the day after, the country is, I think the kind of issue that Devon is trying to raise now around the issue of voter turnout, which I think is a legitimate question. So you're now saying, look at how low a government is now in office on the basis of less than 40% of the population voting, or only getting 35% of the support of the country and so forth. That kind of discourse would have been actually buttressed if you boycott the election. But again, these are the kinds of decisions that a real secure leader would make.
Maureen?
Yeah, I was going to say when the Democratic Labour Party do their postmortem, they have to consider all the factors that would have contributed to this defeat again. Again, they have 24 new candidates. I think they did reasonably well, made a very good showing for new candidates because, as we know, new candidates generally don't fare well against incumbents. So there are lessons to be learned from this exercise. Now, Dr. Joseph is saying perhaps Verla could have taken the decision to boycott this election. But don't forget the issue of finance. Opposition parties do not readily access the type of finance that incumbent parties do. And if you want to compare the Democratic Labour Party with the Barbados Labour Party seems to have a well-oiled machine in terms of attracting the finance to do certain things. So postponing elections might not have, or failing, sorry, boycotting the elections in terms of not contesting might have augured might have disadvantaged the Democratic Labour Party in the long run on the basis of the financial side of things, not being able to attract the funding, not being able to prolong a long, extensive campaign, and so on and so forth. So I thought that, Verla making the decision to contest the election, given what she had, given the finance that the party had received, and so on, was the better option for the party in the circumstances.
All right. What do you think, Devaron, what is the overriding thing that would cause a constituency of over 10,000 to register just under 3,000 odd votes in more than one constituency? I mean, that seems like a really large margin. And if in fact you had fired up your opposition, surely that base should have come out, even if they didn't come out in 2018, and you brought a whole new set of candidates, as Maureen has indicated, attractive candidates from her assessment. Surely that should have fired up your base, particularly in that eastern wall where you traditionally had strong support. So why would that not have taken place? Why would they have stayed away in such large numbers?
You're so correct in that one, because I'm here looking at the stats, and in 2013, for instance, the DLP received 3,720 votes for aspect alone. So aspect received more votes in 2013 than were cast in 2022. Now, there are several reasons why this will be the situation. First and foremost, it has to be the COVID circumstance. And there's obviously a level of apathy towards not just the Democratic Labour Party, but towards clearly the Barbados Labour Party, because the Barbados Labour Party are winning these seats, but they're certainly not running away when it comes to the numbers that we're seeing. Kim McConnell won with 1,000 votes, in essence. So it is a problem of the national level as opposed to any one political party. And I don't think any political party at this point should be comfortable with the fact that this is the mandate that they have received, whether win or loss. Now, the base of the Democratic Labour Party, I think that they wanted to see more fight from the Democratic Labour Party. They would have wanted to see a leader that could be matched or even relatively rival. I mean, Motley, for instance, and the absence of that type of individual might have kept the base at home or might have kept them votes at home. You have a situation where the Democratic Labour Party might not have presented itself as an alternative at a point where issues such as COVID are so critical, and they have not presented themselves possibly as an alternative. But in all fairness, the Democratic Labour Party as well too, the election was called relatively early, 3.5 years before, or rather 3.5 years into its tenure, into the Barbados Labour Party's tenure. And the Democratic Labour Party might have not had enough time, rather, to get its new candidates, for instance, on the ground. Many of these candidates, for instance, were announced this year. You have Bernard DeMott, for instance, and Kevin, forgot his last name, St. Michael South, who were announced in September. So you have a seat like St. Michael South and Christchurch West Central, for instance, fertile ground for the Democratic Labour Party. Stephen Lashley, for instance, did very well over the years from the Stuart Carity seats in 2003. But you've had candidates in those seats who've only been able to, in essence, run on the ground for 3 months. So the timing of the election in many ways could have disadvantaged the Democratic Labour Party in its ability to get its candidates out there to roll up the base possibly and certainly to connect with the constituency. But ultimately, it still has to end with the very top.
The Tennyson mentioned early on in the evening a point which perhaps I'm wondering to what extent that played here too as well, and that is that in his view, in his analysis, the Democratic Labour Party did not really address the issues. People ran away from it. They left the party. In a sense, you left the night watchman to lead the team, but you never really address the fundamental issues that people became disaffected with you on between the 2013 2018 period. How do you respond to that, therefore, within the context of what has happened?
Anybody?
Anyone?
Well, I agree with that assessment, and I've said that one of the problems I had was that they did not engage in image repair or rebuilding their image and representing themselves to the public by either correcting or rebuffing some of the allegations that would have been cast on them under the Fernell Stewart-led administration. So now I think when they get back to the drawing board, they're going to have to seriously look at, because again, I'm repeating myself, 3 years is still a short period of time. And in the minds of the electorate, the Democratic Labour Party's image has been tarnished. And how do you change the mindset of the electorate and endear them to you? You do it through image repair, image rebuilding.
I mean, in all fairness, I've said several times, months in advance, that this was not the election for the Democratic Labour Party to win or even come close to winning. Quite frankly, it would be the following one. And obviously, you had circumstances with the old guard, for instance, returning, still thinking that they had some longevity in politics and those various things. So those questions still needed to be answered, and those situations still needed to be settled. The Dennis Lows of the world, for instance, coming back thinking that they still have some future in politics. I saw this election as the period where you would really cut the break between the past and the present. I agree that the Democratic Labour Party has some work to do regarding rebranding of itself. I'm not sure and convinced that it has addressed the answering of questions because, again, the electorate has answered that question for them, and no twice. So I think at this point, going forward, they will have to take the rising stars within the party from this election into the next one if they're interested in running. And I think that should be a sufficient break by then that they could actually mount, I would say, a relatively decent campaign. The unfortunate thing that we have now is, again, a 30 love, and they don't have anything to build on. Had they been able to win 2 or 3 seats, they would have had something to build on. So you will not be seeing a Democratic Labour Party return to office for maybe another 10 years, given this result. So that is something to think about as well. And beyond the election tonight, there are going to be some very serious constitutional issues that will arise for the Barbados government and the country as a whole. For instance, the constitution will certainly have to be changed for the composition of the Senate, unless somebody does a Joseph Appley again. But the Senate cannot in essence be called in essence without having 2 oppositional senators, as the Constitution states. So there are going to be some implications, again, governance-wise, that will become problematic for the country going forward with this new administration, and Bartley will have to address several of those things. COVID will still be in our face and several things as well. But the Democratic Party has a lot of work to do. And Tennessee, the reason why I disagree with you regarding boycotting the election, you're looking at it from a party perspective and a national perspective, but you're not looking at it from the individuals that toil that party on a daily basis for free and volunteer their time and work within the party and contribute to the party, and the candidates that have been hitting the ground for however months and spending their own money. Those individuals, again, need some level of vindication. To put in that work over that time and then say we're not going to run in the election, that actually, hurts many people who have dedicated their blood, sweat, and tears towards the party. So you still put up a fight, I would say. Certainly, the result is not one that they would want, but you still put up a fight. And as far as the postmortem of the Democratic Labour Party, again, I am of the position that the party needs to head in a different philosophical position. Tennis, I don't know we disagree on that, but what you are saying in essence, there's no one to do it. That is the problem. So bringing the Democratic Labour Party to a position where it has that intellectual capacity, where it has bringing it into the 21st century, and tying those traditional approaches towards a more 21st century, who is going to do it? The party is not going to attract the quality of individuals to do that. So that's why I'm saying fundamentally, in order for it to attract the necessary talent, attract the necessary thinking, broaden its appeal, it's going to have to change its philosophical thinking, because if you just bring grassroots people to the party, there's actually no one to lift and do the heavy lifting and the intellectual changes that are necessary for the party.
But Deron, before I forget, you had referred to Undine Whitaker as a grassroots politician, but she was a trade unionist and a teacher, and that by no means is a grassroots politician. I mean, if you want to talk about grassroots, you have to refer to somebody like Mark Williams when he contested, or somebody like Hamilton Lashley. While I agree with you, Devron, and I slightly disagree with Tennyson, I think there's room for keeping the social democratic philosophy as well as to engage neoliberal kind of ethos, because it's all about Barbados' development, and you need to you're operating in a global environment, and you need to create new industries, new businesses, and so on. You need foreign and direct investment to come in, and so on, and you have to facilitate it. So the Democratic Labour Party need to marry the socioeconomic philosophy with the neoliberal ethos, not an entrenched neoliberal ethos, but one that is sustainable, that can help prop up the socialist democratic philosophy.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Because I switched to a new device.
I was hearing some noise.
Oh, sorry about that. Because my computer began to restart on me at its normal 2 o'clock timing, so I had to switch to my cell phone. I'll try to plug in the headphone, but I just want to say very quickly that when I spoke of the DLP needing to refashion its social democratic ethos, I was speaking specifically in the context that the BLP has taken the ground from the DLP. So it's not inventing a new philosophy. It's saying to you, there are certain things that the DLP had been the leaders in, certain social issues and so forth, that they had been the leaders in. The country looked to the DLP to fashion those kinds of social democratic responses. But somewhere after the 1980s into the 1990s, the DLP failed to do that. So the BLP began to articulate those issues in a clearer way. And I gave the precise example of the University of the West Indies, for example. When the DLP came into office, it was almost as if the guys came in there with an axe to grind with the University of the West Indies. And some of us were laughing and saying, you think you'll come into office and take on a university? So some of them felt anytime they had a chance to go and say something public, it was always something negative. And on the other hand, Owen Arthur is now talking about building out warrens into a university town and looking at tourists coming in because it's an international university. These are the kinds of things that you want to call it social democratic. You don't have to call it social democratic, but it appeals, it addresses a social need in Barbados, whilst at the same time it links into an international economy that is linked to tourism and services and so forth. And the DLP could not do that, and they began to be enemies of that kind of discourse. So I don't want to reduce it to a narrow talk about grassroots politician and so forth. In fact, I find it kind of funny that Maureen was correcting you, because it's a kind of false notion of what a grassroots politician is, for you to call Undine Whitaker a grassroots politician, because it just shows you an ideological block. A younger generation doesn't even understand the historical evolution that they came out of. So there's a trade union movement that is still alive. It might not be the same way as it was under under Clement Payne in the 1930s, but there's a trade union movement in the 21st century that a modern democratic party can attach itself to or articulate issues around. That's the kind of thing I mean. And that doesn't call for any big intellectual, you don't have a cadre of philosophers in the party to articulate that. That's a natural, organic thing based on what you are as a party. That's the kind of thinking that the party needs to do. And stop focusing on the narrow electoral thing too. That's another era too of a kind of younger generation of what I call opportunistic politicians. So that's why I started my discourse earlier tonight by attacking the advisors. There's a tendency to reduce everything to electoral calculation. Sometimes I hear some people on the radio and TV who call themselves analysts, and the only comment they can make is whether or not somebody can win a seat, whether somebody can win. That's not what political discourse is about. It's much broader than that. So if you're going into thinking of playing a role of refashioning a party, you have to think deeper than those narrow surface concerns by looking at somebody and say, oh, there's a grassroots politician. We don't need him in there, or we don't need her in there. That is a narrow kind of way of looking at the reality. The world is changing. There are broad global issues and there are local issues, and you fashion a response using from your traditional base. But I'm saying, and that's the last point I want to make, the BLP has taken the rug from under the feet of the DLP. Those issues are not those issues that the DLP is failing to articulate for traditional DLP areas, and they've lost ground. That's all I'm trying to say.
Are we going to the
No, the interesting thing is that the difficulties of the Democrat Labour Party started since 1999.
What used to be depressed.
Just hold a moment. Let's go to.
President DePisa, what were your words after tonight's result?
Well, first of all, the Democratic Labour Party will concede, as we must. Our only concern is that the voter turnout continues to be depressed, and I do believe that we have to take a serious look at that going forward as to how we reclaim the confidence of our people in the process of democracy. Outside of that, as far as our team is concerned, we will regroup. We will decide, not tonight, but sometime in the future, what it is that we're doing, and we will communicate with you in relation to that. But congratulations to the Barbados Labour Party for their victory.
Some people will say that this is a deciding vote, if you will, on your leadership of the party. What say you?
Well, as I said, we will make those decisions at some future stage. I do believe that, for me personally, the rest can speak for themselves. I am proud of what I have accomplished along with them for the Democratic Labour Party, and we will make those determinations sometime in the future, but not tonight.
Are there any concerns about today's voting process?
They're as they were before the election, and that is that it was a reckless time to call an election. The depressed voter turnout continues to be worrisome, and we do have to look for ways to address that before we find ourselves in a position where we've lost our democracy without intending it.
And what have you been hearing from some of your party supporters?
To be honest, my candidates are the ones with whom I've had the most contact tonight, as we were calling each other to make sure that we were going to be here, because that was important. And of course with my St. Lucie family, because we were having our own election watch at the campaign house. They're, of course, disappointed in the result, but pleased with the showing that we had generally in terms of the presentation of our candidates, the quality platform, the stellar manifesto that met with the approval of the economists, because of course there were some who were criticizing and saying that we had no economic depth, and yet we were able to produce a manifesto that was sound. That the conversation with the party faithful will happen. As I said, it won't be tonight, clearly, but we will meet shortly.
Thank you.
Thanks much.
That's the defeated candidate for St. Lucie and the leader, the president of the Democratic Labour Party there, essentially conceding the election. We still don't know if the final result is going to be 29-1, 28-2, or 30-0, although it seems like 30-0 seems like the most likely outcome. I had a little difficulty hearing what she was fully understanding what she was saying because the video was breaking up, the audio was, but I'm not sure if other members of the panel picked up what she was saying and in her concession speech and would care to comment.
Well, she was. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was saying that she pointed towards the fact that the voter turnout was low. She pointed towards the fact that they would have an internal decision regarding her leadership of the party going forward, and in essence, that I guess she was in communications with supporters, but that was by and large what I've gathered from her conversations. Mostly the fact that the voter turnout was low and it needs to be addressed as a national issue.
As well as she felt that the party needed to regroup, as we were saying earlier, and it certainly would not be done this morning, but she referred to a future time. But again, would that be problematic because the Democratic Labour Party has changed its constitution to give the president an additional 2 years instead of the one? So I'm wondering what problems that would pose going forward to, let's say, if they decided they did not want to go forward with Verla at the helm. I wonder what problems that would pose for the party.
She would resign. She could resign from the position. It's as simple as that, quite frankly. But the point it was making is that the fortunes of the Democratic Labour Party, or the misfortunes of the Democratic Labour Party, started actually in 1999, when after it lost quite a few seats and just had 2 seats in Parliament. And the reality is that they had no patronage to offer anyone, and the quality of the candidates that they attracted were not quality candidates. And then suddenly government fell on these individuals, and their governance at that time rested upon the fact they were never quality individuals. And for 10 years, we had bad quality individuals running Barbados. And so the fortunes of the Democratic Party, or misfortunes rather, started in 1999 and they continue into 2022. Where are the economists in the party, for instance, the candidates that can be economists? Where are the persons who have the skills to really bring Barbados and operate in the Barbados in the 21st century? Those candidates are not there. That's why I keep speaking to a grassroots type of person. We want grassroots persons in politics, yes, but you also have to have the balance of expertise. You should not have gotten rid of a Clyde Master, for instance, saying he doesn't sound like a them. That is the type of thinking the Democratic Labour Party needs to move beyond, unless it will not attract, again, that quality professional individual who can actually govern and get things done, who understand social media, who understand branding and marketing, who understand these various things that are necessary to get the party where it has to go. It just can't be the person who goes on stage and enjoys the music and appeals to a certain type of individual and nothing else is being done to really put the party in a more solid position. So those misfortunes started 20 years ago.
I see another situation emerging where the Democratic Labour Party could attract some compassion, some empathy from some well-intended people. And I could see them being able to maximize on the sympathies and the compassion of well-intended people. I'm glad you raised the point about quality candidates, because you could say the same thing for those on the Barbados Labour Party side. Now, Tennyson spoke about the leader, Mia Motley, in and of herself is the person who really carries the party. So we have to ask the question, had it not for Motley, Miss Motley, whether or not some of the candidates that we have in Parliament today would be there. I mean, it's all good and well to talk about the Barbados Labour Party ticket and all of that. We see what happened to Athley. That victory that he had in 2018, he was not able to carry any or attract any popular support in the new constituency he went to based on his own persona, his own personality. So, it begs the question of whether the prowess of Mia Motley, her charisma and all who she represents, is not working for the Barbados Labour Party. And when there is no longer a Mia Motley, how would some of those candidates fare in the Barbados Labour Party? We haven't seen any candidates particularly shine since the Barbados Labour Party has come to power. We've seen the Prime Minister, we've seen her in leadership positions, we've seen her making decisions, but what of the ministers? What of the MPs? What of the candidates themselves? So are we seeing an election based on one person, based on the popularity, the strength of that person, bring along another 29 with her? When Miss Motley bows out of political office, what then? So I take the point about the quality of candidates, and we have to question the quality of candidates on both sides and ask the question, why are we not getting good citizens coming forward to run in our electoral politics? There's a reason for that, and it's all tied into the quote-unquote nastiness of politics that causes a Vic Fernandez to shy away from politics. Forgive me, Vic, no personal thing intended. So you have to raise those questions. Why aren't we getting our best people, our best minds come forward to serve? What is it? And Tennyson nailed it when he talked about the type of opportunistic politician that we see today. Many of them are getting in the race for what it can offer. You run a candidate like Neil Raw. I know disrespect to Neil, and I believe that Neil has the advantage at this stage in his life to develop himself further, do remedial classes. At least he can say for more than any of us that he's been a member of Parliament. But quality, again, quality. I would imagine he won the seat based on, he said he did the work in the constituency. I thought that he would have, based on what he said, he would have gotten more votes. But again, you have to look at the charisma of the leader. You have to look at the fact that it's a Barbados Labour Party ticket that he's on. But ordinarily, would somebody like Neil Rowe be able to make it in our parliament? Those are questions that we have to ask ourselves. And maybe it calls for a refashioning of our political how we think about politics, how we view our political landscape. Do we revere it sufficiently enough that we want to put the best people there who can carry forward our development?
I think too, Devon, you're taking a particular and you are universalizing from it. I think you have to. You
said Devon or me?
Sorry, no, Devon. He's taking a particular and universalizing from it. So you're ignoring the fact that you have so you're now saying, for example, that the DLP of 2008 to 2018 was devoid of talent. That is not true. You had lawyers and business people and you had technical people. The problem for the DLP is that they met a global economic crisis and they responded to it wrongly. It's as simple as that. But even then, the 2013, they held on. So you're now looking at one electoral defeat and now a second one that came a little early. And you're now talking about you're now universalizing from that. I'm not saying you don't do introspection, but if the kind of analysis you're making is wrong. So you're now looking at technical people, lawyers, and you're now saying that they are grassroots people and they couldn't manage a country. The gentleman could manage countries. Some of them are successful businessmen and lawyers and so forth. They did not deal with the intersection of a new global economy that was happening under their watch and make the correct small island states in the context of that. What they did, everybody saw what they did. They took a and by the way, they had many academic advisors, brilliant people. I can tell you who they are. I won't mention the names now because I don't want to embarrass anybody. But they were the ones advising them to go neoliberal. They were being advised to cut off funding to the university. They were being advised to start introducing user fees. These were the advice that they were getting from I would say they did not have economists. They took an ideological. They were ideologically swamped by global neoliberalism. And ironically, your solution to the current problem is to go more into global neoliberalism. You're making a philosophical error because of your ideological position. You entering politics from false ideological position that you have to. Barry was an economist. Myanmar was an economist. So you thought, where is the economist in the DLP? You don't need to be an economist to manage a modern economy. It's a false neoliberal claim that politics is about economics. So you have things like accountants now making political decisions. These are philosophical errors, Devron, and you can't continue to make them, or you'll face more defeats in the future.
But Dr. Joseph, I want to ask a question.
Maureen, just hold that thought, because I think we have a break-in story now from one of the headquarters. Let's go back to Julius in the command center.
All right. In a moment, we'll go across to Manny Joseph, standing by at Labour Party headquarters in Roebuck Street. But I can tell you that it's going to be a night of jubilation. And right now, the picture is still looking very much in favor of another clean sweep for the Barbados Labour Party and obvious return to power, but a return to power without any challenge from the loyal opposition. And we might enter into a situation where not Bishop Joseph Atherley this time, as he's been knocked out of the race in losing his bid to retain the seat in St. Michael Central. But it looks as though they'll have to find someone else, or perhaps no one else, to challenge the government of the day. Right now, we are looking at St. Michael North as the last place where the drama can be squeezed out of a very, very dry stone. And what we were told after the last update I gave you, where it was just a 13, 15 odd margin between the two, Berthnell Harrison and Davidson Ishmael, we were informed that the returning officer was going to hold the remaining 6 boxes and then give the final result. So that's the way it's going to be, it seems, in some of these constituencies. So the drama might be played out or not already ended. Right now, jubilation will no doubt erupt in Roebuck Street for a return to power for the Barbados Labour Party, but in a convincing manner in which, as one famed politician, ex-politician once said, the Prime Minister's coattails are very long, and they seem to be long again. That was said of Owen Seymour Arthur back in the early 2000s. Seems to be a very long coattail still for the incumbent, the Prime Minister Mia Mottley, and the person in charge at this location, Roebuck Street, and the Barbados Labour Party.
Thank you very much, Julius. If you came to Roebuck Street tonight, you would think that Kajuma has come early. And all that is missing is the costume. But Roebuck Street, Upper Roebuck Street, is awash with the red and the noise and the celebration. Every time a seat is declared for the Barbados Labour Party, it is Carnival, Kaduna, Bacchanal here on Roebuck Street, opposite the Barbados Labour Party headquarters. Now, the majority of the candidates, the winning candidates, have already arrived, and they're continuing to come, and every time they arrive, they are surrounded by supporters. So the atmosphere here at Roebuck Street, unlike some hours ago, the whole of Roebuck Street, Upper Roebuck Street, there to the transport board, you cannot pass. It is impossible. There are hundreds of people here, supporters of the Barbados Labour Party, just waiting for the inevitable. So I'm sitting here at the Robert Street as a returning to the studio. People in the Democratic Labour Party who the country was watching. People could start having tremendous amount of
Scenes of
it's now in Saudi.
lack of social distancing for sure. This night, we may find out what impact all of that has had on the on something called COVID-19. You might have heard about over the last 2 years, and the result of whether a particular variant of that virus might have being spread along with the jubilation by parties faithful in Roebuck Street. They're really chock-a-block there at this hour of the morning, 25 minutes away from 3 o'clock. And it's been a long night, stretched out only because in some cases there's been a delay in the count. Take, for example, St. Philip South, where we were looking to see what the picture would be there as Indar Ware was being challenged by Neil Marshall. Well, that pretty much has been ended with a victory to Ware. We're going to declare that St. Philip South for Indar Ware with Neil Marshall polling only 700 odd votes compared to 1,666 at last report. But I was told that the count there, and it seemed as though back in 2018, you will recall that St. Philip South was one of the very last to declare, and they seemed to be in a race to be last again. But the count apparently began somewhere around 11 o'clock. But inexplicably, it is a large constituency and a large parish, and the nation's largest parish, but still, late start to counting, 11:15. The first results from the two boxes not announced until 10 minutes past 1 this Thursday. But again, a runaway lead for the Barbados Labour Party's incumbent, Indar Ware, over the challengers Neil Marshall of the Democratic Labour Party, Bruce Hennis of the Alliance Party for Progress, and Ronald Lord of Solutions Barbados. And we should have expected that that was declared for Indar Ware at this moment. Just as we saw declaration for St. Philip West, Kay McConney over David Estwick there, and Dr. Sonia Brown holding on to a victory by about just under 300 votes over Michael Lashley in St. Philip North. In St. Michael South, a declaration, victory there in St. Michael South for Kirk Humphrey, about 2,200 odd votes, just as the returning officer was giving the announcement, because he, of course, would be the last figure to be counted with the largest tally of votes. Crowd erupted, drowning out the tally there being given, and all that was heard after. So that's the breaking news there. St. Michael North goes to the Barbados Labour Party, and with that go the hopes for, it would appear, the Democratic Labour Party clawing any seat, any chance of having a say on the workings of a Barbados Labour Party government in the next parliament. But as I was saying, in St. Michael South, Kirk Humphrey running away with victory there declared in St. Michael South, 2,297 votes, with Alex Mitchell, I beg your pardon, of the Bajan Free Party getting 59 votes, some 605 votes going to Kevin Miller of the Democratic Labour Party, with Patricia Cox of Solutions Barbados getting 41, and Irvin Belgrave of the Alliance Party for Progress getting 58 votes. But St. Michael North, we saw there, declared. We're going to get the final tally, but again, I think now I can correct that. So just bear with me 1 second where I can give you the result. And yes, so much for a close run thing. When the larger boxes came in, a runaway victory for Davison Ishmael of the Barbados Labour Party in St. Michael North. 2,394 votes versus Berthan Ricardo Harrison's 754 votes, with Maria Phillips of the Alliance Party for Progress getting 201 votes. So that's the picture in St. Michael North. Victory for the Barbados Labour Party in the St. Michael corridor. We still waiting for final figures for St. Michael West, but at this stage, it's from our count back again, one-party government in Barbados as of 20 minutes of 3 on this 20th day of January, 2022.
All right. Thank you, Julius. It's looking, as we said, like a complete sweep. There's red from the north to the south, to the west, to the east, and all the way in between as well. A clean sweep. This is unprecedented in the history of Barbados. We've had a back-to-back clean sweep in Grenada, but unprecedented in Barbados. We go to the panel now. I think we're probably bringing it home. We certainly would want to get the final results, but I don't think we expect any changes in the outcome. The 1 or 2 seats that we thought may have held an opportunity for the DLP certainly did not in the end pan out. So it's a complete red wash across the island. And let's go to the panel now and perhaps get your thoughts. I'm not sure if they're final thoughts, but let's get their thoughts as we head into the morning.
Well, I'm not sure this is any form of consolation, but the Democratic Labour Party swing-wise improved on its swing the last time, certainly not enough to win any seats. So I guess that's the only consolation that they may have.
Devaron, I'm going to ask you to hold that thought because St. Philip West is about to be declared. So let us go back to Julius.
Let's go to the Mrs. Margaret School and the announcement by the returning officer.
Oh, you gotta be careful because this is the
M1 A to Z.
These are the final boxes for
Eastman
St. Philip.
14, Aspect 142. Goodrich 3, McConney 123, which gives a total of 282. Rejected 1, 283. PM2 A to I, Eastman 11, Aspect 92, Goodrich 4, McConney 171. Rejected 3. Total ballot 278. Rejected 3. 281. Eastman, PM2 J to Z. Eastman 18, Essex 66, Goodrich 6, McConney 175, which gives a total of 265. Rejected 1, 266. PM3 A to G. Eastman 16, Essex 152, Goodrich 2, McConney 63.
Total votes 233, one rejected, which brings it to 234. PM3, H to Z. Eastman 8, Eswick 154, Goodrich 8, McConney 68. 238. The result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Philip West is as follows. Eastman 328 votes, Eswick 2,140, Goodrich 104, McConney 2,580, the total number of votes polled for all the candidates was 5,152. For vote 15. I therefore declare Ms. K. McConney to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Philip West to serve in the House of Assembly of this island.
On the morning of Thursday, January 20th, the people of St. Philip West have declared that Kay McConney will go to Parliament for them as a first-time parliamentarian in the lower chamber. Of course, you'll recall she was in the upper house and a minister to boot, but she will now walk into the House of Assembly and defeating a challenge by David Eswick, who sought to return after being defeated in the last general election. Here are the final numbers. Kay McConney, 2,580. Lynette Eastman, 398 for the Alliance Party for Progress, the other sort of co-leader of that coalition formed with the People's Party for Democracy. But again, both of those leaders were defeated soundly tonight. Dr. David Estwick, 2,140 votes, the former agriculture minister, former co-finance minister, as he saw himself in the Democratic Labour Party under Frendell Stewart, wanting to get back in the St. Philip West hustings, but not successful this time around, 2,140. And the other candidate polling 104 votes was the Solutions Barbados candidate in the person of Karina Goodrich. So that's victory for St. Philip all round for the Barbados Labour Party in the north, in the south, and in the west, with the closest margin of victory, it has to be said, in St. Philip North, as Michael Lashley probably hoping to use his strong family connections there, hoping to unseat Dr. Brown. But Dr. Sonia Brown has proved to be a formidable candidate and retaining that seat for the bees in St. Philip North. And so, with just a smattering of votes, 90 odd for the closest challenger, the APP, and the independents getting 61 and 43 votes, respectively. That's the story there with St. Philip victory, St. Michael victory, St. George victory. It's all round victory for the Barbados Labour Party this night. And so it's going to be a very sober morning for the supporters of the Democratic Labour Party, and a very joyous morning indeed for the Barbados Labour Party, as Mia Moore-Motley's gamble to call a snap election in the middle of a pandemic and right on the heels of declaring the country a republic has actually won with that gamble. It's now taken us to just 10 minutes to go before 3 o'clock.
Thank you, Julius. I guess we're in the home stretch now, so let's go over to the panel. None of the expectations of a resurgence, either from the old guard of the DLP or even some of the newer candidates from the DLP, came to fruition tonight. And once again, we're heading into Parliament with 30. Well, it's not even going to be 29 anymore. But it's literally all 30 seats to the Barbados Labour Party. So your thoughts at this stage as we come to the finale at minutes to 3 in the morning of what has been not only an historic but an unprecedented session where the 30 to nothing has been repeated against perhaps all of the projections, and I heard quite a few. I heard 2010, 28-2, 27-3, 24-6, all kinds of permutations and reasons being advanced. I heard lots of chatter on the talk shows about how it was going to pan out. But in the end, Prime Minister Motley has shown really some astute judgment in her own decisions politically in bringing this to a second victory of 30 to nothing for the Barbados Labour Party. And what does this all mean for Barbados, for democracy, for the Democratic Labour Party? And your thoughts?
The democracy question. I've heard a lot of talk about changing the constitution because you can't have one party, and certain questions about there's certain real roles that an opposition leader would play. For example, the need for consultation over the PAC and some other appointments. But I have always argued that democracy is not just in the parliament. You have a mature press. Also, if you are skillfully, an important one is the role of the Governor General in selecting the independent senators. I think we saw it in the last round where the Governor General, in this case the President, at that time the Governor General used her discretion, and you could say she was a little more creative in appointing the independent senators. And I think because there was no opposition at the time, they looked like, they came from, some of them came from the bowels of the DLP. And a skillful leader can make that kind of decision. So it doesn't mean that, and of course, the third factor is the Prime Minister herself. One of the things that concerned me the last time, I saw some machinations around the PR people, and I was thinking, perhaps it's overkill because you already have 30 seats. Perhaps you could then soften the touch because that's already secure. So I would advise that you don't rub it in terms of increasing power, because you then have to be a little more, have a lighter touch, because there's 30 seats. The president will select based on her discretion to give a little balance to the senatorial position. The Prime Minister herself has, I guess, there's a need for more consultation, and she can use her discretion and do it. There is the social partnership, a whole set of institutional responses which can be done formally and informally to account for the fact that there is no opposition. So the press, the public, the writers, the social activists, those do not go to sleep. Those continue, and so that doesn't mean that because the democracy people have spoken, and they've spoken twice in the same way. So that discussion it doesn't necessarily mean that the country is weaker democratically. That will happen when you're stifling freedom of speech and so forth. But insofar as there's a context for free speech and mass demonstrations and public interventions in the society, then a skillful leader can manage that process. And I would advise do it with a lighter touch as opposed to a heavy hand, because the 30 seats already is a tremendous amount of power, and you use it skillfully.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Devaron?
Well, I was in essence saying I agree with Tennyson regarding the fact that democracy is not limited to whether you have an opposition party or an opposition leader. Certainly, there are several other aspects that have to be considered, as Tennyson said, regarding the media. Now, I would say that first, I would have to congratulate the Mali administration for winning government. I'm not sure if it's such a great thing to have again all 30 seats, but that's just me as a Democrat. And in essence, I would say that the Democrat Labour Party has a lot of work and rethinking to do. There have been divisions since the 2018 election, as I mentioned, regarding whether or not the old guard has any longevity going forward. Certainly, that has had some divisions and led to some inefficiencies and various other things within the party. Obviously, you have a party heading in two different directions at the same time. You don't have the necessary energy to get the work done. So, for instance, we've seen the late announcements of David Eswick and Michael Lashley and some other individuals who could have really helped the party going forward in the development of its policy, the development of its PR, the development of its manifesto, and assist the leadership in various forms of fashion. But now we know that that aspect of the party needs to accept totally that it has no political future going forward, or let me rephrase that, any electoral future going forward, and it will be playing a more, I would say, mentorship role towards the new and upcoming candidates, maybe some financial backings and some other things as well to assist the party going forward. So it may very well be a good thing that the party is now in a position where it can definitively say that it has to head in a different direction with different people. So the old guard has in essence been obliterated, and the new candidates in essence will say, well, this is my first time and I should have some longevity going forward.
All right, Maureen, I'll have to come back to you. The seat has been declared. Ian Gooding Edgell, the Minister of outgoing Minister of Transport and Works, he has won his. There you go. St. Michael West Central. Ian Gooding Edgell returning to that seat. Another tick there, another bit of red on the map. We're going to take a break. When we come back, I'll come to you, Maureen, unless there's another announcement coming. And then we will certainly want to hear from the victorious political leader of the Barbados Labour Party. So let's go to break and we'll come back. Stay awake. We're awake. We want you to remain awake too.
When dehydration strikes, adults and kids can get advanced rehydration from Pedialyte. Pedialyte liters quickly replenish lost fluids, zinc and electrolytes to help prevent dehydration and to help you feel better fast.
Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab an oasis, now why wait? Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab an oasis, now why wait? The greatest, the safest oasis for sure. Oasis, it's purer than pure.
Caribbean Cool is a refreshing juice drink that contains 100% vitamin C that you can enjoy any time of the day. It has a refreshingly awesome range of Caribbean flavors: Morbi, orange, fruit punch, pineapple, sorrel, and pineapple coconut. Suitable for any occasion. Caribbean Cool.
I know it's not related to what we're talking about here at the moment, but I have to say that sitting here and watching the ad for Chicken Barn, it's kind of a cruel thing to watch at 3 o'clock in the morning. Um, as we as we are sitting here from 8 o'clock last evening, or 6:30 really when we arrived on the scene. So let's bring in Maureen Holder, because we've had Tennyson and we've had the other comment from Devaron. So let's bring in Maureen, and as I said, we're standing by to go to BLP headquarters for the victory speech, which is traditional. Maureen?
She's been muted.
My mic is on. Yeah, you're hearing me? Yeah. For yet another victory. Certainly the people has reposed confidence in the Barbados Labour Party to take this country forward, in terms of its development, in terms of its modernization. And I think the Barbados Labour Party could be comfortable with the confidence that the electorate, although the voter turnout was low, but they could feel fairly comfortable that the electorate has reposed such confidence in them. We'll wait and see how the a BLP government will navigate the waters of the debt crisis and bring down the debt to GDP ratio down to the 6%. We will look to see how we would restructure the NIS. We will look to see what is coming under reinvigorated mandate given to the Barbados Labour Party. So this victory is one that they should commend themselves for. But as I look down the road, in terms of the Barbados Labour Party completing its manifesto policies, in terms of modernizing Barbados, in terms of advancing the development of Barbados, I so much look forward to that happening, and I so much look forward to seeing how they will get things done and how we will generate foreign exchange, how we generate the kind of revenue we need to undertake these projects. We have a lot of reserves on hand, borrowed money, albeit, but we need to use that money wisely. We need to use it for projects that will see a return on investment. And if they could get the I's dot, the T's crossed, hopefully we will be, meaning Barbados, we'll be on our way to recovery. We will be on our way to a level of advancement that augurs well for the livelihoods of disadvantaged, as well as the, let's say, Barbadians on a whole, because we like to think about the disadvantage and forget that it's the middle class that props up the disadvantage. And so certainly I look forward to seeing, I hope God keeps me alive, excuse me, I hope I'm alive to witness this development and to witness a transformed Barbados, so to speak, as the Barbados Labour Party intends.
Right. So we just had the official announcement there. We're projecting Indar Ware. So I think that pretty much almost completes the picture. There may be one other seat. I'm not sure. Julius will update us on that. But your comments are noted. I think that it is clear that the Barbados Labour Party came to power in 2018. It inherited a significant amount of challenges. And the people of Barbados have determined after 3.5 years that the stewardship of the Barbados Labour Party, that the work that it did was more than commendable, to the point where they are given them a repeat of the clean sweep that they had in 2018. So therefore, I think we can say clearly that you have a mandate from the population. You have been given that vote of confidence. So now the continued transformation of Barbados, creativity, imagination, utilizing the skills of all of our people, really getting our young people engaged. And to be fair, as the Prime Minister said, this government has faced several crises. You had the ash fall, you had the first hurricane in almost 70 years in Barbados, 65 plus years in Barbados, and all of the damage associated with that and the ash fall, and then COVID came and so on. So, you know, I think it's fair to say that the government has had a difficult wicket on which to bat, and the population has spoken and said, look, you did fairly well. We think you did quite well in the circumstances. And you know what? We're going to give you another mandate of 30 love. But as Dr. Beckles has said, Dr. Joseph has said, you know, opposition participation does not only come in the form of Parliament. There's several avenues. You have the Fourth Estate, you have the social partnership, you have a number of platforms where there can still be vibrant participation in our democracy. Julius, update us. I see one little spot, and I believe that's Kerry Simmons. But that too should not be a difficult decision to call. But over to you.
Right. Well, the picture is very clearly one of a complete sweep of the 30 seats in Parliament for the Barbados Labour Party yet again. So we are in unprecedented territory for the very second time, only the second time in the 70 years of the adult franchise in this country, that we've given all the power to one party in Parliament. We did it on the 24th of March 2018, and we've now done it on the 19th of January 2022. Again, just waiting for the very final tallies. But in the case of the very last declarations we've had for St. Philip West, Kay McConney is headed into the House of Assembly, getting 2,580 votes. The challenger, the former minister in the Democratic Labour Party, Dr. David Estwick, polled 2,140 votes. Lynette Eastman of the Alliance Party for Progress, a former Barbados Labour Party minister who formed her own party, United Progressive Party, 398 votes, and then entered into a coalition with the People's Party for Democracy and formed the APP, 398. And the other candidate for St. Lucia's Barbados, Karina Gurvich, getting 104 votes. And it must now, Dr. David Estwick must now be wondering whether Lynette Eastman will show up in future elections or any other third-party candidate as a spoiler in St. Philip West, and whether that could reasonably be declared a marginal seat going forward. But right now, it's very, very strongly, no marginal there, very strongly held in Barbados Labour Party territory tonight. Now, let's go across to Christchurch, and a declaration there of victory for Wilfred Abrams, the Home Affairs Minister, getting 3,302 votes. Dennis Lowe, this is the final tally, 957 votes for the former Environment Minister under the Frundell Stewart administration in the DLP. He came back to challenge, try to regain his seat. That was not to be, and very resoundingly losing there. Pauline Corbin of Solutions Barbados, polling 79 votes. One vote more went to Victor Knight of the Alliance Party for Progress, 80. And the surfer, Brian Tara, the renowned surfer, getting 60 votes as an independent candidate in Christchurch East. A very long and wide constituency stretching from Silver Sands right up to the Coverley area. So that's Christchurch East declared for Wilfred Abrams. And again, it's been a runaway night for the Barbados Labour Party in Christchurch, with victory to Ryan Strawn in the order of some 5,631 votes for the finance minister in the last government, over a challenger in the person of Rashid Belgrave of the Democratic Labour Party, 2,459 votes. Over in Christchurch South, an early victory for the senior counsel Ralph Thorne for the Labour Party, 1,712 votes. Mark Laurent, really no challenge there at 564 votes. And in Christchurch West Central, Adrian Medic Ford, proving to be a darling for the Labour Party in Christchurch West Central, as he's a rookie, no longer, winning re-election by 2,673 votes to Renette Dimmott's 695 votes at last report. And William Fauntleroy Duguid, the Minister of Housing, certainly building a very strong house for him in Christchurch West with 2,473 against Andrew Cave, the newcomer challenger, with 633 votes. We are getting ready to go across to the Barbados Labour Party headquarters for a victory speech by a triumphant Mia Mottley as Prime Minister elect, but we are not yet ready. But in the meantime, I can tell you that St. George is very much BLP territory tonight. 3,473 votes. My last report there for Tony Moore, who's declared a victor over Herbert Herwood of the Democratic Labour Party, 1,236 votes, with 193 votes for the Alliance Progress Party for Progress, and 41 votes for Melissa Tate, the independent candidate. Ferdinand Nichols was the APP candidate in St. George North. And over in St. George South, another runaway victory, Dwight Sutherland for the Labour Party, polling 3,545 votes against Dawn Marie Armstrong, who polled 970 votes. No votes at all for the Alliance Party for Progress candidate, Everett Hollingham, and 73 votes were gained by Alison Weeks for Solutions Barbados. So the picture then in Christchurch, very resounding victory. In St. Michael, strong support for the Labour Party in the constituencies. Even that challenge for the very fleeting moment of a lead for the DLP withered in the night dew, with Davidson Ishmael eventually pulling ahead with roughly 2,394 votes, over 754 votes for Burtnell Harrison there in St. Michael North. And all of the other constituencies showing very strong support for the Labour Party. St. Michael South Central, the other seat we were looking at tonight, went back to the Labour Party, and Marsha Cattle will be a rookie, no longer there either in St. Michael South Central, as the would-be challenger, the would-be member of Parliament for the Democratic Labour Party in Richard Seeley, not showing more than 499 votes. So that was a runaway victory there for Labour over the Dems. Also the case in St. Michael Northwest, St. Michael Northeast. In St. Michael South, 2,200 odd votes for the winning candidate in St. Michael South. That went to, just get my bearings once again, right, to Kirk Humphrey, and success for him over his nearest challenger in Alex Miller of the Democratic Labour Party, 605 votes. In St. Andrew, and for the first time tonight, we've got a result in St. Andrew. Rommel Springer, 3,201 votes. Alban Skeet, 965 votes. And Jacqueline Aline, 116 votes. So St. Andrew is very much back in Labour Party territory with the final result. Rommel Springer, who will take the reins there in St. Andrew, winning over the DLP candidate. 3,201 vote over 965 votes for Alban Skeet of the Democratic Labour Party. Jacqueline Aline, 116 votes for Solutions Barbados. Scenes of more success and jubilation in trying to make it where we are. This looks like BLP headquarters, yes. Nancy Hill building there in the background. So we're seeing the arrival of the victorious candidates. I am not as good at telling people behind the mask as some people are, but that's the the picture being projected to the party faithful by the Barbados Labour Party's own website, but just showing the grave, just showing the number of seats. That's a live feed we're taking from BLP TV, but really it's been a clean sweep for the Barbados Labour Party this night. And yet again, the first female Prime Minister of Barbados has achieved what no other Prime Minister has achieved in 55 years of independence, and that is to return a government completely intact with new faces in many cases, with despite the retiring of parliamentarians, despite some rumblings of discontent by again not shown to have been having any impact on the voters, and despite the campaign by the Democratic Labour Party and the Alliance Party for Progress to urge that Barbadians vote for an opposition, but Mia Mottley having the last word. As she said earlier in the campaign, you don't vote for oppositions, you vote for governments, and the people of Barbados have definitely done that again. It might be a question for the poll watchers to talk about the impact of one-party government on the governance of Barbados, but from a horse race perspective, this must surely be an absolute triumph for Mia Mottley and the Labour Party to be able to pull off what no party has done before, to take back all 30 seats in government, having done so the first time around on the 24th day of May in 2018. So we're waiting the arrival now of the Prime Minister-elect, Mia Mottley, who will then be ushered in and to give her victory speech. And as the first order of business is in this republic, not changed from the days of being a constitutional monarchy, she will take the oath of office administered for the very first time by a president and not a viceroy, in the same person, though, as President Sandra Mason. And right after, constitutionally, the Attorney General will be named. We suspect that it might be Victorious Dale Marshall in St. Joseph, but it's time for clearly an opportunity for a change, and there will be clearly a reshuffle of sorts. We'll have to see, because that's all it can be, with all 30 seats returning to the Labour Party's camp. So we'll see some musical chairs, and we'll find out who the Attorney General is likely to be. Constitutionally, those are the two positions that will be sworn in immediately, and then the other candidates will be, who are victorious, will then be named and sworn in for their various ministerial positions. It presents a difficulty for the Prime Minister-elect in having once again to manage 30, as we said it in 2018, we're back here again, so no reason for us not to say it again. There will be 30 mouths at the political trough, all expecting to be given a ministerial position, and the question will remain for the Prime Minister-elect whether she will want to hand out that many cabinet positions as she did the first time around. But having secured such an overwhelming mandate from the people in this snap election, will she feel the need to call that many people back into power? She has declared in ministerial power. She's already declared that this will be her last outing in politics. But we've heard lots of things, and Vic Finance and I have been around this game long enough to hear politicians say a great many things, a great many times, that have somehow, through the vagaries and vicissitudes of life, turned to something completely different. So, as we say, that remains to be seen. But for right now, that will be the essential challenge. As she did in 2018 with the 30 Love victory, one of the prospects that was raised was that the constitution of this country would change and that Barbados would become a republic. So said, so done, as of 30th of November 2021. And so we are here again with a prospect of new vistas for a Labour Party government. What will it do? How will it do it? And who will be doing much of the doing in this Labour Party government? That will be unfolding in the hours and days ahead. as we now pass 19 minutes past the hour of 3, and we await the victorious speech by the victorious Prime Minister-elect.
Thank you, Julius, for that comprehensive review. We're going to go to break. We come back to the panel, a couple of questions, and for the panel on the future, I want to look perhaps at what the composition of the new cabinet might look like. But we're going to take a break and to come back. As Julius just gave you the time check, it is 19 minutes after the hour of 3 in the morning. It's Decision 2022.
When dehydration strikes, adults and kids can get advanced rehydration from Pedialyte. Pedialyte liters quickly replenish lost fluids, zinc, and electrolytes to help prevent dehydration and to help you feel better fast.
Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab a oasis, now why wait? Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab a oasis, now why wait? The greatest, the safest oasis for sure. Oasis, it's purer than pure.
Caribbean Cool is a refreshing juice drink that contains 100% vitamin C that you can enjoy any time of the day. It has a refreshingly awesome range of Caribbean flavors: Morby, orange, fruit punch, pineapple, sorrel, and pineapple coconut. Suitable for any occasion. Caribbean Cool.
We're on the cusp of it. Decision 2022. Pretty much all of the seats have now been declared. It's a sea of red, north, south, east, west, and everything in between. Some people would say unbelievable. It's certainly unprecedented to have that back to back. So as we look at the composition panel of the new parliament, there are some new members who will be entering those steps for the first time. You have Chris Gibbs, you have Kay McConney, you have Davidson Ishmael, you have Corey Lane, and Dr. Rommel Springer. And we want to look a little bit now at the potential composition of a new cabinet. Do you think that in the new cabinet, we're going to see some changes? And is there going to be room for perhaps some of these very new players who have come to the fore?
That's directed at whom? Anyone?
Sorry?
I was wondering who was your question directed at. You mean any one of us can take a stab at it?
Well, I'm going to have you go at it first.
Maureen, you want to go?
Sanderson, you're going to go? No,
I was thinking. Go ahead, Maureen.
Okay. Well, I think she should reduce the size of her cabinet going forward. In my mind, I'm thinking you ought to merge the Ministry of Youth Affairs and elderly care, because I see the need to have that type of synergy between the youth and the elderly. You could develop policies however you want to do it. You could make that one ministry, because I think that could the elderly could help the youth could help the elderly. You could find a way to develop policies around that ministry. I don't think you need to have a separate ministry for elderly care, because nor a separate ministry for youth affairs, because we're always getting older. We don't remain younger. And I think that youth affairs on bigger youth is very transient. But for sure, there's room for a Ministry of Elderly Care, but you can call it Ministry of Human Capital. I don't know what you want to call it, but I think it will be very innovative to merge those two ministries and create one ministry and let them feed off each other and develop policies around it. As I said, we don't know what she will do. For sure, I know she will have a place in her cabinet for Kay McConney. Rommel, what's his last name? Rommel Springer. Yeah, Dr. Rommel Springer was a minister in state, if I am correct, in the Ministry of Education. And certainly, I don't know that, as I said, I think she should look to reduce her cabinet. Santia Bradshaw. I wanted to make this point. I think she should name a deputy prime minister. I think the last administration under the Sturt-led government didn't do it. From time to time, when Prime Minister Motley has to leave the island, you would see Santia acting, but I think she should name for sure a deputy prime minister. I don't know that she would necessarily keep the cabinet how it was in terms of key people, key individuals that were there before. And it's really up to her. She has enough space, elbow room, and she has the capacity and the people to develop the ministries in the way she sees fit, develop her cabinet the way she sees fit. It's hard to say, but I would imagine she would seek to reduce the number in her cabinet.
Do you think that any of the new members would find space within that cabinet?
Yeah. Kay McConney is new in the sense that she's an elected member now, an MP. Before she was a senator who became a minister. So when I look at who are the new candidates?
You have Chris Gibbs, you have Kay McConney, Davidson Ishmael, Corey Lane, and Rommel Springer. Kay McConney has been in before, so she's already a minister. So.
Well, a cabinet is also not just an administrative set of people, but also you have to look at it from a political point of view too. The cabinet will give you a sense of, especially in the context of her announcement of this being her last term, the cabinet will give you a sense of who she has in mind in terms of the future of the BLP administration and party. So it will be interesting to see who is positioned where in terms of who's given the key ministries. I agree that there was a discussion, having a discussion on size. Maybe in the second term with a renewed mandate, we are expecting the Prime Minister to be less constrained and freer in her decision making. So I would expect to see a smaller cabinet in terms of, okay, everybody didn't have to get a ministry. Even some of the ministries like blue economy, and there was so much overlap into investment, and so in other words, it was hard to tell where one ministry started and when the next one ended. I also agree that there's some young people. Again, if you follow my logic about what a future looks like, there will be some first timers that are going to be positioned. So I strongly believe that somebody like Corey can have a role in a social ministry, a poverty reduction role, or a youth development role. He's a social worker by training, and he has had an activist kind of hand in actually crafting his own little projects and so forth. So people like Corey and Rommel, they should not a lot of promise on the platform, and also they have technical background. So I think that these are the two things that one would look for. But ultimately, it is the decision of a prime minister to select her cabinet. But I don't think we can see a repeat of that large, unwieldy cabinet. But it also would mean, as I said, since it is her second term, she will be less constrained about offending people and watching her back and so forth. So hopefully we will see a prime minister who is more free in crafting a government really and truly in her own image, as opposed to having her eye on the parties. But we can know who the winners and losers are, and what the future looks like, at least in her own mind, based on who is given what and who is positioned where. I just want to add one quick thing before, sorry. I also would want us to say that I would expect to see Mia Motley settle the country politically. I think there's been too many instances of suppose as if you say to the public, you gave me 30 seats last time, but I wanted something more. So you gave me 30 seats last time, but let me have a by-election to change what you gave me. Let me shift the cabinet. Let me call it the early election. So I think there must be a sense that that's what I have been given to work with. Let me settle the country for a while, and let me try to focus on policy and development and so forth, as opposed to the constant interventions of the politics all the time.
Well, one key ministry, and a very important one, that certainly there will be a new minister of health for sure, because Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Bostick is no longer around, and he did an outstanding job. I think everybody would agree that he was an excellent Minister of Health. It's a key ministry, particularly as the pandemic continues to be with us and will be with us from all indications for some time to come. So that's a key ministry that's going to be up for grabs in the new cabinet for sure.
And also the role of the Senate too, because if you have 30 seats and you have some key technocrats, one would question, do you really need to bring in senators? Of course, because she did with Kay McConney and others. So now she has given both Kay McConney and Rommel actual ministerial. They are now ministers. They are now parliamentarians in their own right. So the question will be, will she be bringing in other people through the Senate, or will she transform the Senate into a largely legislative body as opposed to picking her ministers from the Senate? So it'll be very interesting to watch, because of course if you have 30 seats, again, offending people and giving people a rightful view and the rightful place becomes a critical thing.
All right, Devaron?
You really took the words out of my mouth regarding the Ministry of Health. That was the one I was really keen to see who will become the new Minister of Health. And I agree with Tennyson with the sense that Corey seems to be well favored, and he's a young individual, and he may very well be a good person to have going forward for the BLP. I would also say that I agree with the position regarding the Senate and putting persons through the Senate. So it's going to be a very interesting combination to see what comes out of it, and definitely is something that I would look forward to see that composition. I'm not so sure if the cabinet will be considerably smaller than before. I think the same realities and the same kind of thinking behind the large cabinet to begin with may still follow her, but we will see how that pans out.
All right, we're going to take a break and then we'll come back. I got a couple of other questions I want to pose to the panel, and as we wait for the maximum leader to come to the fore with the victory speech. But let's take a break and have a word from our sponsors.
When dehydration strikes, adults and kids can get advanced rehydration from Pedialyte. Pedialyte liters quickly replenish lost fluids, zinc and electrolytes to help prevent dehydration and to help you feel better fast.
Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab a oasis, now why wait? Never too early, never too late to recharge and hydrate. Get your daily dose the right way. Grab a oasis, now why wait? The greatest, the safest oasis for sure. Oasis, it's purer than pure.
Caribbean Cool is a refreshing juice drink that contains 100% vitamin C that you can enjoy any time of the day. It has a refreshingly awesome range of Caribbean flavors: Morby, orange, fruit punch, pineapple, sorrel, and pineapple coconut. Suitable for any occasion. Caribbean Cool.
Well, for those tuning in late, in case you went to sleep early tonight and last night and now woke up to see what was happening, I think many of us do that from time to time with these types of events. You would be waking up to news that you would have woken up to on the morning of the 25th of May, 2018. It's pretty much the same all over again. And from a time perspective, it's pretty much where we were. In fact, I think we've probably gone past now where we were on the last occasion. I wanted to look back a wee bit on the campaign, colleagues, and want to ask you about the entertainment component. And there's a trend now in political campaigns to ensure that you have all the frontline people. I have to say that some of the as a media person and as a former DJ myself, I was captivated by some of the campaign tunes. Some of them were really very, very catchy, and I wonder what part that played. And when I saw, for example, coming towards the end in the last couple of days, that Shaggy had done one for Mia Motley, and I was like, wow, that is really pulling a big gun internationally to get Shaggy to do a campaign song. So I wanted to ask, and then Gabby did a beautiful one too as well. There was another one by Samuel Straker of the Merry Men called Mamma Mia. So lots of entertainment, and I mean it was extremely rhythmical and captivating from a listener's perspective. Impact and the role of entertainment in these political campaigns.
Well, I mean, there are several audiences in politics. There are going to be persons in politics who want to hear policy. There are going to be persons in politics who want to hear the stirs. There are going to be persons in politics who are attracted to the entertainment aspect. And I don't think there's anything fundamentally wrong with it, as long as it does not dominate what you're doing. It's just an aspect of what you're doing. So it gathers entertainment. You know, we're discussing it here on this segment, for instance. It gathers attention. Certainly is a level of patronage as well too. Let's not forget that as well. So you reward certain artists, for instance. That's a form of patronage, and those artists act to your favor going forward. So there's the politics of it. There's the understanding that there's a various audiences and that your various audiences rather in politics, and I don't see anything fundamentally wrong with that approach. It's just, again, don't let it dominate what you do.
I also think in recent times we've been seeing the increasing role of celebrity endorsements in shaping public opinion. So I remember last election when Rihanna had put out her little, I think it was a little video supporting Mia Mori. That went quite a long way, particularly among young people. So I can imagine having an international superstar like Shaggy do a campaign song. It adds to the image of an international leader as opposed to one that is small and locally confined. Also, elections are also very intensely creative spaces. So outside of the paid and formally contracted entertainers, you see some really creative things by ordinary people on the ground. It's one of the things I always look for every election, the way the ordinary supporters come up with slogans and, the placards. It's very, very intensely creative spaces. And in a context where there was no Calypso season, I can understand many of our artists would have felt it very useful to at least make some money and also to put their art, put their skills on for show in an election context. So it's very important, I would say.
Yeah, and it's part and parcel of the election strategy. The feel good factor has to feature highly. So if the Barbados Labour Party was able to capitalize on the connections that they have, so be it. All part of the strategy.
I'm seeing what looks like a gathering of the candidates on the stage at Roebuck Street. So, Julius, would you want to link us over to Roebuck Street and to Emmanuel?
We're looking at is live pictures provided, we believe, by the Labour parties on social media output, their BLP TV. There you see a victorious minister, housing minister, now returned back. We'll see what position he will get. William Duguid, the only person there not in a red shirt thus far on the stage at BLP headquarters as they're being introduced one by one. And that looks like
representing the constituency of St. Philip West came.
Cheers for Kay McConney as she's introduced, first timer in the Laura House, and likely minister possibly to continue in the same vein of introducing new technology and the push towards e-government.
Is that stage big enough to hold 30 people on it, you think?
I think not.
And be socially and observe social distancing?
But we can absolutely forget about social distancing in this party atmosphere. I've seen so far in general elections in St. Lucia and in Barbados, they've rather become super spreader events. It has to be said. The party faithful get carried away. They forget their masks, and even if they're in their masks, they're cheek by jowl. It's going to be that's the one worrying thing. We can only be somewhat hopeful that a more dominant but seemingly weaker strain of the coronavirus might be taking hold. But it has to be said that the concept of social distancing has gone through the window with many of these election campaigns and election nights at party headquarters, not just in Barbados, but so far where general elections have been held in a COVID Caribbean.
You know, I was quite content, Julius, to watch the campaign from the comfort of my home on my iPad. I thought it gave me the best of all worlds. But I want to go to the panel now and talk a little bit about the use of social media and the varying styles, because I thought that the Barbados Labour Party excelled in its use of digital media, not just social media, but digital media on the whole, and certainly had a well-oiled machinery in that regard. And that probably also contributed to some of their success. Your comments?
And this is not the first election that they have done that. The 2018 election was also one that was extremely well oiled. And I used to find it quite hilarious that the Democratic Party would, in essence, criticize the Barbados Labour Party for having the communications director in Charles Long. But the reality is that in a modern age, these are things that you have to be concerned about, and they just add to your politics. I remembered, for instance, just 2 days or 3 days ago, President Pisa was on Twitter, and her connection with Porsche fell out a couple of times. That would never happen to Amir Mali, for instance. So these are things that have to be considered for parties going forward. The Barbados Labour Party is very, very good at adlibs and even using Google, for instance. So, for instance, if you had Google's Philip in this election, Barbados Labour Party candidates would come up as opposed to what you would expect would have been Democrat Labour Party candidates. So even the things that you would put into Google, they were paying for, and in essence controlled the social media aspect. You saw that they were, in essence, the videos that were coming out of the Democrat Labour Party's campaigns and mistakes almost in real time. So they definitely had persons who took social media extremely seriously. They understood the things that are necessary to get social media to or use social media to your greatest advantage during a campaign. And obviously, with COVID going on as well, it became vitally important. And I don't think the Democratic Labour Party understood that completely, which was ironic because the Democratic Labour Party candidates were younger than the Barbados Labour Party candidates, but many of them from the South, let's say, very late to social media. So social media pages for Democratic Labour Party candidates were launched in September, October, November, in some instances even December. So you would have expected a younger group of candidates would have understood the importance again of social media. But it points back to much of what I discussed before regarding the party's inability to spread itself further than its original understanding of politics.
Panel, any any comments on?
A lot boils down to having financial resources at your disposal. Obviously, the Barbados Labour Party would have had more resources available to them to do the kind of digital technology that I saw that they engaged in, and I thought it was very useful. I thought it was very practical, and when you're able to do that, obviously it would give you some advantage. So funding is a critical issue when it comes to elections. And obviously the party that has the most money available to it would be able to do things that the other party cannot. So that's what I will say in that regard.
Well, I just want to say, though, that I don't necessarily agree with you on that. I think, in fact, the digital media entry platform is really quite easy, and there are so many free avenues that you can exploit. to get your message out. And quite frankly, you take one of these, and what this can do. I mean, Julius knows what one of these iPhones or comparable smartphone can do.
But then it comes down to, not to cross it comes down to whether or not you can have a skilled person like a Charles Young on board your team to do exactly that and to show you what to do. And essentially, I've seen some of the Democratic Labour Party meetings being streamed, and it didn't have an administrator. Something as simple as having an administrator, it didn't have. So it tells me that they didn't have the resources to pay somebody, or they didn't have the kind of voluntary staff available to do that type of thing. And a lot of the meetings had to be streamed. So you would need a good set of people who can do that type of thing. And obviously the Democratic Labour Party didn't have it and didn't have the resources to hire the kind of people that would lend to the technology and the kind of technological additives that was needed to improve the campaign advertising.
And perhaps this is where the youth come in, where your young members who are extremely creative, where you need to pull them in and utilize that resource. I don't even try to advise myself on anything with technology. I just hand it to some young member and let them show me what to do with it. I think that they could have done a much better job.
But that you also mentioned earlier in the program why it takes so long for the results to come in. Again, you have to look at equipping the Electoral Boundaries Commission with next generation voter technology. That would certainly help with bringing in the results.
Here we go.
Let's go across now to headquarters with the Barbados Labour Party.
That the people of this nation have spoken with one voice, decisively, unanimously, and clearly. We want, and every one of us, to thank the people of Barbados for the confidence that they continue to repose in us to be able to lead this country first to safety and then to prosperity. The last 2 years have not been easy, and it has been a fact of record that we have spent more time in our previous term under the threat of the COVID pandemic, 24 months, as opposed to the 19 months that we initially had. We are conscious as a political institution that there is still much to be done and that there is a road still to be traveled, and that there are things that you as Barbadians are legitimately expecting of us. But we are equally conscious that it comes very rarely to a generation to change the pattern of history and to transform a nation. In a very real sense, we felt, as we told you in 2018, that we had been existing on the fumes of the independence generation rather than seeking to carry this nation forward and to release the opportunities that are so obviously available, particularly to Barbadians and young Barbadians. We showed you that we have confidence in our future by finding the money in the middle of an IMF program to invest in our young people through the revision of the policies that would allow us once again to offer free education from pre-primary to tertiary levels. We showed you that we were prepared to honor the best precepts of the father of our democracy and the father of our independence. And I refer specifically to the Right Excellent Sir Grantley Adams and the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow, by having a foreign policy that continues to say that as Barbadians, we shall be friends of all and satellites of none. We showed you that we understood the continuum that was ours, and that enfranchisement was not simply to be about political enfranchisement or social enfranchisement, but in the legacy of the great Tom Adams, that economic enfranchisement started by him and continued by Owen Seymour Arthur would be that path upon which we would continue as a nation. And hence our manifesto was entitled Our Barbados, Owning Our Future. It is our solemn commitment that there are many things that must now be on the front burner. And that is why we came to you earlier. We could have stayed on for another 18 months and drawn salary and done just enough to keep us going. But we understood that it would not be enough to keep this country safe or to build the platform for prosperity. So we took the risk and we came to you, the people. And in spite of all of the noise, a little tired this morning. In spite of all of the side talk, I am so proud of each and every one of the members of this team who displayed a discipline, who displayed the finest example of Barbadian behavior, and who stayed focused on what matters to you. Because as we go forward, we fight battles that go beyond our nation. From St. Lucie to St. Philip, we are still repairing houses of people whose house was lost in the freak storm and in Hurricane Elsa, our first hurricane in 66 years. We also know that we have among us a problem that we do not have enough people coming to work every day to sustain our social security system, to make sure that those of you who have contributed can get pensions in the future because of our decline in population and workforce. And today, as if it didn't matter, many of you have heard me speak about a responsibility that the Director General of the World Health Organization gave me to lead with the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, the One Health Global Initiative. And why is that important? Because even as we face this COVID pandemic, only today, a study has come out on the 19th of January showing that one of the greatest threats and one of the greatest causes to human life is in fact antimicrobial resistance, and that it is now responsible for the loss of 1.2 million deaths a year, or in simple terms, 3,500 people dying every single day across this earth because of our inability to fight the superviruses. So when we said to you that this country has serious issues to confront, and when we talk about the need for economic diversification, such that a 90% decline in tourism arrivals will never decimate the fare and fortunes of the people of this nation, we were not joking. And I thank you, the people of Barbados, for accepting us at our word that if we do not fix our problems starting from tomorrow, we will not be able to guarantee safety to our people in the next 10 to 15 years. But I want to come down to the basics. This campaign has been rough. You can hear it in my voice and the voice of many of us. We wanted to start 2022 as far as possible on a fresh guard. We are a cricketing nation, and we know what it means to take fresh guard. And you have given us that opportunity. I said on the 27th of May, 2018, that to whom much is given, much is expected. I repeat tonight that that is our commitment to you, the people of this nation. I promised you at Bay Street that we would be the opposition to ourselves. And regrettably, there were those who felt that they would spawn their own opposition and do the things that would make this country almost difficult to govern. But tonight, the people of Barbados have spoken. I repeat that in the same way as Prime Minister of this nation, I exercised a discipline and a commitment to reduce the powers of Prime Minister by refusing to accept that I would have the wide power for the appointment of a head of state or the wide power for the appointment of a Chief Justice and judges. I repeat tonight that we shall continue to put the nation's fairness and affairs above that of the well-being of a parliamentary majority that is absolute. But it would be remiss of me not to address this one issue, because we went into this election with people accusing us of wanting to have a one-state, one-party state, when in truth and in fact, our Constitution admits in a multi-party democracy of the people given all of the seats to one entity. I am a child of democracy. I know what it is to have known every single prime minister in this nation since Errol Walton Barrow. And it is that solemn commitment in front of you, the people of this nation, in front of the people of the world, and in particular in front of my parliamentary colleagues, that I swear today that we shall continue to keep the best precepts of democracy, transparency, and accountability alive for the people of this nation. I want, at this point, however, because the hour is late, to tell you that it is our intention tomorrow morning, I now announce that the Honorable Dale Marshall, who has served this nation with distinction and who, in spite of all of the challenges we face from debt to pandemic, who has never once said to me, Mia, I am too tired, Prime Minister, I can't do it, but who has remained available at the service of this nation 24/7, shall be the new Attorney General of Barbados in this republic. In accordance with the Constitution of Barbados, therefore, the Parliamentary Party of Barbados, of the Barbados Labour Party, met and have asked me to serve yet again as their leader, and I have humbly accepted. In a few hours, we anticipate that we will go, therefore, to the State House, accompanied by the General Secretary of this great party, the Honorable Jerome Walcott, the person who I propose to appoint as the leader of government business in the House of Assembly, my sister, Cynthia Bradshaw, and you will forgive me for the emotion of this next one, the General Secretary of the Barbados Workers' Union, who for the first time in 65 years is on the platform of a Barbados Labour Party general election victory. It has been a long and grueling campaign, not from the point of view of time, but from the point of view of the day after Boxing Day to now. I therefore propose that I will address the nation on Monday evening with respect to who shall constitute the Cabinet of Barbados. And I do so conscious that these good men and women, and I dare say myself, deserve a little rest so that I do not continue to announce matters in a raspy voice. I want to call forward Comrade Pat Paris, who has performed with distinction yet again, effectively the role of keeping the administration of this great political party together. Well done, Pat. And I want to ask my brother, the General Secretary of the Barbados Labour Party, who has worked, I told you last night that if there were only two people that knew what I was doing, it was he and me. And I felt for the rest of the others. I can say without fear of contradiction that in this election, I was allowed to be a leader and a campaigner, while the administration of this campaign was anchored by these two comrades and great stalwarts of this great party. But Pat and Jerome come forward again. Because, you know, life is funny. And it is an example in life that sometimes you may have persons who may not always be with you, but it is always necessary to take fresh guard and to see people for who they are. I want to call forward the greatest political strategists in the post-independence Caribbean, Hartley Sylvester Henry, who has walked this journey with us. And some may believe that political strategy is about machinations. But the genius of this man has been in understanding the essence of what it is to be a Bajan. And in understanding what it is in the essence to be a Bajan, he has combined with the wonderful talent of this parliamentary team such that we merge together the essence of politics and the essence of development to be able to make your life better. It would be necessary for me to say to you that there are so many of my colleagues who have asked, how have you, in the middle of an International Monetary Fund program, kept the will of the people and the support of the people with you? And it is because we have found that sweet spot that has combined the best of political strategy with the best of development economics and development policy, with the best of the will of the people of this country, in one simple phrase, that Barbadians believe in fairness, that we shall share the burden of adjustment together on condition that we shall share the bounty of accomplishment together. And my friends, that continues to be our way. The fact that we went to Solidarity House and launched a covenant of hope that told you who we were, what we stand for, and what we shall fight for was not a public relations exercise. The fact that we settled on a charter of Barbados after consultation with the people of Barbados before we became a parliamentary republic was not a PR exercise. We shall walk the walk and not just talk the talk. And finally, we shall do so conscious that we come from a great institution that has taught us that in life we know what it is to win and lose. And I can find no better way to bring these proceedings to an end than to quote from that plaque which inspires all who enter 111 Roebuck Street, stated by the wife of Sir Grantley Herbert Adams, Lady Grace Adams. And I share this in particular for the young people of this nation. This house has been our refuge in times of defeat and our haven in times of victory, the scene of disappointment and success. In times of defeat, the people of this house have been completely vanquished, but have braced themselves to face yet another encounter. In times of triumph, they have glorified the Lord who made it possible. May all who enter here continue to go forward together, united in every effort, remembering that those who work for a great cause shall never fail. May they be blessed with wisdom from God to continue to follow the right path. We shall continue to labor in the great cause of the transformation of the newest parliamentary republic and one of the greatest nations on this earth, our country, Barbados. Thank you, God bless you, and may we continue to prosper as a nation. Please get home safely, and please, please, please continue to monitor all of the protocols. I love you, I love you, I love you. Good night, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Attorney at law leader of the Barbados Labour Party, speaking from 111 Roebuck Street just a moment ago. First woman Prime Minister of Barbados. Prime Minister-elect of Barbados, as she gave a speech in which she thanked the leading stalwarts of the party who did not stand for election, but also announced some of the key figures in the incoming Labour Party administration, with Dale Marshall returning as Attorney General. He will join the Prime Minister-elect in taking the oath of office within a few hours of this day at State House before President Sandra Mason. That is a constitutional provision. Both the Prime Minister and the Attorney General must be sworn in immediately upon the announcement of the will of the people, which you have heard this very night. A rather long night, but that's what's happened. She always important to look at some of the key figures who emerge in these heady hours after general election victory, calling on Tony Moore, the General Secretary of the Barbados Labour Party, noting that it's the first time in 6 decades that the Labour Party's platform will have the Workers' Union. The connection between the Workers' Union and the Labour Party from the very beginning in 1944 of the Workers' Union is a significant one and has been invoked again in this election with Tony Moore, and again from the by-election previously. She called on Pat Paris, the stalwart administrator within the Labour Party, and also the General Secretary, Jerome Walcott, who was the outgoing Foreign Minister in the last administration. And in what must be clearly a very strong boost to the ego of a political strategist and a very sharp knot to the ego of a former political strategist who joined the Democratic Labour Party and said that she was breaking away both her personal and professional relationship with the Prime Minister-elect. Hartley Henry was described as the greatest political strategist in the history of the Caribbean, with a genius understanding of the essence of what it means to be a Barbadian. She invoked other names of leaders gone by, names predominantly of the Barbados Labour Party, but also the name of the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow, whose birth will be celebrated with a national holiday. Well, it won't be a national holiday on the 20th, there'll be one on the 21st. No announcement of a holiday there, as has been the tradition from time to time, not always observed. But she also mentioned, of course, the first leader of the Barbados Labour Party, then the Progressive League, Grantley Herbert Adams, and Errol Walton Barrow, along with Tom Adams and Owen Arthur. She talked about a solemn commitment that many things that will need to be put on the back burner will be done. She did not specify what those would be in this incoming administration, and that the Labour Party could have stayed on for 18 months and draw salary, but felt it was necessary to take the risk despite what she called noise inside talk. She was able to bring and her candidates through, all 30 of them, many new faces among them, but that she was proud of them. But she felt the need, using a cricketing term, to take fresh guard and come again. Very strange, you might consider, for a prime minister who held all the seats in Parliament, but felt the need to have a fresh mandate. But many of those must look at the new faces that are coming in to the Labour Party stables as a result of this election. Just to wrap up on what she said, the campaign has been rough, that she wanted to start in 2022, as I said, taking fresh guard, and she kept her promise, she said, made in 2018, that we would be the opposition to ourselves, but that tonight the people of Barbados have spoken on that particular question. She pledged to restrict the powers of the Prime Minister while not getting into any great detail as to what powers those would be that would be retained, except to say that in the nomination of the President and in nomination of, I believe, the Chief Justice, that she felt the need to be embracing of wider viewpoints, but then that is constitutionally provided for, and that as a child of democracy, she would maintain a solemn commitment and swear to keep the best precepts of democracy, transparency, accountability. and that the Barbados Labour Party government will walk the walk and talk the talk. That's the word from the Prime Minister-elect, Mia Mottley. She will probably get a little nap, one assumes, before she faces President Sandra Mason and be sworn in as the next Prime Minister of Barbados.
Thank you, Julius, for that comprehensive and as a true journalist, your ability to capture all of the salient points as only you can as a truly outstanding journalist. We're finally into the final comments, so I'm going to go to the panel. I want to thank them profusely on behalf of Barbados Today and on behalf of all of the thousands of people who tuned in during the course of the evening. I know it's been a long night and a long morning too as well. So I thank you for your erudite presentations, your thoughtful interventions. You really brought clarity to the discussions, and it was a pleasure working with you once again, Dr. Joseph, and of course to Maureen, thank you also, and also to you, Deborah and Bruce. So your final comments, and then I will just put a wrap on it for this time. And yes, so let's start with Dr. Tennyson Joseph.
Well, I would say it was a very well-crafted speech, and it was obvious which broadcast she was following the election results from, because I think she took up a lot of some of the things he was saying and crafted them into a speech. So I think it was as usual, well thought out, and so that we have to wait and see how the government fares in the weeks and months ahead.
Thank you, Tennyson. Maureen?
I wish the Prime Minister, Mia Mottley, all the best going forward. I wish her God's wisdom and vision in leading this country. Her oratory skills are certainly not lacking, and I look forward to seeing what she will do in the coming weeks, days, and months.
Deborah and Bruce.
Well, thank you again for having me, and certainly I wish the Prime Minister all the best, and congratulations again to her and the Barbados Labour Party. And the real heavy lifting for the country begins from this morning, really. So I think that's it for me for the night.
Well, with the clock at 4:16 in the morning, I want to thank you all for being a part of this presentation. I hope we shall be meeting again, not in 3.5 years, but hopefully in maybe 4 or 5 years from now, God willing, and He's always willing. A special thank you to Sandy Dean and all of the team here at Barbados Today, to Kobe and all of the people behind the scene. You'll see the credits, I'm sure, at the end. And of course, to Julius Gittins. Worked with Julius before and enjoyed the team spirit. This particular one has been done slightly differently in that we are all in separate rooms and spaces, observing the COVID protocols. A major undertaking. Thank you to all of the people out in the field, all of the reporters, some of whom were really scurrying from north to south all over Barbados tonight, gathering information. And for all of the people who worked and showed that our democracy really works, all of the people in the Electoral and Boundaries Commission, all of the the agents of the political parties, all the people who would have brought people to the polling stations during the course of the day, all of those who participated in this democratic process that we exercise every so often. I don't want to say every 5 years, because sometimes, as in this case, it was less. But when you look at the skills and the level of organization and the execution, and now the addition of digital media and the presence of people like Charles Young and his amazing skills, it really is truly a privilege to live in this environment. 30 to love, back to back. History has been made once again, and we go forward. We shall see what we shall see. But I want to thank every one of you and everyone who tuned in to this coverage. Thank you all for your presentations here tonight. I certainly felt humbled by being in your presence, and I thank you for the opportunity to be part of this exercise. May God bless you and have a good night.